Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto and Fuu Became Legends? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Fuu walked nervously through the hallways, having been called by her uncle Shinbiki. She was unsure of the reason, perhaps it was due to all the pranks she had pulled. As the doors opened, the small green-haired girl ignored the secretary's hostile gaze. Fuu felt anxious as she approached her uncle. Shinbiki asked her if she had done something wrong, to which she quickly replied that she hadn't. He then revealed that he hadn't called her for that reason. Curious, Fuu inquired about the purpose of the call. Shinbiki instructed her to pack her bags because they were leaving. Fuu asked where they were going, and Shinbiki explained that they were heading to Konoha. He had spoken with the council, and due to the village's vulnerability, they had formed an alliance. As part of that agreement, she would be moving to Konoha. With a smile, he announced this news, leaving Fuu surprised. She immediately hugged her uncle and rushed home. Shinbiki smiled as he opened a drawer and took out a black and red scroll, keeping it to himself while gazing out of his office window. He hoped she would be very happy in Konoha. Meanwhile, Fuu dashed around her treehouse, gathering her few belongings and stuffing them into her backpack. In her hand, she held a photo of a green-haired woman with orange eyes, who appeared to be around 30, standing next to a brown-haired man with deep black eyes. They both smiled at the camera. They were her parents, whom she had never known. She placed the photo in a purple chest, slung her red backpack over her shoulders, and left her home to visit the nearby graves. Fuu spoke to the gravestones, sharing her excitement about moving to Konoha. She expressed her hopes of making many friends, buying clothes and food without inflated prices, and starting anew. With tears in her eyes, she promised her parents that she would visit them again. After wiping her tears, she turned to head back to her uncle. As she arrived, she was out of breath, and beside her uncle stood a Konoha ninja with silver hair, wearing a dark blue mask and a Konoha headband that covered his left eye. He carried a vest and had a bright orange book tucked away as they prepared to leave. Over the next 2 weeks, Fuu bombarded the ninja with questions about Konoha, while he responded with little enthusiasm. When they finally arrived in Konoha, Fuu was astonished by its size. Shinbiki pointed out the Hokage mountain, where the faces of past Hokages were carved. Fuu noticed that the mountain was painted, and as they watched, a blond boy with blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on his cheeks dashed by, covered in paint and teasing the Umbu. The boy laughed, calling them slow, while the Umbu shouted for him to come back. Fuu watched him with bright eyes, wishing to meet him and share some laughs. After visiting the Hokage's office, Shinbiki received a paper detailing Fuu's new residence. As they departed, Kakashi left, and the Hokage became serious. Hiruzen asked if Fuu was the one they were discussing, and Shinbiki confirmed that she was the jinckuriki of the Nanabi, moving to Konoha as part of the alliance. Hiruzen expressed concern, noting that many would see her as a monster or a weapon. Shinbiki reassured him that she was his niece and that he had made a promise. The door opened to reveal the same blonde boy, now clean and curious about Fuu. He introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, excited to meet her. Fuu shyly introduced herself as well. Naruto offered to show her around the village, and she eagerly accepted. As they walked, Fuu noticed the disdainful looks from the villagers directed at Naruto, who was just like her. Naruto took her to Ichiraka ramen, insisting it was the best ramen in the world. Fuu was unfamiliar with ramen, which shocked Naruto. He enthusiastically assured her that it was a divine dish. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, Teuchi greeted them, and Naruto introduced Fuu. Teuchi was delighted to meet her, and Ayam welcomed them as well. Naruto expressed concern that Fuu had never tried ramen, and Teuchi declared that they needed to fix that immediately. He quickly prepared 2 steaming bowls of ramen, and Fuu was captivated by the delicious aroma. After tasting it, she was amazed by how good it was and began to devour her meal. Teuchi and Naruto watched proudly as she enjoyed her food. After finishing, Naruto mentioned he had one last place to show her. He led Fuu to the Hokage mountain, where they sat atop the head of the 4th Hokage, taking in the view and the significance of their new home. Fuu was amazed as she took in the breathtaking night view of Konoha. Naruto smiled, telling her that this was his special place, where he came when he felt sad, and now it was hers too. A slight blush crept onto Fuu's cheeks as they walked back to the apartment, chatting about trivial things. Fuu fell asleep in the adjacent room, which had a bed, while Naruto wished her good night before heading to his own room. Suddenly, Fuu found herself in a dark place filled with pipes, unsure of how she had arrived there but eager to escape. Minutes later, she stood in front of a massive cage with a seal in the center. A voice emerged from the darkness, announcing that it was time for her to visit. Fuu felt a chill run down her spine as she asked who it was. The voice introduced itself as Nanabai, the beast with 7 tails. Fuu was taken aback by the enormity of the creature, exclaiming in awe. Nanabai dismissed her surprise, urging her to get to the point. Just then, Naruto was walking through a similar area, finding himself in front of a large cage where a 9-tailed fox lay, watching him with blood-red eyes. Naruto, feeling a surge of fear, asked who the creature was. The fox introduced itself as Kibit, the great 9-tailed fox. Naruto was confused and demanded to know why Kibit was locked up and why it had attacked Konoha. Kibit replied that it had no reason to answer, noting that Fuu had the Nanabai. Naruto realized that Fuu was like him, but before he could protest, Kibit roared, sending him out of its mental space. 7 years later, a green-haired girl shouted for Naruto to wake up, panicking that they were late once again. Naruto mumbled for just 5 more minutes, but Fuu's urgent reminder that there was no ramen left jolted him awake. They rushed to get ready, with Fuu wearing a sleeveless white blouse and a white skirt, while Naruto donned an orange jacket and matching pants. They were both close friends, united by their shared experiences as jinckuriki. Arriving late to the academy, Irika scolded them for their tardiness on graduation day. They apologized and took their seats at the back, waiting for their turn. The tests would include the transformation jutsu and the cloning jutsu, which Naruto dreaded since it was his weakest technique. Fuu reassured him that he could do it well if he stayed calm. Grateful for her support, Naruto thanked Fuu, who had helped him improve his taijutsu over the years. They had even borrowed a scroll from the first Hokage to learn the shadow clone jutsu, managing to master it just in time to return the scroll unnoticed. When Irika called Fuu's name, she jumped up and performed her jutsu, transforming into a stunning woman that left everyone in awe. Only Naruto knew she had taken after her mother. After successfully creating 3 solid clones, Irika congratulated her and awarded her a ninja headband. Next, it was Naruto's turn. He took a deep breath and transformed into the 3rd Hokage, surprising everyone with his choice of jutsu. The room erupted in chaos as the boys reacted dramatically. Irika, frustrated, shouted for Naruto to focus, but Naruto, feeling the pressure, managed to create 100 clones, astonishing everyone except Fuu. Irika could hardly believe his eyes at the sight of so many clones. "Congratulations, Naruto," Irika said proudly as he handed over the ninja headband. Naruto placed it on his forehead and took his seat, ready to celebrate with the orange-haired girl. Irika then launched into a lengthy lecture that caused everyone to doze off. To wake them up, he used a giant head technique, announcing the teams. Irika called out Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Fuu Hanari. Naruto and Fuu embraced in joy, while Sasuke ignored them, and Sakura teased Ino for being with Sasuke instead of her. The next day, both Jinchuriki woke up, had a calm breakfast, quickly changed, and headed to the academy. On the way, they chatted about various topics. Upon arrival, they saw the heirs of each generation and sat with their teammates. Sakura attempted to talk to Sasuke, who was perched on a tree branch, lost in thoughts of how to escape her attention and focus on his revenge. Naruto and Fuu were deep in conversation until they grew tired of waiting for their sensei and decided to play a little prank by placing an eraser above the door. Ignoring Sakura's protests, the door swung open, and a silver-haired man wearing a blue mask was hit by the eraser. He looked at his team inside. Kakashi remarked that in his opinion, they were a bunch of fools and instructed them to go to the roof, which frustrated everyone as he vanished in a puff of smoke. The genin climbed to the roof. Kakashi introduced himself, stating that he didn't know what he liked, that no one cared about what he hated, and that he hadn't thought about his dream yet. Sakura simply mentioned Sasuke, while Naruto introduced himself with enthusiasm, sharing his love for ramen, his friends, and his dream of becoming the best Hokage so everyone would recognize him. Sasuke expressed his disdain for many things and revealed that his ambition was to restore his clan and eliminate a specific target. Fuu excitedly shared her love for dango, training, and her dream of having over 100 friends and becoming the best kunoichi in the world. As dawn broke in Konoha, the orange-haired girl woke up at 4:30 a.m., preparing for their meeting at training field number 7 as she showered, dressed, and woke Naruto, who groggily asked what was happening. Fuu informed him about Kakashi-sensei's test, and Naruto grumbled about his expected tardiness. Fuu, determined, urged him to have more faith. They arrived at the training field to find Sakura and Sasuke already there. Sasuke was in a tree, while Sakura tried to engage him in conversation. Naruto settled under the tree, unaware that he had dozed off. Fuu rested her head on Naruto's shoulder and fell asleep. Sakura watched them, imagining herself in a similar position with Sasuke. Hours later, Kakashi arrived, reading his book and surprised to find his students asleep. He thought they looked adorable and considered taking a photo before deciding to wake them up. Kakashi shouted for them to wake up, startling Fuu and Naruto, who blushed at their closeness and quickly separated, glaring at Kakashi. They all complained about his lateness, and Kakashi made a vague excuse about getting lost in the journey of life. After explaining the test, everyone hid except for Naruto, prompting Kakashi to question whether it was bravery or foolishness. Naruto, frustrated by Kakashi's indifference, threw a kunai at him, but Kakashi dodged and countered with a technique. Naruto attempted to tackle him, but Kakashi vanished, reappearing behind him. Kakashi advised Naruto never to let his guard down, preparing to strike. However, a kunai struck Kakashi, who quickly switched places with a log. Fuu had come to Naruto's aid, and he thanked her for saving his life. Fuu reminded Naruto that they needed to work as a team to catch Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi had ensnared Sakura in a genjutsu, making her witness a tragic scene involving Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself trapped underground. Naruto teased Sasuke about his predicament, and with Fuu's help, they freed Sakura and Sasuke. Kakashi, engrossed in his book, barely noticed the kunai flying toward him. As the battle intensified, Naruto created shadow clones to distract Kakashi, while Sasuke unleashed a fire technique. Kakashi defended himself with an earth wall, but Naruto's clones charged at him. Kakashi swiftly dispatched them, but more clones appeared, and together with Naruto and Sasuke, they attacked. Fuu soared above, having convinced the Nanabi to let her use 2 of its wings. She waited for the perfect moment to use her powder to blind Kakashi while Sakura attempted to steal the bells. Kakashi, focused on the duel with Naruto and Sasuke, remained unaware of Fuu's presence, as both rivals landed a hit on him. Kakashi stepped back as the black-haired figure appeared before him, brushing against a bell. He jumped backward just as the green-haired girl descended from the sky, opening her mouth to release a cloud of orange and green dust that blinded his one visible eye. Kakashi thought to himself that he hadn't seen that coming. Seizing the moment, Sakura emerged from her hiding place and snatched the bells from him. Kakashi found himself tied to a post, and his students looked at him with smiles, except for the emo one, who felt proud of them. Out of the 30 teams he had examined, they were the only ones who had passed. Kakashi reflected on their performance, noting that Naruto, instead of hiding and thinking of a plan, had charged in headfirst, forgetting about his teammates. He then turned to Sakura, questioning if she truly was the best in the academy. Only Sasuke mattered to her. Did she really consider herself a kunoichi? Sasuke only looked out for himself, believing he was the best. She admitted he was strong, but he still had much to learn. Fuu was surprised by him. Not only had he saved a teammate, but he had also devised a plan to take the bells from her. Sasuke and Naruto had set aside their rivalry to work as a team, distracting her while Fuu blinded her and Sakura snatched the bells. They had succeeded. As she freed herself from the bindings and pulled out her beloved book to continue reading, she noticed Naruto and Fuu embracing, jumping for joy. When they realized she was watching, they separated, their faces turning as red as tomatoes. Sakura was trying to talk to Sasuke, but he ignored her. Kakashi vowed to protect them with his life. Naruto exclaimed he was off to Ichiraka ramen, but Fuu insisted that eating so much ramen wasn't good for him and suggested they go for barbecue instead. The dark-haired girl dragged Naruto away, who was throwing a tantrum over wanting ramen. The orange-eyed girl threatened him that if he didn't stop, he would be without ramen for a year. Naruto immediately quieted down, sweat dropping in classic anime style. Kakashi vanished, and Sasuke walked away, leaving Sakura feeling alone. Kakashi called out to the group, while Sasuke retorted with a grumpy nickname. Sakura chimed in with her own playful jab, and Fuu reminded them that the target wasn't there. Naruto, not wanting to be left out, declared that the target wasn't there either. He hung up the walkie-talkie and spotted an orange blur, rushing toward it. Fuu watched with sympathy as the cat scratched Naruto's face. Kakashi and the others leaped in just then. Kakashi announced that the target was captured and the mission was complete. They headed to the Hokage Tower to deliver the cat, while Naruto smiled with satisfaction as the cat was squeezed by its owner. Fuu thought sadly that she would also escape if she were the cat. Hiruzen began discussing their next missions, which included mowing lawns and babysitting. Naruto interrupted, exclaiming that babysitting and lawn care were not ninja missions. Fuu supported him, voicing her agreement. Irika scolded them, reminding them that missions were classified by rank and they were still genin, not ready for higher-ranked missions. Fuu respectfully questioned the usefulness of babysitting and lawn care when they would have to face real enemies unprepared. No one could argue with her words. Sasuke voiced his agreement with the others, and Sakura supported him as well. Hiruzen turned to Kakashi, who nonchalantly stated that they were more than ready, continuing to read his orange book. Hiruzen then announced that the kids thought they were good enough for a rank C mission, and an old drunkard entered the room. He slurred that these were the kids meant to protect him, especially the ones with silly faces. Naruto and Fuu burst into laughter, pointing out the old man's comment about their silly faces. They exchanged glances and looked at their team, realizing they were indeed the youngest. Fuu was slightly shorter than Naruto. They shouted for Kakashi to let them go so they could teach the old man a lesson, but Kakashi held them back to prevent them from attacking their client. Kakashi emphasized the importance of protecting Tazuna rather than harming him. With a large anime-style sweat drop on his forehead, he and his companions crossed their arms and turned away, both thinking how similar they were. They agreed to meet at the Konoha gate in 2 hours after enjoying some ramen. Once they finished their meal, they prepared for the mission. The green-haired girl looked at some photos she held in her hands, one with her, Naruto, and the Ichiraka ramen sign, another with Hiruzen in the background of the Hokage mountain, and one with her uncle Shinbiki when she was 4 years old. Since arriving in Konoha, she had known Naruto, and her life was similar to how it had been in Taki. However, they were unaware that she was the jinckuriki of the Nanabi, and she often faced mistreatment for being friends with Naruto. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see the Uzumaki with his typical smile. Naruto recalled that she came from Taki and noted that it was her first time leaving the village. Fuu confirmed that it was indeed her first outing. She carefully stored her photos in a purple chest and placed it in a red cylindrical backpack, which she slung over her shoulder. They both left the apartment, chatting amiably until they reached the Konoha gate, where their team awaited them. Kakashi closed his orange book and signaled for them to get moving. Tazuna observed the young ninjas and began to walk. Naruto shouted excitedly about their first mission outside the village, only to receive a light smack from Sakura, who told him to be quiet. Naruto complained about the hit, while Sakura shot a fierce glare at him, annoyed by his loudness. During the journey, Kakashi read his beloved Ika book, while Naruto and Fuu engaged in light conversation about trivial matters. Sasuke ignored Sakura, who was futilely trying to strike up a conversation with him. Fuu suddenly stopped in her tracks upon noticing a puddle on the ground. Concerned, Naruto asked what was wrong. Fuu wondered if it had rained recently, to which Naruto replied that it hadn't. Fuu then warned him to prepare for a fight. Out of the puddle emerged two Chunin who seemed to attack Kakashi. Naruto trembled with fear but refused to let his teammates down, especially not wanting Fuu to protect him. He grabbed a kunai, and alongside Fuu, charged at one of the Chunin. Fuu blocked the Chunin's attack with her kunai, releasing a cloud of orange and green powder that blinded him. Naruto kicked the Chunin into the air, allowing several clones to strike him with a series of blows. The original Naruto then appeared above the Chunin, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Once the Chunin were defeated, Kakashi emerged from his hiding spot, praising their efforts in protecting Tazuna and indicating it was time for explanations. After Tazuna provided his account, Naruto insisted they couldn't leave things as they were, especially since they were far from Konoha. Kakashi acknowledged that they were indeed far away and that the mission had escalated to an A-rank level. They continued their journey on a boat across the sea and, upon reaching land, proceeded on foot. Curious, Naruto asked Fuu how she had known there were two Chunin in the puddle. Fuu explained that it seemed odd for a puddle to be in the middle of the path when it hadn't rained in days. Naruto praised her for her keen observation. Flustered, Fuu downplayed her abilities. Suddenly, Naruto threw a kunai into some bushes, revealing a white rabbit, the kunai landing just inches from its head. Kakashi quickly warned everyone to get down as a large sword swung toward Fuu. Naruto pushed her out of the way, finding himself in a precarious position. Fuu thanked him, feeling flustered and questioning why her heart raced when he was so close. Naruto, equally flustered, wondered why he felt the urge to protect her. Kakashi identified their enemy as Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja from the mist, known as the Demon of the Mist and an expert in stealthy assassinations. He instructed the team to protect Tazuna as the mist began to rise. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, focusing intently on the mist swordsman. Sasuke was taken aback, questioning how Kakashi possessed the Sharingan. Only the Uchihas are supposed to possess this, but I'll ask later. He thought as he activated his single Tomo Sharingan. Zabuza declared that he would show the famous Sharingan what he could do, disappearing gradually into the mist. Kakashi and the others searched for his presence in vain. Zabuza's voice echoed around them, contemplating where to strike first. Kakashi appeared behind Tazuna, shielding him from Zabuza's sword. Kakashi noted that his Sharingan could detect even the faintest chakra presence, which would help him locate Zabuza. Zabuza acknowledged Kakashi's reputation as the one who copied 1,000 techniques and then moved away, stepping into the water. They locked eyes and began forming hand seals at incredible speed, leaving the Genin and Tazuna in awe. Even Sasuke, with his Sharingan, struggled to keep up with their movements. Zabuza and Kakashi unleashed their jutsu simultaneously, summoning two massive water dragons that collided, creating a tremendous splash. Everyone shielded their eyes to witness the battle, the sound of metal clashing resonating around them. Zabuza launched a strike toward Kakashi, who blocked it with a kunai. Zabuza retreated slightly before charging again at the silver-haired ninja, who dodged the attack and attempted to strike back. However, Zabuza evaded and soon found Kakashi trapped in a watery prison, surrounded by water clones. Kakashi urged everyone to flee, warning them that Zabuza was too strong and to protect Tazuna. Naruto questioned how he could consider himself a ninja if he ran away. Fuu insisted that they couldn't abandon their teacher, and Sasuke agreed with her. Sakura, determined, voiced her support as well. Zabuza mocked them, stating that the shinobi world was not as they believed. Naruto retorted for Zabuza to be quiet and charged at one of the clones with a kunai. The clone struck back, sending him and his teammates flying and knocking off his ninja headband. Fuu rushed to check on him, concerned for his well-being. Naruto reassured her that he was fine, just needing his headband back. Sasuke chastised him for being reckless and suggested they think of a plan. Sakura agreed with Sasuke, and Naruto decided to follow his lead. He dashed toward the clone to retrieve his headband, which had been knocked back. With a big Uzumaki smile, he placed it back on his forehead. The Zabuza clones advanced on the Genin, while Sakura protected Tazuna. The others fought off the clones, and Fuu, dodging a clone's sword, attempted to take it down but was met with a leap from the clone. She spread her wings to fly, battling against the mist to gain visibility. With a clear view, she threw shurikens and kunais at the clone, but it deflected everything she launched. After the clones were defeated, Naruto retrieved a Fuma shuriken from his backpack and handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke threw it at Zabuza, who jumped to avoid it. The shuriken vanished in a puff of smoke, allowing Naruto to appear and throw a kunai, forcing the former Kiri ninja to withdraw his hand from the water prison, freeing Kakashi. Kakashi thanked them and instructed them to protect Tazuna while he dealt with Zabuza. An ANBU member then threw needles at Zabuza's neck, rendering him incapacitated. Naruto expressed his anger at what was happening, but Kakashi calmed him, explaining that the duty of the ANBU was to eliminate rogue ninjas to prevent them from revealing village secrets. ANBU took Zabuza's body away, and Kakashi adjusted his headband, which had fallen due to the chakra drain from using his Sharingan. Naruto and Fuu helped him, supporting him as they made their way to Tazuna's house, where a beautiful woman with black hair greeted them at the door. Tsunami thanked them for escorting her father, smiling warmly, which made Naruto blush slightly, teasing Fuu. Fuu asked where they could lay Kakashi down to rest, feeling a bit annoyed. Tsunami playfully noted that they had a young couple upstairs. Sakura expressed her gratitude as they carried Kakashi upstairs to let him rest. Naruto wondered if Kakashi would be alright, while Sasuke reminded them that he still owed them explanations about his Sharingan. Sakura noted that the Sharingan had drained a lot of chakra and that Kakashi needed to rest. Fuu asked if he would be okay, but a boy with a hat interrupted, saying it was better for them to leave since they wouldn't matter to anyone in the end. Naruto, irritated, confronted the boy, but he left the room. The Jinchuriki followed him to see him crying beside a photo of his father. Fuu approached him, asking if that was his father. Inari, the boy, questioned her motives. Fuu wanted to talk, but he insisted there was nothing to discuss, claiming that ninjas didn't care about them. Fuu disagreed, sharing her own story of being an orphan and how Naruto had become her best friend, understanding her pain. She reminded him that his mother and grandfather cared about him and gently ruffled his hair before leaving him alone in the room. Later, Fuu returned downstairs to sit beside Naruto and start eating. Naruto asked if everything was alright, and Fuu assured him it was, smiling her usual smile as they continued to eat with their companions. Afterward, they went upstairs to check on Kakashi, who was leaning against the wall, reading his orange book. Kakashi informed them that they needed to talk seriously. Sakura, confused, asked what it was about. Kakashi revealed that Zabuza was still alive, shocking the genin. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how that was possible. Naruto shouted in anger, clearly recalling how that Umbu had defeated them. The opponent was far too strong, and now he was alive while they were not strong enough to fight a ninja of Zabuza's caliber. Fuu, the dark-haired girl, asked Naruto if he had seen the weapon the Umbu had used. Naruto, confused, responded that they were needles and questioned what that had to do with anything. Sasuke clarified that they were Umbu needles. Kakashi, the copy ninja, explained seriously that depending on where they struck, they could damage organs, cause temporary incapacitation, or even lead to death. Fuu, worried, asked how long it would take for their comrade to recover, knowing they weren't strong enough to face Zabuza, especially with that Umbu around. Kakashi reassured her that he would be back in a week, and during that time, they would train. Sakura, concerned, reminded Kakashi that he needed to rest. Kakashi insisted he was fine and grabbed some crutches before heading into the forest to train, surrounded by trees. He instructed them to concentrate their chakra in the soles of their feet to climb the tree without using their hands. Sakura protested, claiming it was impossible. Kakashi demonstrated the technique, effortlessly climbing the tree and hanging upside down. Sakura managed to do it on her first try, perching on a branch while watching Sasuke, who was struggling. He used too much chakra, creating a small crater in the tree. Naruto and Fuu attempted to climb but fell immediately to the ground. Kakashi thought to himself that those two needed to work more on their chakra control, especially since they were Jinchuriki. He observed them while reading his usual orange book, noticing Sakura's admiration for Sasuke and deciding he needed to address her fangirl tendencies. Kakashi instructed Sakura to run 10 laps around the forest and do 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Sakura responded enthusiastically and jumped from the tree branch to follow his orders. As time passed, Naruto and Fuu trained hard, even through the night. One day, a figure with black hair and dark eyes, wearing a pink kimono adorned with cherry blossom petals, approached them while they were sleeping. He had a kunai in hand but put it away to wake the jinckuriki gently. He told them to wake up, or they would catch a cold. As they opened their eyes, their faces turned bright red, and they quickly separated, avoiding eye contact. The stranger chuckled softly to get their attention. He introduced himself as Haku Yuki and asked who they were. Naruto stated his name, and Fuu followed suit. Haku playfully inquired if they were a couple, causing both Naruto and Fuu to blush and avoid looking at each other. Haku found their reactions amusing and asked if they had important people to protect. Naruto affirmed that he had many people to protect, glancing subtly at Fuu, who also mentioned she had someone to protect, looking shyly at Naruto. Haku shared that he too had someone to protect, recalling the day he met Zabuza, who had given him a home and purpose. Naruto understood, and after their brief conversation, they helped Haku gather medicinal herbs. As they finished, Haku prepared to leave and casually mentioned he was male, leaving both Naruto and Fuu in shock. They left the area, and on their way to Tazuna's house, they noticed ominous signs in the trees and animals, prompting them to quicken their pace. Upon reaching Tazuna's house, they found Tsunami unconscious and two mercenaries holding Inari. Naruto shouted angrily for them to let Inari go. The first mercenary laughed, threatening to harm Inari if they approached. The second mercenary warned them to comply if they didn't want the boy to get hurt. Suddenly, Inari vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a log that created a colorful dust cloud, temporarily blinding the mercenaries. Inari thanked Naruto and Fuu for saving them, and Naruto praised Inari for his bravery, telling him to go inside with Tsunami. Inari asked if they would return, to which Fuu assured him they would, and Naruto promised they never broke a promise. On the bridge, mist enveloped the area as Kakashi fought against Zabuza. The Umbu accompanying Zabuza trapped Sasuke in mirrors of ice, while Sakura protected Tazuna. The Umbu's image reflected in all the mirrors. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, trying to anticipate the Umbu's movements. He threw several Senbon needles, most striking the Umbu, but he managed to deflect some. The Umbu, impressed by Sasuke's Sharingan, increased his speed and launched more needles, which struck Sasuke. Frustrated, Sasuke realized he was in trouble and decided to use a fire technique. He unleashed a large fireball toward the mirrors, melting a small portion of one. The Umbu dismissed his efforts, claiming the mirrors were indestructible. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke appeared on the bridge, revealing the imperative ninjas from Konoha. Naruto announced their arrival boldly, much to Kakashi's dismay, who wished they had stayed hidden to attack from a distance. Sasuke, seeing Naruto and Fuu inside the mirror prison, realized his plan had been compromised and shouted at them in frustration. Sasuke was furious, blaming the two of them for their predicament. He shouted that it would have been better if they had attacked from the outside, which would have given them a chance against their opponent. He had a plan to undo the jutsu of the Umbu, but the others had rushed in without thinking, and now he was understandably upset. The Umbu, cold and unyielding, remarked that no matter how many they were, the outcome would remain the same. As he prepared to launch more needles, Fuu and Naruto readied their kunai. They managed to deflect a few of the needles, but most struck their bodies. In response, Naruto created shadow clones that leaped toward the Umbu, but a barrage of needles quickly eliminated all the clones. With a kunai, they managed to deflect a small number of needles, but Sasuke, thanks to his Sharingan, was able to keep pace with the Umbu's movements and clearly see the incoming needles. Sasuke had struggled to practice his Sharingan during training due to the lack of a suitable partner. Now that he knew Kakashi possessed a Sharingan, he hoped to improve his control with his sensei's guidance, while also considering the needs of his other students. The Umbu was slightly impressed. It wasn't every day that one encountered a Sharingan user. Deciding to escalate the situation, he increased the speed of his attacks, unleashing another storm of needles that struck all three of them, forcing them to retreat. Sasuke formulated a new idea. Naruto created more shadow clones, and as the Umbu emerged from the mirror to eliminate them, Sasuke launched a fireball that singed a bit of the Umbu's clothing before he retreated back into one of the mirrors. The second Umbu declared that it would all end there, while Naruto lamented that he was out of chakra. Fuu, exhausted and lying on the ground, thought that they had to do something. They couldn't die like this. As the Umbu unleashed another wave of needles toward the Jinchuriki, Sasuke dashed forward, positioning himself as a shield to protect Naruto and Fuu from the onslaught. Both Naruto and Fuu watched in shock as Sasuke stood with his back to them, defending them against the barrage. Naruto shouted furiously, trying to hold back his tears. He felt overwhelmed by the situation. Sasuke, lying nearby, commented on Naruto's loudness, spitting out a bit of blood. Fuu, concerned, asked Sasuke why he had acted that way. Sasuke replied that his body had moved on its own, while Naruto, with a somber expression, let tears fall from his blue eyes. Sasuke weakly stated that he could not die yet. He still had to fulfill his revenge against his brother as darkness began to envelop him. Umbu remarked that this was the life of a shinobi, dying with honor, while preparing senbon needles in his hands. Suddenly, a powerful surge of water surrounded the Jinchuriki, and strong gusts of wind swept through, causing the senbon needles to fall from their bodies. Their wounds began to heal as a red chakra enveloped them. Their features became more fierce. Naruto's eyes shifted from blue to red, and Fuu's from orange to a deep black. The red chakra intensified, and images of the Kyuubi and Nanabi formed in the sky. Zabuza sensed the change in chakra, while Kakashi noted that the seals had been broken. Haku, emerging from the mirrors, felt the overwhelming power and knew he had to act quickly. He attacked the Jinchuriki, but they roared and struck him, shattering his ice mirror jutsu and breaking his mask. Haku, realizing the situation, pleaded for them to end his life, stating he was no longer useful to Zabuza. Naruto was taken aback, questioning Haku's request, while Fuu reminded him that they were the ones he had to face. Haku explained that Zabuza had saved his life, and he shared his story, which saddened the Jinchuriki. Naruto gripped a kunai tightly, ready to launch himself at Haku with the intent to kill, but instead he held Haku's hand. Haku expressed regret, stating he could not die just yet, and ran toward Zabuza, taking the impact of Chidori instead of Zabuza. Zabuza praised Haku for his actions as the young man fell lifeless to the ground. Kakashi looked at his bloodied hand, haunted by the memory of having killed Haku. Naruto, filled with anger, confronted Kakashi, demanding to know how he could allow this to happen. Kakashi urged him to stop, but Naruto shouted back, insisting that Kakashi was the #1 enemy in his eyes. He accused Kakashi of sacrificing everything for his foolish dreams and declared that if becoming strong meant being like him, he would rather remain weak forever. How could he treat her like a used tool? Tears began to fall as he spoke. Zabuza remarked that the boy's words cut deeper than a kunai, acknowledging that Haku was a good boy. This made him lift his head. Gato appeared, taunting Zabuza about his failure, stating that he would not pay him when he could hire mercenaries instead. Zabuza asked the boy for his kunai. Naruto threw his kunai, and Zabuza took down Gato before collapsing beside Haku. The villagers soon arrived, driving away Gato's mercenaries. The bridge was named the Great Bridge of Peace. Naruto and Fuu leaned on each other, while Sasuke, nearly fully recovered, watched them with envy, feeling the need for more power to defeat his brother. They returned to Konoha, happy to have completed their first A-rank mission, and Naruto shouted that they should celebrate with a big bowl of ramen. Fuu smiled at Naruto's enthusiasm. No one, not even her, could change his mind when he was like this. They bid farewell to their team, with Kakashi getting lost in his beloved Aika, and Sasuke heading home, ignoring the pink-haired girl. The Jinchuriki went to Ichiraka Ramen, where Tucci welcomed them with open arms, and Ayam served them 2 steaming bowls of ramen. A familiar voice greeted them, expressing that he knew they would be there. It was Irika-sensei. He had heard from Kakashi that they returned from their mission and was glad everything went well. Naruto excitedly declared that he wouldn't die before becoming Hokage. Fuu shook her head, starting to devour her ramen while Irika sat next to her, ordering a bowl of miso ramen. Fuu asked if Irika-sensei could train them. Irika's eyes widened in surprise, But he smiled, happy to train them even though they were no longer his students. They remained his favorites from the academy. After finishing their ramen and paying the bill, they headed to the hot springs to learn how to walk on water. Iruka watched as Naruto fell into the water again, only to shoot out onto land. Iruka advised Naruto to put more chakra into the soles of his feet. He knew both of them had a large amount of chakra, making it harder for them to control it compared to others. Several hours later, Naruto and Fuu successfully walked on water. The happy Chunin invited them to eat ramen again. Iruka instructed them to concentrate chakra on their chakra paper, explaining that depending on their chakra, they would have one or more elements. As they focused, Fuu's paper got wet, while Naruto's split in two. Iruka noted that Fuu had the water element, which was common, while Naruto had the wind element, which was rare in the village. He mentioned that Asuma and Kakashi could help him. Fuu thanked Iruka-sensei joyfully as they left together, and Iruka smiled, thinking that those two would have a great future ahead. Kakashi approached them, stating that knowing their elements was useless without learning jutsus. Naruto excitedly asked if Kakashi would teach them. Kakashi handed Naruto a scroll containing wind element jutsus and Fuu a scroll for water element jutsus. Fuu expressed her gratitude, and Naruto declared Kakashi the best. Both of them ran toward the training field, where jutsus ranged from D to a rank. Fuu learned several water-style jutsus, while Naruto mastered various wind-style techniques. The training field was left in ruins. Fuu lay on the grass next to Naruto, who was conversing with his tenant. Kibit wanted to talk to Naruto, who was slightly annoyed. Kibit mentioned that he knew Naruto desired power to protect his friend and claimed to possess the power he sought. This made Naruto blush at the term friend. He firmly told Kibit not to call Fuu that. Kibit teased him about defending his girlfriend, further irritating Naruto. Naruto insisted there was nothing to discuss, but Kibit wanted to make a deal. Naruto rejected the idea, knowing Kibit only wanted to use him for freedom. Kibit acknowledged Naruto's intelligence but warned that one day he would come for the power to protect what mattered to him, stating that without him, Naruto was nothing. Naruto countered that he was Naruto Uzumaki, who would one day be Hokage and would eventually help Kibit rid himself of hatred. Kibit laughed, finding Naruto amusing, and said they would talk later. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in the training field, noticing Fuu sleeping peacefully on the grass. As it began to get cold, he took off his jacket and placed it over her before carrying her to his apartment. He laid her in her room, kissed her forehead, and quietly left the room. Fuu opened her eyes in her room, recalling that she had fallen asleep on the grass. She noticed Naruto's jacket and, without thinking, inhaled its scent. Realizing what she had done, she blushed, wondering why she had smelled Naruto's jacket. She got out of bed and left her room to head to the kitchen, where she saw Naruto cooking with his back turned. He was wearing his orange pants and a black shirt featuring the Uzumaki clan symbol. Naruto greeted her cheerfully, wishing her a good morning while preparing breakfast for both of them. Fuu asked why she was wearing his jacket, and Naruto blushed suddenly, relieved that she couldn't see his face. He explained that it was cold and he didn't want to wake her, so he had put his jacket on her to keep her warm before taking her to her room. Fuu thanked him, saying it was very kind of him, which made Naruto blush even more. After finishing in the kitchen, she took off his jacket to take a quick shower and get ready, putting on her usual clothes and the headband on her left arm. On the kitchen table, there were 2 plates with eggs and bacon. After breakfast, they headed to the bridge to see what their sensei had called them for. Sakura expressed her frustration, complaining about Kakashi being late. Kakashi greeted them casually as he jumped off the bridge to land in front of his students. Sasuke asked what was going on. Kakashi, the Uchiha, noted seriously that they usually arrived later than usual. He informed Sasuke that he had called them for the Chunin exams. Fuu, curious, wondered what the Chunin exams were, while Naruto, confused, asked what they were. Kakashi explained that the exams were tests to determine if they were worthy of becoming Chunin, and they would take place in 2 weeks. Naruto, filled with determination, thought about proving to everyone who Naruto Uzumaki was. Fuu, excited, thought about making more friends. After Kakashi handed out the tickets for the exams, they each went their separate ways. Naruto and Fuu headed off to train when they noticed a square rock formation. Naruto called out, knowing Konohamaru was hiding inside. A cloud of smoke erupted as 3 kids emerged: Konohamaru, a boy with a black scarf; Moge, a girl with orange hair; and Udon, another boy with glasses. They introduced themselves as Team Konohamaru. Konohamaru suggested they play ninjas, but Naruto declined, stating they needed to prepare for the exams. Fuu greeted Konohamaru, who responded cheerfully. They parted ways, and as Konohamaru ran off, he accidentally bumped into a boy dressed as a black cat. The boy scolded him for being careless, but his companion, a blonde girl named Temari, urged him to let it go. Fuu intervened, demanding they leave Konohamaru alone, while Naruto warned them not to provoke him. Kankuro, the boy in the cat costume, threatened Naruto, who quickly confronted him, causing Kankuro to drop Konohamaru. Grateful, Konohamaru ran back to his friends. Kankuro, angered, vowed to get back at Naruto, but Temari questioned whether he would really resort to violence. A mysterious figure in a tree, a boy with black hair, warned them to leave. Temari found him attractive, while Kankuro demanded to know who he was. The boy, Gar, coldly warned Kankuro to calm down. Fuu wondered about Gaara, while Naruto sensed something unusual about him. Gaara descended in a swirl of sand, apologizing for the trouble caused by his brothers. Confused, Naruto asked what they were doing there, and Temari explained they were from the Sand Village, there for the Chunin exams. 2 weeks later, they stood at the entrance to the exams. Kakashi watched proudly as his students entered the room for the written test. Among them was Kabuto, a boy with gray hair and glasses, who provided information about Gaara and Rock Lee. The proctor, Ibiki, began the exam, and Fuu, seated several rows back with Temari, noticed the test contained 10 difficult questions. She realized she needed to copy answers but was unsure how, while others used various techniques to assist each other. Ibiki announced the 10th question, offering a chance to leave. Several genin stood up and left the room. Naruto slammed his hand on the desk, declaring he didn't care if he remained a genin forever, he would become Hokage one day. Fuu echoed his determination, vowing to become the best kunoichi in the world. Ibiki smiled and approved everyone. Later, Team 7 found themselves in Training Field 44, known as the Forest of Death. Enko, their instructor, made a dramatic entrance, causing many to blush. She had known Naruto and Fuu since they were children, having chased them around the village during their mischievous antics. Enko had become like an older sister to them, always encouraging them to persevere. Enko explained the rules of the Forest of Death, detailing the scrolls they would need to collect from other teams. Each team would have 1 scroll, and they had 3 days to survive. Opening the scroll would lead to disqualification, and they had to sign a waiver, acknowledging the risks involved. Team 7 received the Heaven Scroll, and as the signal sounded, they entered the forest to devise a plan. Sasuke suggested they create a password for communication. Sakura agreed, emphasizing the need for caution against potential imposters. Sasuke proposed a password related to timing and strategy. Naruto, confused, asked him to repeat it, prompting Sasuke to express his frustration. Fuu reassured them that she and Naruto had their own password, which made Naruto grateful. After finalizing their plan, they set off to find another team to steal the Earth Scroll. Naruto excused himself to find a tree for a bathroom break, causing Sakura to become annoyed. Fuu, anticipating trouble, scolded Naruto for his choice of location. After a few minutes, Naruto returned with a big smile, claiming he had written his name in the dirt. Sakura, exasperated, chastised him for being uncouth, while Sasuke kicked him away, trying to maintain some order. Haruno was worried as she tried to defend Naruto. Naruto, feeling frustrated, dodged a punch from Sasuke and wondered what was wrong with him. Sasuke, confused, questioned who Naruto was and what had happened to him, launching himself at the Uzumaki, who defended himself as best as he could. Naruto exclaimed that he was indeed himself, trying to make Sasuke understand. Sakura urged Sasuke to stop, pleading with him. Fuu then asked Sakura whether Naruto was left-handed or right-handed. Naruto carried the kunai holder on his right leg, not his left. The dark-haired girl prepared to launch herself at the imposter who had revealed his true identity. He wore a gas mask and a gray suit. She blinded him with her powder, rendering him unconscious. She checked for a scroll but, to her dismay, found none. She flew off to search for the blonde and found him tied to a tree with thick ropes. She took out a kunai and began cutting through the ropes, freeing Naruto. Naruto expressed his gratitude, hugging his savior and causing her cheeks to flush. She stammered that it was nothing. Remembering he needed to use the bathroom, he bid farewell to the green-haired girl and headed off to a secluded spot. Just as he was about to return to the others, a massive serpent attacked him, forcing him to leap back to avoid its strike. He summoned his wings and landed on the serpent's head, plunging a kunai into it, defeating the creature. Concerned, he flew to where Sakura and Sasuke were. Sakura questioned who Fuu was. Fuu, with a hint of irony, pointed to her wings and asked if anyone else could fly. She focused her gaze on the woman from the grass village, who wore a straw hat and had white skin with slitted yellow eyes. The woman was dressed in long blue pants and a sandy yellow shirt, with a thick purple rope around her waist. Sasuke asked if Fuu was okay, to which she replied that she was fine, despite a giant serpent trying to devour her. She hoped Naruto was all right. Nanabai sensed the chakra of the imposter and prepared for a confrontation. Without hesitation, they charged at the foe. The woman summoned another giant serpent that lunged at Fuu. She dodged its attacks with her wings, landing on its head. With both hands, she drove the kunai into the serpent, defeating it instantly. Sakura was paralyzed with fear, unable to act, while Sasuke found himself in a taijutsu battle where he was at a disadvantage. The serpent woman struck him, sending him crashing against a tree. Just as she was about to attack Fuu, a gust of wind knocked her back, revealing Naruto with his trademark smile perched on a tree branch. He apologized for being late. Sasuke demanded to know who he was. Fuu responded with the password, and Naruto exclaimed, "Ramen," confirming his identity. The serpent woman laughed, intrigued by the young boy. Naruto jumped down to join Fuu and Sasuke, ready to engage the serpent woman in a taijutsu battle. She increased her chakra and began attacking the genins, who were forced to retreat. Sasuke threw shurikens at her, which she dodged, but metal wires ensnared her to a tree. Sasuke unleashed a fire-style jutsu, while Naruto combined it with a wind jutsu, intensifying the flames and igniting part of the forest. As the smoke cleared, the serpent woman appeared unscathed except for her melted face, revealing white skin with a purple mark around her eye and serpent-like pupils. She extended her neck and bit Sasuke, causing him to fall in pain. Naruto charged at her, landing a blow to her stomach that sent her flying. He revealed the seal of Kibit on his fingers, summoning blue flames that struck her, knocking her unconscious. Fuu threw a kunai, pinning Naruto to a tree, her eyes dark and fierce. She charged at him, but he countered, leaving her on the ground unconscious. He took the earth scroll and burned it, disappearing into the ground. In a sewer filled with pipes, Fuu found herself once again before Nanabai. She stared at the Biju, confused about what had happened and how much time had passed since she had fainted. She was frustrated, unsure if Naruto and her friends were in danger. Nanabai informed her that she had been unconscious for a day and urged her to hurry, as her pink-haired companion was in danger. Fuu thanked Nanabai with a smile, but the Biju grumbled that it was for its own benefit, as it would also perish if she did. Meanwhile, Naruto paced back and forth, trying to determine how long he had been in his mental space with the annoying fox, who took every opportunity to tease him. He was particularly frustrated by the unwanted thoughts and images that plagued his mind. He asked Kibit how long he had been there. The Biju replied that it had been a day and that Fuu had been watching over them all this time. As Naruto faded from the mental space, he opened his eyes to find Sakura hugging Sasuke from behind, while Fuu carried Rock Lee on her shoulder. The sound ninja had retreated, leaving their earth scroll behind. Tenten appeared with Niji, and they took Lee away. Naruto asked Fuu what had happened, and she recounted everything in detail, including how Rock Lee had protected her, how Sasuke had been possessed by a strange mark and had broken Zaku's arm, and how Sakura had managed to calm Sasuke, removing the strange mark from his body. They continued their search for the path to the sky for hours, stopping at a lake to rest and catch some fish to eat. Naruto and Sakura wanted to open the scroll to see its contents, but Kabuto appeared and prevented them. He assisted them in reaching the tower, obtaining the last scroll they needed from a rain team that had ambushed them. Kabuto left before the preliminaries began. Hiruzen congratulated everyone for making it this far but announced that, since there were too many participants, preliminary matches would be held to eliminate half of them. Temari expressed her disbelief at the announcement. After everything they had been through, they had to fight against each other. Hiruzen explained that there were too many genins, and to reduce the number, preliminary matches would be held. The genins ascended to the stands as the screen began to select the fighters. The first match was Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi from the Sound. Both participants descended to the arena, and the instructors signaled the start of the battle. Sasuke charged at Yoroi with the intention to strike, but Yoroi dodged and countered, slamming Sasuke to the ground and beginning to absorb his chakra. Frustrated, Sasuke realized he needed to act quickly. He managed to shake Yoroi off and retreated to activate his Sharingan, but he felt an unbearable pain in his neck as the cursed mark spread across his body. Just as intervention seemed imminent, Sasuke summoned his willpower, forcing the mark to vanish. He grasped his neck and launched a powerful kick at Yoroi, sending him flying. Sasuke then followed up with a series of kicks to Yoroi's back, positioning himself above him. He unleashed a powerful kick to Yoroi's face, knocking him out. Sasuke emerged victorious and returned to the stands. Kakashi praised Sasuke, telling him to follow him and wishing good luck to the others, expressing confidence that they would advance to the next stage. The next match was between Sakura and Ino, both rivals, but due to exhaustion, they ended in a draw. The match between Temari from the Sand and Tenten from the Leaf was intriguing. Both used weapons. Tenten was skilled with various types of weapons at close, mid, and long range, while Temari wielded her fan to create strong gusts of wind. Ultimately, Tenten was unable to continue. Shikamaru Nara from the Leaf faced Kin from the Sound. It was a battle of strategy, and Shikamaru used his intellect to devise a plan, employing his shadow possession jutsu to force her to surrender. In the match between Naruto and Kiba, for some strange reason, Naruto struggled to use his chakra correctly, but that did not prevent him from defeating Kiba. Shino faced Zaku, and using his insects, he managed to disrupt Zaku's chakra system, leaving him unconscious. The battle between the Hyuga cousins enraged Fuu and Naruto, especially after seeing how Hinata was nearly harmed. Naruto vowed to take action against the attacker. Kankuro faced Fuu next. As the match began, Fuu rushed in with taijutsu, only to discover that Kankuro was merely controlling a puppet. She almost caught him, but he retreated, revealing himself from a hidden compartment. Fuu blinded him with dust, securing her victory. The final match between Rock Lee and Gaara was spectacular, showcasing Lee's mastery of the 8 gates. However, he ultimately lost to Gaara, who, as a jinckuriki, overpowered him, breaking his right arm and leg. If Guy had not intervened, Lee might have faced dire consequences. Naruto Uzumaki would face Niji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara would battle Temari, and Shino Aburame would confront Fuu Hanari. Lastly, Gaara Shubaku would take on Sasuke Uchiha. They had a month until the final matches, plenty of time to train and develop new techniques. Afterward, Fuu suggested to Naruto that they visit the hot springs. Naruto, feeling a bit embarrassed after spending 3 days in the Forest of Death and fighting through to the finals, agreed. He knew that Fuu would drag him there regardless, so resisting was futile. Suddenly, they heard a series of mischievous laughs that drew their attention to a white-haired man peering through a hole at the women in the hot springs. This sight infuriated the jinckuriki, especially Fuu, who approached the man. Fuu shouted at him, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. The man jumped in surprise, causing the women in the hot springs to emerge wrapped in towels, ready to confront him. The man complained that he had been interrupted in his research due to the commotion, which only fueled Fuu's anger. She crossed her arms, glaring at him. He introduced himself as Jiraiya, claiming to be the ladies' man and a sage from Mount Mayakuba, striking a ridiculous pose that elicited a sweat drop from both Naruto and Fuu. Naruto dismissed him as a pervert, to which Jiraiya proudly proclaimed himself a super pervert. Fuu rolled her eyes, asserting that he deserved the trouble he was in. Naruto explained that they had completed the first stage of the Chunin exams and had come to relax at the hot springs before training. Jiraiya offered to help them, but Fuu was skeptical, insisting he was just a pervert. Jiraiya, undeterred, reminded her that he was a Sannin of the Toads. Fuu was taken aback, recalling her grandfather's stories about the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Naruto, intrigued, asked if Jiraiya was truly a Sannin. How is it possible for an old pervert like you to be a pervert? Jiraiya led Naruto and Fuu into the forest, wanting to check something. Naruto and Fuu found it difficult to mold chakra. Jiraiya instructed Naruto to remove his jacket, insisting he just do it without looking at him suspiciously. Reluctantly, Naruto complied, taking off his jacket and black shirt, revealing his developing physique. Fuu blushed and looked away, while the Nine-Tails watched Naruto with a sly smile, plotting how to have fun at the expense of the blonde. Jiraiya told Naruto to concentrate his chakra. Closing his eyes, Naruto focused on his stomach, and the 8 trigrams seal appeared. Jiraiya examined it with interest, realizing it was the 5-element seal, likely placed by Orochimaru. He wondered what the Sannin was plotting. With that thought, Jiraiya concentrated chakra in his right hand, striking Naruto's stomach with enough force to send him flying. Naruto exclaimed in frustration at Jiraiya's actions. Jiraiya encouraged him to try again. Naruto managed to walk on water, finally able to control his chakra, and jumped for joy. Jiraiya then turned to Fuu, applying the same technique to her, who had the seal on her back. They were now at a waterfall, learning the summoning jutsu while Jiraiya conducted his research. He occasionally glanced at his students, shaking his head, knowing they had much to learn. Hiruzen had informed him during his absence that Fuu, the jinckuriki of the Nanabai, had moved to Konoha for a better life. He had returned to fulfill a promise made to Kushina long ago and now had to take care of another jinckuriki, which he knew would be a significant challenge. Jiraiya observed as they struggled to summon a frog and decided to take drastic measures. He explained to them that having the Kyuubi and Nanabai, their chakra was greater than his and anyone else's. To use their Bija chakra, they needed to be in extreme situations. They touched their stomachs, understanding the loneliness that came with being a jinckuriki. Jiraiya pressed his fingers to their foreheads, using his strength to launch them away. They fell toward what appeared to be a cliff filled with sharp rocks. Nanabai offered Fuu some of her chakra, urging her to leave. Fuu thanked her with a smile before disappearing. Nanabai remarked that Fuu had to take after her mother. Naruto called out to Kyuubi, demanding chakra in exchange for rent. Kyuubi acknowledged Naruto's boldness. Chakra surged from beneath the cage, enveloping Naruto. Both young ninjas bit their thumbs, drawing blood to perform the summoning seals. They shouted the summoning jutsu, and a large cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a massive red frog wearing a blue cloak with the kanji for oil on its back. It held a pipe in its mouth and clung to the cliff as best it could. Naruto celebrated their success, while Fuu echoed his excitement. Suddenly, a voice boomed, expressing outrage at being summoned in such a place. Jiraiya cursed himself for summoning Gamabunta. Naruto explained that they had summoned the frog, which only made Gamabunta laugh uproariously. The giant frog leaped from the cliff, and they held on tightly as they fell to the ground. Gamabunta roared angrily, searching for Jiraiya. Fuu insisted that the pervert hadn't summoned him. Naruto declared they wouldn't leave until Gamabunta acknowledged them as his summoners, which only amused the giant frog further. Gamabunta challenged them, saying they would have to stay on his head until dawn. He jumped, and Jiraiya watched from a distance with binoculars as the sun began to set. The two young ninjas clung to his head, feeling victorious, but soon found themselves falling into the abyss. Jiraiya cursed under his breath as Gamabunta caught them with his tongue, bringing them safely to the ground while the summoning scroll landed beside them. Gamabunta grumbled, recognizing their resemblance to the fourth Hokage. A month had passed, and many people had come to Konoha to bet and watch the matches. Everyone anticipated the fight between Uzumaki and Hyuga, as well as the Uchiha against the sadistic man from the sand. The first match was Naruto Uzumaki vs Niji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan against the last of the Uzumaki. Niji entered the arena with an arrogant smile, while Naruto entered, giving a thumbs up to his classmates. Fuu cheered for Naruto, warning him not to lose. Naruto assured her he would defeat Niji. Niji arrogantly suggested that Naruto should surrender, claiming destiny had decided he would win and that he should save himself from humiliation. Naruto ignored him and prepared for the fight. Hate announced the start of the match, and a leaf fell from a tree, signaling the beginning. Naruto stepped back, knowing it wasn't wise to attack head-on. He had to prevent Niji from blocking his chakra points. He unleashed a gust of wind from his hands, striking Niji and forcing him back several meters. Niji activated his Byakugan and charged at Naruto, aiming to block his chakra points. Naruto created 20 clones that rushed at Niji, who eliminated them all with ease. Naruto then unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending Niji flying. Niji acknowledged Naruto's strength but insisted that destiny had decided he would win. Naruto, uninterested, asked if Niji had said something, distracted by a passing butterfly. This infuriated Niji, who charged at Naruto. Naruto blocked the attack and countered with a kick to Niji's stomach, sending him back. Naruto pressed forward, engaging Niji in a taijutsu battle, using the skills he had honed thanks to Fuu's training. He landed a punch on Niji's face, sending him flying. Naruto taunted Niji, questioning what destiny had to say about that. Niji, frustrated, declared he would defeat Naruto. Naruto created more clones that charged at Niji. Niji spun around, using his rotation technique to eliminate the clones and strike Naruto, who staggered back. Niji insisted that destiny had predicted his victory, claiming that a loser would always be a loser. Naruto asked what he heard, showing his determination to prove Niji wrong. Naruto was tired of hearing about destiny. He didn't understand what the main family had done to almost harm Hinata, but he vowed that when he became Hokage, he would change the Hyuga clan. Frustrated, he concentrated a bit of chakra from the Nine Tails, surrounding himself with a red aura as he dashed toward the Hyuga, who had fallen again, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Naruto stood tall over the fallen Hyuga. He reflected on how the shadow clone jutsu had once been his worst technique. He didn't know what had happened to make them despise it, but he was determined to change the fate of the Hyuga clan. He believed that everyone could create their own destiny, and his was to become Hokage, a goal he would not give up on. After the crowd cheered for him, he climbed the stands to receive a hug from the dark-haired girl, causing him to blush. She had known he would succeed. Grateful, he thanked her, still feeling the warmth of the embrace as he separated from the green-haired girl. The announcer called for the next match, Shikamaru Nara vs Temari of the Sand. Shikamaru found it bothersome, while Naruto encouraged him with a supportive pat on the back, which caused Shikamaru to stumble into the arena. He muttered about how problematic it was, but the fight between him and Temari was impressive. Shikamaru analyzed the situation, attempting to trap Temari but ultimately decided to forfeit, finding it too troublesome to become a chunin. The next match was Shino Aburame against Fuu Hanari. Shino raised his hand in surrender, unable to face Fuu. Whenever he was near her, his insects went wild, sensing danger. It was strange, he had never experienced anything like it before. He felt as if she harbored a giant insect within her. His father, the leader of the Aburame clan, knew that Fuu contained the Seven Tails, a powerful creature that frightened his insects. The announcer declared Fuu the winner by default, and the next match was Gaara of the Sand vs Sasuke Uchiha. Gaara smiled wickedly as he descended the stairs to await his opponent. Sasuke arrived just in time to avoid disqualification, accompanied by Kakashi. The match began, and Gaara demanded Sasuke's blood. The sand surged towards Sasuke, who activated his Sharingan to dodge it. He appeared before Gaara, ready to strike, but a wall of sand rose to block him. Sasuke leaped back to avoid a sand hand. He unleashed a fire-style technique, launching a massive fireball at Gaara. The wall of sand created a cloud of smoke, and when it cleared, the sand had turned to glass. More sand emerged from Gaara's gourd, targeting Sasuke, who maneuvered through the arena to evade it. Sasuke pressed against the stadium wall, gathering energy in his arm as Chidori crackled to life. He jumped into the arena, charging at Gaara, who encased himself in a massive dome of sand. Sasuke broke through, causing Gaara to cry out in pain. As white petals began to fall from the sky, the audience fell asleep, enchanted by their descent. Meanwhile, the invasion from the sand and sound villages began. The third Hokage was engaged in battle with his former student Orochimaru, while the ninjas of Konoha defended their village. Sasuke pursued Gaara to continue their fight, while Shikamaru, Naruto, and Fuu followed, accompanied by Paku, Kakashi's ninja dog. Shikamaru lagged behind to hold off the sound ninjas. They soon found Sasuke unconscious on a branch, marked by a cursed seal, and Sakura trapped in a tree by a sandclaw. Gaara's left side was covered in sand, his eyes yellow with a horizontal line through the pupil. A clone of Naruto took Sasuke away to confront the red-haired Gaara, who laughed maniacally, claiming they would give him their blood. Naruto and Fuu resolved to take him down and make him see reason. Gaara's laughter echoed as he prepared to attack Fuu. He lunged at her with a kunai, but Naruto intervened, launching a wind sphere that sent Gaara crashing into several trees. Gaara stood up, forming sand bullets around him, which he launched at Naruto and Fuu. They dodged, but Gaara's sand arms struck Naruto, sending him crashing into a tree. Struggling to his feet, Naruto created shadow clones while Fuu began forming hand signs, leaping back to avoid Gaara's next attack. Fuu unleashed a water-style technique, shooting small water bullets at Gaara, forcing him to retreat. Meanwhile, Naruto's clones attacked Gaara with a flurry of blows. The clones combined their techniques, striking Gaara with powerful wind and water jutsus that sent him crashing to the branches. Gaara, now covered in sand, stood up, laughing maniacally, declaring that they would prove his existence. Naruto summoned hundreds of shadow clones, surrounding Gaara and launching a coordinated assault. With a powerful kick, Naruto sent Gaara crashing to the ground, shattering several trees. Gaara, undeterred, leaped back to a branch, laughing that the fun was just beginning. As a massive amount of chakra surrounded him, Naruto and Fuu ran as far away as possible, bracing themselves for what was to come. Gaara unleashed his secret technique, falling into a deep sleep as the Shikaku began to laugh maniacally, declaring its freedom and thirst for destruction. It looked at Naruto and Fuu with a sinister gaze, ready to unleash chaos. Fuu spread her wings, grabbing Naruto as they prepared to escape the impending danger. As far away as possible from the Biju, Naruto performed a summoning jutsu, placing his hand on a branch. He summoned a small red toad. Naruto was frustrated, realizing he had summoned a toad at such a critical moment. The toad greeted him, but before he could respond, Shikaku unleashed a barrage of sand bullets toward the jinckuriki. Fortunately, they managed to dodge all of them, saving the toad in the process. Fuu then called out her own summoning jutsu, summoning a large toad. Gamabunta appeared, clearly annoyed at being summoned once again by the young ones. The toad greeted Naruto, who was bewildered by the situation. "He is your father," the blonde exclaimed incredulously. Fuu remained silent, mirroring Naruto's expression. Gamabunta called out, surprised to see Gamakichi. Gamakichi explained that the large creature had nearly harmed him, but the boy and his friend had saved him. Fuu, blushing and avoiding eye contact, insisted that the frog was mistaken about her relationship. Gamabunta, serious, instructed the kids to climb onto his head, stating that he needed to teach Shikaku a lesson. As Naruto and Fuu clambered onto the giant frog's head, Gamakichi jumped onto Naruto's shoulder, drawing his katana to confront Shikaku. He managed to slice off one of Shikaku's arms. The beast roared in fury, threatening revenge as it began to attack the chief frog. Gamabunta warned that if they awakened the Ichibi, it would return to the seal. He would immobilize it while they figured out how to wake it up, suggesting they think of something with fangs and claws. With a plan forming, Naruto had an idea. They were enveloped in a large cloud of smoke, revealing Kibit holding Ichibi. As the smoke cleared, Gamabunta held Ichibi in place, allowing Naruto and Fuu to rush toward Gaara. However, the sand ensnared them, and a red chakra wrapped around them. Naruto's jacket opened, and both Jinchuriki delivered a powerful headbutt to Gaara, waking him from his trance. With that, Shikaka returned to the seal, and the three Jinchuriki collapsed to the ground. Gaara, in a weak voice, urged them to stay away, but they approached him as best they could. Naruto acknowledged the pain of loneliness, while Fuu spoke of the terrible solitude they all felt. Naruto reflected on how they had always been alone and how that rejection hurt. Gaara questioned why this was the case, to which Fuu explained that it was because they were Jinchuriki. Naruto emphasized that Jinchuriki should support one another, regardless of their pasts. Fuu reassured Gaara that they were his friends and that he had brothers, meaning he was no longer alone. Gaara pondered the concepts of family, friends, and brothers, realizing that this was what they called love. Tears fell from his green eyes as he grasped the meaning of family, friendship, and love. He understood that he was no longer alone. It was a somber day for Konoha. The third Hokage, once revered as the god of shinobi, had fallen to the traitorous Sannin Orochimaru. The rain poured down as the entire village attended the funeral of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fuu and Naruto were among the most affected. How could they not be? They had lost their adoptive grandfather, who always set aside his duties as Hokage to spend time with them. He was a very important person in their lives. Dressed in black to show their mourning for the deceased, one by one, they placed a flower as they bid farewell to the third Hokage, who had died protecting the village with his life. Naruto thought about his promise, vowing to become the best Hokage and protect everyone, especially Fuu. He would be strong enough to protect her, even if it cost him his life. With determination, he placed a white flower on the grave and stepped aside for his peers, who also left flowers, each remembering the moments they shared with the old Kage, cherishing those memories as treasures. Fuu's eyes had lost their usual sparkle. The old Ko was her adoptive grandfather, and she had cared for him deeply. He had always looked after her and Naruto. She expressed her gratitude silently, promising to become the best kunoichi in the world, placing a white flower on the grave of the third Hokage before joining Naruto. They stood together, gazing at the Hokage's grave with sadness, recalling the moments spent with their beloved mentor. From a distance, Jiraiya, the Sannin of the Toads, watched the scene unfold. The next day, the village was in the process of reconstruction, with everyone helping as best they could. Naruto got out of bed feeling low on energy, washed his face and hands, and made his way to the kitchen. Fuu greeted him cheerfully, announcing that breakfast was ready. Despite the pain from Hiruzen's death, she smiled as she always did, finding strength in her smile, which motivated her to keep fighting. Naruto returned her greeting, and she hoped he would enjoy the meal. He found her cooking delicious, even better than ramen, as he began to eat, unaware of the blush on Fuu's cheeks. After finishing breakfast, they left their apartment, while Jiraiya observed them with a broad smile. Two of the Konoha advisors, Koharu and Hataru, approached him, and he sighed, knowing they wanted something. They expressed that the village needed him and wanted him to become the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya politely declined, stating he had other matters to attend to. Koharu insisted that his research was not important for the village, but Jiraiya countered that his research involved the Jinchuriki, and he needed to train them to control the powers of the Kyuubi and the Nanabi. Jiraiya understood that Danzo and the council sought power and control over two of the most powerful bijus, which would aid their ambitions and benefit Konoha. However, the daimyo had decreed that the Jinchuriki could not be used as weapons, and Jiraiya was determined to keep them safe. He suggested Tsunade as a candidate for Hokage, emphasizing her indomitable spirit and strength. Hataru was skeptical, recalling Tsunade's past and her struggles, but Jiraiya insisted she would take good care of the village. He decided to go and bring her back, taking Naruto and Fuu with him. By midday, Naruto and Fuu, with the help of their clones, had contributed to the village's reconstruction, earning the trust of some villagers. They headed to Ichiraku Ramen for a hearty bowl of ramen, where Tucci had set up a temporary stall. He greeted them warmly, and they eagerly ordered their meals, expressing their hunger after working hard. Ayam playfully served them, causing both to blush. Suddenly, Jiraiya appeared, catching their attention. They called him out for his behavior, and he retorted, reminding them of his status as one of the legendary Sannin. Fuu questioned why they should accompany him, given his reputation for being a pervert. Jiraiya assured them he was seeking a person and promised to teach them a powerful technique along the way. Naruto was excited at the prospect, and they finished their ramen before setting off to find the fifth Hokage. As they searched for information about the person Jiraiya sought, Fuu asked who they were looking for. Naruto expressed frustration at not knowing their target after hours of searching. Jiraiya revealed that they were looking for his former teammate, Tsunade Senju, who, despite her age, used a jutsu to conceal her appearance. Fuu was shocked to hear Tsunade's name. She had read about her being one of the legendary Sannin and the best medical ninja in the world. Jiraiya explained that he had declined the Hokage position to focus on training them to control their Biju powers and become excellent shinobi in the future. He also mentioned Tsunade's gambling habits and love for sake, suggesting that finding her wouldn't be too difficult. With a smile, they entered a village to seek information about Tsunade. Jiraiya, in a playful mood, grabbed Naruto by the feet to shake him, causing all his money to fall out. Naruto protested with clear irritation as he watched the Sannin take his money. Jiraiya reminded him of the 3 rules of shinobi: alcohol, women, and money. Fuu, standing nearby, pointed out that he was the one who broke all those rules. Jiraiya insisted he needed the money to find information about Tsunade and handed Naruto 3,000 yen, hoping it would teach him to save. Fuu, annoyed, refused to give any of her savings to her mischievous teacher. Jiraiya sighed. At least he had Naruto's money to work with. He then suggested they enjoy a festival before disappearing, leaving the 2 jinckuriki alone. Naruto, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, wondered if this was like a date. Their faces turned bright red as they avoided eye contact. Fuu stammered that if he wanted to, they could go to the festival together. At the festival, they had a wonderful time playing games. They started with a dart-throwing game, where Naruto paid for both of them. He focused hard but missed most of his shots, while Fuu, with her better aim, hit the targets and won a plush toy, which she tucked into her red backpack. Naruto pouted and led them to another game where they had to catch fish using paper scoops without breaking them. Unlike Naruto, Fuu had the patience and technique to catch several fish, and they spent the afternoon laughing and enjoying each other's company. As the sun began to set, they bought some squid to eat and sat on a bench, both feeling shy and unable to look at each other. Fuu finally broke the silence, calling out to Naruto, which made him look into her beautiful blue eyes. She confessed her feelings, but before she could say more, Naruto leaned in and kissed her softly. It was a sweet, inexperienced kiss, filled with emotion. After a few moments, they pulled away, both blushing. Naruto expressed how important Fuu had become to him, how he loved everything about her. Fuu, with tears of happiness, admitted that she loved him too, revealing how her life had changed since meeting him. They shared another kiss, slow and filled with warmth, while Jiraiya, observing from a distance, felt inspired by their love for his writing. Meanwhile, 4 ghostly figures watched the scene unfold, commenting on how sweet the young couple was and expressing their pride and hopes for Fuu's happiness. As they faded away with smiles, 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds stood atop a cliff, discussing their plans to capture the Jinchuriki. Kisame warned not to underestimate Jiraiya, while Itachi pointed out that even together, they might not be able to defeat him. They needed to separate him from the Jinchuriki to succeed. Naruto and Fuu were now in a hotel room, having spent 2 weeks searching for Tsunade. During this time, they had confessed their feelings and officially became a couple, feeling a deep connection as Jinchuriki. Jiraiya had congratulated them on their relationship, though he sometimes spied on their romantic moments for inspiration. They had been learning a technique called Rasengan, which involved several steps. After a week of practice, they had mastered the first step. Now, they were waiting for their teacher to continue their training while sharing a tender moment together, enjoying each other's presence. Just as they were lost in their feelings, a knock at the door interrupted them. Naruto, annoyed, got up to answer, hoping it wasn't Jiraiya. He opened the door to find a figure in a black cloak with red clouds, their eyes glowing ominously. Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki were confronted by Fuu Hanari, who urged them to join forces. Kibit, the 9-tailed fox, warned Naruto not to look into his eyes, as doing so would lead to his downfall. Fuu took flight, sprouting 2 wings, but as she soared toward Kibit, she raised her left arm, wielding a kunai, intending to sever the wings and crash into the wall. Naruto, filled with concern, focused on channeling Kibit's chakra, but suddenly, a bandaged sword consumed the chakra, revealing a blue-haired man named Kisame, who carried the sword over his shoulder. He expressed his delight at the taste of Kibit's chakra and suggested that they should incapacitate Naruto to prevent any escape. The other Akatsuki member was astonished, as the chakra was indeed exquisite, and his sword, Samahata, craved more. At that moment, 2 toads appeared, one in front of Fuu and the other before Naruto, blocking Kisame's sword with their hands. Jiraiya emerged between the 2 Akatsuki members, carrying an unconscious girl on his shoulder. He glanced at Fuu and then at Naruto, relieved that they were safe. It had been a close call. Naruto, relieved to see his mentor, called out to Jiraiya, who introduced the 2 Akatsuki members, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, both S-rank criminals from the Akatsuki organization. He vowed not to let them capture Kibit or the Nanabi. Just then, a voice shouted, "Itachi," and they turned to see Sasuke Uchiha, panting with his Sharingan activated, clutching Chidori in his right hand. Kisame remarked that Sasuke was not Itachi's younger brother, to which Itachi monotonously confirmed that he indeed was. Jiraiya stepped aside to support Fuu and stand alongside Naruto and the unconscious girl. Sasuke, filled with rage, declared that he had become strong only to kill Itachi, charging at him with the intent to strike. However, Itachi swiftly shattered the wall with his arm, breaking Sasuke's attack and delivering a knee to his stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Itachi coldly told his younger brother that he lacked the necessary hatred and power, deeming him too weak. He whispered, "Tsukuyami," into Sasuke's ear, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, which made Sasuke scream in agony as he was consumed by darkness. Jiraiya warned them that they were currently trapped in the belly of the great stone toad, making escape impossible, as they would soon be digested. Itachi and Kisame dashed away, seeking a way out of the toad's stomach. Itachi activated his Amaterasu, causing his right eye to bleed as black flames erupted, creating an exit in the toad's belly. Meanwhile, Naruto, irritated by Kibit's presence, questioned what the fox wanted. Kibit proposed that they make a deal, leaving Naruto curious about the terms. "How do I know you won't try to take control of my body?" the distrustful blonde Uzumaki pondered. Kurama responded, expressing his own disdain for the boy, explaining that he couldn't take control due to the cursed seal that bound him. He also mentioned his displeasure with the Akatsuki capturing his brothers. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto considered the possibility of a trap but recognized that the seal prevented Kurama from doing anything harmful. His master, a skilled Fuinjutsu user, had ensured that Kurama could not overpower him. Naruto agreed, but with one condition. Kurama sighed, irritated by the human penchant for conditions. Naruto insisted on knowing Kurama's name, to which Kurama replied, "Kurama." Naruto introduced himself, pleased to meet Kurama. The Biju extended his fist from the cage for a fist bump, promising to lend his chakra when Naruto faced the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki was a notorious S-rank criminal organization hunting jinckuriki for unknown reasons. Kurama understood their intent to revive the Ten-Tails, though he was uncertain of their ultimate goal. He made a pact with his jinckuriki, setting aside his pride. His sister, Nanabi, was stubborn and had already lost 2 tails, which would be used to channel her chakra into the demonic statue. She would lend her chakra to Naruto when he confronted the Akatsuki, but they would not be friends. Jiraiya explained to them why they needed to train and defend themselves against the Akatsuki, promising to protect them with his life, as he had promised his student. They were currently on the 3rd step of the Rasengan, the most challenging phase, requiring a blend of rotation and speed. In a village outside a bar, a blonde woman with striking features and amber eyes sat drinking sake with her dark-haired companion. Jiraiya smiled upon seeing his old friend, noting that she hadn't changed in 13 years, still using jutsu to maintain her youthful appearance. Naruto pointed at Tsunade, asking if she was the one they were looking for. Jiraiya turned pale, and Tsunade, noticing the gesture, appeared before him and delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing into several establishments. She glared at him, furious at being called old, and then turned her attention to the two children accompanying him, questioning what they were doing with Jiraiya. Jiraiya remarked that Tsunade hadn't changed at all, still as reckless as ever, while rubbing his face where she had struck him. They continued their conversation in the bar, where Tsunade, growing increasingly intoxicated, was accompanied by Shizune, who held her pet pig, Tuntun. Tsunade was curious about Jiraiya's intentions and the presence of the two children. Jiraiya revealed that he had been sent to bring her back to Konoha, where they wanted her to become the 5th Hokage. Tsunade laughed loudly, perhaps due to her drunkenness, dismissing the idea that the elders would want her in such a position, especially after her boyfriend Dan and younger brother Kawaki had longed for it. Jiraiya informed her that the previous Hokage had died at the hands of Orochimaru. Tsunade, aware of the news, took another drink to drown her sorrows. Jiraiya insisted that the village needed her, as he couldn't manage it while also overseeing his espionage network and looking after the two jinckuriki. Tsunade scoffed at the thought of becoming Hokage, questioning how the previous Hokage had endured the role for so long. Her patience wore thin, and she refused to let Jiraiya insult her adoptive grandfather or the 4th Hokage. Naruto, feeling frustrated, declared that they would settle this matter right then and there. Tsunade, rising from her seat, prepared to take the argument outside. The green-haired woman sighed at her boyfriend's attitude, though she sided with Naruto, disapproving of any disrespect toward her grandfather. Naruto challenged Tsunade, vowing to make her swallow her words. Tsunade raised a finger, confidently stating that she could defeat him with just that. Naruto, undeterred, drew a kunai and charged at her. Tsunade effortlessly struck his forehead with her finger, sending him stumbling back and creating a crack in the ground. Naruto, determined, formed an imperfect blue sphere in his hands, which Tsunade recognized. He charged at her again, but she sidestepped, causing him to crash the sphere into the ground, creating a crater. Fu attempted the same technique but was also evaded, landing beside Naruto. Tsunade questioned Jiraiya's decision to teach the children the Rasengan, while he defended their potential, citing the 4th Hokage's mastery of the technique. Tsunade, skeptical, proposed a wager. If they could master the Rasengan in a week, she would swallow her words, give Naruto a valuable necklace, and teach Shizune a new technique, while also accepting the role of Hokage. Naruto declined the necklace, but Jiraiya urged him to reconsider, explaining its immense value. Naruto, intrigued, wondered if it was truly worth that much. You will see, grandmother, how we will dominate in 3 days. Fu was determined to make her swallow her words. Tsunade warned that if they lost, they would have to give up their foolish dreams. Fu insisted that they had no time to waste, and they set off with Naruto to train. After retrieving their ninja headbands, they focused on mastering the final step of a technique called Rasengan. They were determined to show Tsunade who Naruto Uzumaki and Fu Hanari truly were. They would not back down from anything or anyone. Jiraiya approached Tsunade, asking what she wanted. He wanted to share a drink with an old friend and settled beside her to start drinking sake. Tsunade dismissed him, calling it nonsense. Jiraiya recalled how Naruto had always been alone until Fu arrived in the village, and they became inseparable. Tsunade scoffed, calling them just kids with silly dreams. Jiraiya acknowledged their determination to never give up, which propelled them forward. Tsunade questioned Jiraiya about his choice of students. He explained that as their mentor, it was his duty to look after Naruto and Fu, who were very close. They understood what it meant to be alone and to be looked down upon. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he revealed that they were the jinckuriki of the Kyuubi and the Nanabi. He noted that Akatsuki posed a threat to the 5 great nations and that he believed both of them were the children of prophecy. He was confident they would achieve great things in the future, but he needed to make them strong enough to face Akatsuki. Tsunade insisted she would not return unless the kids won the bet. Jiraiya warned her that if she did anything to harm the village, he would not hesitate to take action. He left her alone in the bar, pondering whether they could win the bet. Shizune found Naruto and Fu in the forest, exhausted and asleep on the ground. The destruction around them indicated they had trained hard. She took them back to their hotel room, noting their hands were burned from the effort, but they were slowly healing thanks to the chakra of the Kyuubi. Upon waking, Shizune shared Tsunade's story, pleading with them to abandon the bet, but they left the room to continue training. 3 days later, the young Jinchuriki returned to Shizune's room. Shizune asked if they had seen Tsunade. Naruto replied they hadn't seen her, and Fuu added they had just returned from training. Jiraiya burst in through the window, expressing his frustration that Tsunade had drugged him to leave with Orochimaru. They rushed to where the Sannin were fighting and arrived just in time to see Kabuto preparing to strike Tsunade, who lay on the ground, paralyzed by her fear of blood. After witnessing the deaths of her boyfriend Dan and her brother Kawaki in the war, she could not bear to see blood. Kabuto sought to exploit this weakness, but Naruto intervened, striking Kabuto and sending him flying. Tsunade remained motionless, her fear overwhelming her. Kabuto taunted Naruto and Fuu, revealing he had information about them. Naruto declared that it would take more than that to defeat them. Kabuto formed chakra blades and attacked, but Naruto created clones to distract him while Fuu launched water jutsus. As the battle intensified, Fuu engaged in taijutsu, skillfully dodging Kabuto's strikes. She landed a kick that sent him back, allowing Naruto to attempt a powerful attack. However, Kabuto countered, sending Naruto flying. Undeterred, Naruto and Fuu charged at Kabuto again, but he evaded their moves. In a desperate moment, Naruto unleashed a Rasengan, striking Kabuto with great force. As Kabuto was sent crashing against a rock, Fuu rushed to Naruto's side, concerned for him as he lay unconscious. Tsunade checked his pulse, which was weak, and began to use medical ninjutsu to save him, determined not to let him die. In a moment of desperation, Kurama, the Kyuubi, channeled chakra to Naruto, surrounding him in a red cloak. Tsunade continued her efforts, and as the chakra faded, Naruto smiled, murmuring about winning the necklace. Tsunade kissed his forehead and placed the necklace of the first Hokage around his neck. After the legendary battle where Tsunade showcased her strength and medical ninjutsu against Orochimaru, Fuu was in awe of Tsunade's power. Once Orochimaru and Kabuto had fled, they returned to the hotel. After Naruto regained consciousness and was embraced by a worried Fuu, Shizune asked if they were dating, leaving the young Jinchuriki blushing. Naruto took a deep breath and confirmed that they were indeed a couple. Tsunade smiled, recalling how those two children had saved her life and won the bet. Now she would become the 5th Hokage, achieving what Hiruzen could not, dismantling the civilian council, stripping power from the advisors, revealing the truth about Naruto's parents, and granting him his inheritance. Tsunade taught the green-haired girl a technique that paralyzed nerves by enveloping her fist with small sparks of lightning, while Jiraiya instructed Naruto in a stealth technique he had created for spying on women in the hot springs. Tsunade expressed her joy at being back, gazing nostalgically at the village and remembering moments spent with Dan and her younger brother, Kawaki. Fuu exclaimed their return, while Naruto eagerly anticipated a bowl of steaming ramen after 2 long weeks without it. Nothing would stop him from enjoying his favorite dish. Fuu agreed to go for ramen, and Naruto thanked her, bidding farewell to his grandmother Shizune and Jiraiya before they headed off. Shizune reminded Tsunade that they needed to announce her new position as the 5th Hokage. Guy rushed in, pleading for Tsunade to heal Lee, who had been injured after bringing Sasuke back to the village. Tsunade agreed to help, though she was aware of the severity of Lee's injuries. Guy asked if Lee would be okay, and Tsunade candidly explained that it would be better for Lee to leave the life of a ninja, as he had fragments of bone in his spine and muscles. She informed Guy that the operation would be challenging, with only a 50% chance of success, even with her medical expertise. Tsunade then left the hospital room to check on Sasuke Uchiha, who was visibly affected by the psychological trauma inflicted by Itachi's genjutsu. After finishing her rounds, Tsunade headed to meet with the council. Danzo, annoyed, asked Jiraiya why they had gathered. Suddenly, Tsunade entered the room, her presence commanding attention. She declared herself the 5th Hokage and announced that the civilian council was dissolved and could no longer influence shinobi decisions. Complaints arose from the council members, but Tsunade silenced them with a cold glare. Jiraiya pointed out that they had uncovered several crimes committed by the council, hinting that they would not want those secrets to come to light. Tsunade gave the council members 5 seconds to leave her office or face her wrath. They quickly exited, and she made it clear that they would not influence her decisions any longer. Otherwise, I will have to deal with you harshly, and your heads will be displayed on the Hokage mountain. Did anyone have any objections? Tsunade asked seriously, cracking her knuckles in anticipation of confronting the elders, especially Danzo Shimura. Danzo remained silent. Tsunade announced her return, stating that she would reveal the truth about Naruto's parents and his heritage. She stepped out of the office onto the Hokage balcony, wearing the Hokage hat. The crowd cheered, and with a gesture, she silenced them. The 12 rookies of the generation were gathered, including the Jinchuriki. Tsunade declared that she was now the 5th Hokage and that things in the village would change significantly during her tenure. She had something important to say, something she hoped would be etched in their minds. For years, they had treated the son of 2 of Konoha's greatest heroes as if he were worthless. She spoke of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage known as the Yellow Flash, and Kushina Uzumaki, the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, known as the Bloody Habanero of Konoha. The person she referred to was Naruto Uzumaki, the current Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Because of their actions, he and Fuu had suffered abuse at their hands for years. They would be ashamed of their behavior if they could see it now. From this moment on, she named them Chunins of Konoha, and Naruto Uzumaki's heritage would be honored. Everyone looked at the blonde, who was in shock, just like the others. They had treated the child of their greatest heroes and his girlfriend as if they were nothing, and now they felt regret for their past actions. Naruto, with tears in his eyes, asked if it was true. Tsunade confirmed that they were indeed his parents. She embraced him, and he began to cry tears of joy upon learning who they were. Fuu watched them with a big smile on her face. Tsunade then called Fuu over, saying she was part of the family, and the dark-haired girl joined the embrace. Tsunade was reviewing the papers of the 12 rookies. Shikamaru Nara, known for his laziness but great intellect, was capable of devising strategies in seconds. In battle, he could think of plans to save his friends and comrades, and she promoted him to Chunin. Hinata Hyuga, the heir of the Hyuga clan, had been looked down upon by her father and clan, seen as weak and a burden. They wanted her to be SBMSSV for manipulation. She had nearly been killed by her cousin Iji Hyuga but now lived with her sensei, Kurenai Yuhi. Hinata had a unique affinity for lightning and fire, a rarity among Hyugas, reflecting her former student Hana Hyuga, who had once been shy and weak. Thanks to Hana, Hinata had gained confidence and stood up to the clan council. After Hana's death, the clan returned to its former power, but Hinata discovered crimes committed by the elders, including poisoning Hana. The culprits had mysteriously vanished, serving as a warning. Kurenai took Hinata under her wing, helping her overcome her shyness and build her self-esteem. Shizune worked to enhance Hinata's fighting style, which was effective at targeting the enemy's chakra points. She was convinced that Hinata would become a great medical ninja in the future. Tsunade had named Naruto Uzumaki and Fuu Hanari Chunins because, as long as they were genin, the council could exploit the riches of the Uzumaki clan and use the Jinchuriki for their own gain. However, thanks to the daimyo, this would not happen. The young man, around 30, appreciated the Jinchuriki and decreed that they would not be used as weapons, nor would the Uzumaki clan's wealth be touched, except by Naruto himself. Irika congratulated both of them. Naruto was still reeling from the news. The people he admired most were his parents, and he could hardly believe it. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Anko, Yugao, Kurenai, and Tsum Inuzuka, Hana's mother, shared stories of his parents. Kakashi even gave him a tri-pronged kunai that belonged to his father. Fuu felt a twinge of envy. She only had a photo of her parents, but she was happy for her boyfriend. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Irika-sensei. It was somewhat overwhelming, ever since it became known that he was the son of 2 of Konoha's greatest heroes. People had been looking at him differently and apologizing for their past actions. The hatred had vanished as if by magic. Now he was the owner of his parents' establishments, collecting what was owed to them and addressing the damages, both physical and emotional, caused to him and Fuu. Ichiraki Ramen was thriving more than ever, and they received compensation for being the only ones who treated them well. The ramen shop had expanded, and they bid farewell to Irika-sensei to head to their new home, a mansion with 100 rooms. Yugao instructed Naruto to place a bit of his blood on the seal, and as he did, the barrier surrounding them vanished. Upon entering, nostalgia washed over him, and he shed a few tears. It was understandable, as this was his parents' home. Inside the main hall, he found a desk with 2 letters addressed to him. He opened one to read. The first letter was from Minato. It explained that if he was reading this, it meant the Kyuubi had been released, and he had to defend his village, wife, and son. Minato detailed how a masked man named Madara Uchiha was responsible for releasing the Kyuubi. He expressed his sorrow for sealing the beast within Naruto, acknowledging the heavy burden he had placed on him. He mentioned a prophecy about a child who would bring peace to the shinobi world and believed that child was Naruto. Minato reassured him that no matter what, his parents would always be proud of him. He also mentioned a secret lever on the shelf that led to a hidden room containing all his techniques. As Naruto read, tears streamed down his face, and he was not alone. Fuu and Yugao were also in tears. Gathering his courage, he opened the second letter, which was from Kushina. She expressed her wish to be with him to explain what had happened the day he was born. Misfortune cannot be. The longing to embrace him and apologize countless times for what they were about to do overwhelmed her. Normally, when a jinckuriki has a biju extracted, they do not survive. However, the Uzumaki clan, with their nearly limitless chakra, could endure the extraction. She began to share a bit about the Uzumaki clan. They were masters of fuinjutsu, sealing techniques, and skilled in kenjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and taijutsu. They could dispel a genjutsu in mere seconds. During the Second Great Ninja War, they were nearly annihilated alongside Mito. She was one of the few survivors, brought to Konoha to become the new jinckuriki of the Kyuubi. The Uzumaki were known for their striking features: red hair, skin as white as snow, and purple eyes. They were also exceptional sensory ninjas and possessed a unique Kekkai Genkai, the chains of divine power, golden chains capable of suppressing the chakra of any biju. They were among the few who could wield the legendary dojutsu of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan. Jiraiya had mentioned that his student, Nagato, possessed the Rinnegan but had passed away. She always knew he would resemble his father. In truth, she had wanted to name him Ramen, the delicacy of the gods. It would have been amusing. However, his father convinced her to name him Naruto, after a character from Jiraiya's first novel, The Adventures of the Daring Ninja. It was a perfect name for him. Time was short, and she needed to impart some final words. From now on, Naruto would face much pain and suffering. It would be incredibly difficult. She urged him to take care of himself, to bathe every day, and to heed Jiraiya's guidance. She reminded him of the 3 shinobi rules: money, alcohol, and women. Saving money was important, and he should avoid alcohol until he turned 20. She hoped he would find a good woman like his beautiful mother. She felt a deep sorrow, wishing she could have spent so much more time with him. Remember, no matter what you are or what you do, we will always be proud of you. I hope you master the power of the Kibit and become the child of the prophecy. Remember, I love you more than anything. I don't care if you turn out to be a bad person. I understand what it means to be a jinckuriki. I have to go now. We need to start the ritual. Underneath the main hall, there is a secret compartment where all the scrolls of fuinjutsu from the Uzumaki clan are kept, along with my katana, which is now yours, and other swords from the Uzumaki clan. Love, your beautiful mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto was deeply moved, tears streaming down his face as he was embraced by his girlfriend, who was crying on his shoulder. After a few moments, he pulled away and picked up a photo from the desk. He made a promise to his parents that he would become the best shinobi to make them proud. After reading their parents' letters, Naruto and Fuu began to explore the mansion. They found scrolls filled with their parents' techniques, a collection of trikunais that belonged to his father, and several elemental jutsus. They then discovered a secret room containing scrolls of fuinjutsu from the Uzumaki clan and various swords. One sword had a blood-red handle with a note that read, "For Naruto from your mother." Fuu found another katana with a black handle and also discovered a necklace with the red whirlpool symbol, which she put around her neck. Yugao offered to teach them kenjutsu, and the two young ones left the mansion to visit their teammate, Sasuke. Naruto greeted Sakura, asking how she was doing and congratulating her on their relationship. Sakura was peeling apples, sitting next to Sasuke at the table, which had a basket of apples. Sasuke clenched the sheets in frustration. He had trained hard for his revenge to defeat his brother and avenge his clan. When he finally confronted Itachi, he was easily defeated. Despite his hatred, he felt weak and lacked the power he needed to confront Itachi. He envied Naruto and Fuu, who possessed the power he craved. No matter how hard he tried, Naruto was always a step ahead, and Fuu surpassed him even more. In a fit of anger, he knocked the apples from Sakura's hands onto the floor. Sakura asked Sasuke what was wrong, and Naruto questioned him about his behavior. Sasuke stood up, glaring at Naruto and challenging him to fight. Naruto accepted the challenge. On the rooftop, Fuu warned Naruto to be careful and not to do anything reckless. Naruto reassured her that he wouldn't do anything foolish. Fuu blushed at the nickname he gave her and shyly kissed him on the lips, causing a blush to spread across Naruto's face. Kurama, their inner spirit, commented on their sweetness. Naruto asked Sasuke what was bothering him, and Sasuke expressed his frustration about always being behind Naruto, no matter how hard he trained. Angered, he activated his Sharingan and charged at Naruto, initiating a taijutsu battle. Naruto landed a punch in Sasuke's stomach, causing him to stagger back. Sasuke retaliated with a kick, but Naruto caught his leg and threw him down. Sasuke ducked and countered with a punch, but Naruto jumped to avoid it. He created shadow clones that charged at Sasuke, who dispatched them with ease. Naruto then appeared in front of Sasuke and landed a punch that sent him flying. Sasuke prepared a jutsu, concentrating air in his lungs to unleash a massive fireball toward Naruto, scorching part of the rooftop. As the smoke cleared, Naruto formed a Rasengan while Sasuke created a Chidori in his hand, both descending toward each other. Sakura rushed to intervene, but Kakashi appeared and separated them by throwing them into two water tanks. Sakura called out to Kakashi, who commented on how close they were to crossing a line. He observed Naruto being scolded by Fuu while he nervously scratched the back of his neck. Sasuke emerged from the tank, smirking at the destruction caused by Naruto's technique. Kakashi remarked on how he never expected Naruto to learn Minato's technique. Jiraiya explained that he taught it to Naruto because he needed to know it, and he believed Naruto had learned his lesson. Kakashi decided to speak with Sasuke, who was about to leave when copper wires suddenly bound him to a tree. Kakashi stood before him, serious as he held the wires. Kakashi reminded Sasuke that he didn't teach him the Chidori to use it against a fellow Konoha comrade. Sasuke shouted in anger, expressing his need for power to avenge his family, insisting that Kakashi didn't understand his pain. Kakashi countered, sharing his own experiences with loss and vengeance, explaining that it only leads to loneliness. Sasuke remained silent, and Kakashi released him, warning that vengeance brings nothing good. Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief at what had happened. They urgently called for Shikamaru to gather a rescue team immediately. In a fit of anger, she slammed her hand on the table, startling Shizune, who quickly left the office in search of Shikamaru. They had found Sakura unconscious on a bench near the village entrance. She had mentioned that Sasuke had left the village and that she knew with whom Orochimaru. It was known that Orochimaru had appeared in the Forest of Death to place the cursed seal on Sasuke, intending to draw him in as his new vessel. This situation was only going to create more problems. Shikamaru was taken aback by the news of Sasuke's departure from the village. Nara had known Sasuke since the academy. While they weren't close friends, he never imagined Sasuke would leave Konoha to join Orochimaru. Now, he had to bring him back, which was quite problematic. Shikamaru gathered everyone for a mission assigned by the Hokage, to retrieve Sasuke. Their skills were perfectly suited for this task. Shikamaru, as the leader, was chosen for his strategic mind and quick thinking. Kiba and Inuzuka had excellent tracking abilities and could follow Sasuke and Orochimaru's associates. Chuji, his best friend, specialized in medium and long-range attacks. Niji Hyuga would lead with his Byakugan, able to spot any enemy and prepare for confrontation. Naruto had recently developed sensor abilities and had great control over wind chakra, capable of using 2 tails of Kurama's chakra without losing control, which would be beneficial. Lastly, Fuu was an important asset. With her wings, she could fly high for a good vantage point on Sasuke and the enemies, also possessing the element of surprise, which would help them blind their foes and recover Sasuke. Naruto was eager to start the mission to retrieve Sasuke. Kurama questioned why Naruto bothered to bring back that troublesome Uchiha, reminding him that Sasuke had once tried to kill him with Chidori. Naruto countered that he had used a Rasengan in return. Kurama warned that it would be better to eliminate him, as most Uchihas were consumed by hatred and ambition for power, and Sasuke was no exception. Naruto sighed, acknowledging that Kurama had reasons to hate them, but he wouldn't share that sentiment. Shikamaru reminded Naruto that he wasn't the leader of the mission. Naruto protested, pouting adorably, but Shikamaru insisted that the Hokage had appointed him as the leader. They set off from the village to track Orochimaru's group and bring Sasuke back. Meanwhile, the Sound Four rested after successfully luring Sasuke in by showing him the power of the cursed mark, making him desire that strength to kill Itachi. Orochimaru would soon have his new vessel. Tayuya complained about the trouble they went through to bring back Sasuke, while Sakan reassured her that soon Orochimaru would have a new container and their mission would be complete. Tayuya dismissed her concerns about Orochimaru's intentions. The search team managed to locate Orochimaru's group but accidentally triggered a trap, causing the Sound Four to become alert and ensnared in a stone prison, except for Fuu, who hid among the trees, concealing her chakra. After escaping the prison, Chuji stayed behind to fight, followed by Niji against the spider-like enemy, Kiba against Sakan and Yukon, and Shikamaru against Tayuya. A new opponent, Kimimaro, appeared and took Sasuke away, prompting Fuu and Naruto to pursue them, with Fuu staying to battle while Naruto chased after Sasuke. Both rivals faced each other, Naruto standing atop the statue of Hashirama Senju and Sasuke on Madara Uchiha's statue. Naruto called out to Sasuke, urging him to return to the village. Sasuke refused, insisting he needed to fulfill his vengeance. Naruto warned him that Orochimaru only wanted his body, but Sasuke dismissed this, focused solely on gaining power to defeat Itachi. Naruto declared he would bring Sasuke back, even if it meant breaking every bone in his body. Sasuke challenged him not to try and stop him. With that, they leaped from the statues, running across the water to clash their fists before separating. Naruto created 10 shadow clones that rushed to attack Sasuke, who countered with a massive fireball, engulfing the area in smoke. As the smoke cleared, Naruto appeared behind Sasuke, striking him and sending him flying. Sasuke landed gracefully on the water, activating his Sharingan and charging at Naruto, delivering powerful blows that forced Naruto to retreat. Sasuke caught Naruto's fist, lifting his gaze to reveal Kurama's red eyes, and delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's stomach, causing him to stagger and spit blood. Sasuke questioned where Naruto was drawing his strength from, having noticed the overwhelming power of Naruto and Fuu since they joined team. The fact that they were stronger than him frustrated Sasuke. Naruto retorted that it didn't matter to him. With a hint of red chakra emanating from his body, he charged at Sasuke, landing consecutive strikes before kicking him away. Sasuke retaliated with a fireball technique, which Naruto narrowly dodged. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, surrounded by dark markings, and charged at Naruto, landing heavy blows that made Naruto stagger. He delivered a knee strike to Naruto's stomach, causing him to cough up blood before sending him flying into the water. Sasuke prepared a Chidori to pierce Naruto's chest, expressing his regret that he had to kill Itachi. As Naruto sank, Kurama watched in anger, refusing to let his host die. He urged Naruto to think of Fuu and how devastated she would be if he allowed himself to perish. Naruto realized Kurama was right and vowed not to die now. An intense red chakra enveloped him, healing his wounds at an incredible speed. A red chakra cloak formed around him as he emerged from the water, glaring at Sasuke with fury. Sasuke was taken aback by the surge of power emanating from Naruto. Naruto declared that he would bring Sasuke back, even if it meant breaking every bone in his body, and positioned himself to charge forward. Sasuke felt the force of the blow as he was sent crashing into the statue of Madara Uchiha. He looked up at Naruto, who was looming over him, determination etched on his face. Sasuke questioned where Naruto had found such strength, while Naruto declared that he would bring Sasuke back, no matter what. Sasuke, filled with frustration, insisted that Naruto knew nothing at all. From the very beginning, he had always been alone. He didn't know what it was like to have a family, especially after his own brother had destroyed his clan and taken away his loved ones. Anger surged within him as he kicked his opponent, sending him flying several meters back. Naruto, filled with determination, thought about Fuu, who had always stood by his side through thick and thin. For her sake, he had grown strong. He refused to allow himself the luxury of defeat. He would bring Sasuke back. With a fierce shout, he charged toward the Uchiha, initiating a fierce taijutsu battle that sent shockwaves throughout the area. Sasuke retaliated with a swift kick, sending Naruto soaring into the air, only for him to vanish in a puff of smoke and reappear behind Sasuke to strike back. The clash intensified, and as Naruto tapped into the second phase of his cursed mark, Kurama's chakra enveloped him, forming 3 tails. Each tail conjured its own technique, ready to unleash upon the other. Naruto unleashed his Rasengan, while Sasuke countered with Chidori. They leaped into the center of the Valley of the End, where their techniques collided, creating a massive black sphere. Moments later, as the barrier dissipated, both fighters lay unconscious on the ground. Kabuto appeared and swiftly took the injured Sasuke away. Days passed since the battle between Naruto and Sasuke. Fuu found herself in the hospital, having fought against Kimimaro, a peculiar foe who could manipulate his bones at will. Rock Lee had come to her aid just in time, but they were not strong enough to defeat him, especially since Lee was still recovering from a recent operation. Gaara arrived and used all his power to defeat Kimimaro, but the victory came at a cost, as he succumbed to his illness shortly after. Fuu sat beside Naruto, who had been brought in injured and unconscious by Kakashi. The others, except for Shikamaru, were also gravely wounded and undergoing surgery. She hoped for their recovery, knowing she needed to bond with her bijou to harness its chakra when necessary. She had to grow stronger and earn the trust of Nanabai. Nanabai, irritated by the interruption of her slumber, questioned Fuu about her intentions. Fuu expressed her desire for friendship, but Nanabai dismissed her until she proved her trustworthiness. Without allowing Fuu to respond, she cast her out of their mental space. Jiraiya entered the hospital room through the window, noting that Naruto had yet to awaken. Fuu, feeling a mix of annoyance and urgency, asked him for a favor. She wanted him to break the seal on her. Jiraiya regarded her seriously, questioning her certainty about the decision. Fuu affirmed her resolve. They moved to a training field where Jiraiya prepared to break the seal. He warned her that it would hurt, placing his hand on her bare back. As he broke the seal, a green larva appeared on her shoulder. Nanabai expressed her frustration, realizing she could have taken control of Fuu's body, but Fuu reassured her that they were friends now. Nanabai introduced herself as Chomei, and Fuu expressed her gratitude, excited about their newfound friendship. Jiraiya warned Chomei to behave, or he would renew the seal. Chomei assured him that she would not harm Fuu, leaving Jiraiya feeling a bit disheartened by the lack of respect he received, even from a bijou. When Chomei returned to Fuu, they entered the hospital room to find Naruto awake and staring at him. He greeted them nervously, causing Fuu's eyes to fill with tears as she hugged him tightly, expressing her worry for his safety. Naruto apologized, feeling guilty for causing her distress. After a moment, they pulled away from the embrace to listen to Jiraiya, who announced that they would embark on a training journey. Fuu was surprised by the idea of a training trip, but Jiraiya explained that now that they had the trust of their bijou, it would be easier for them to grow stronger. He had 3 years to prepare them for the challenges posed by Akatsuki, who were already on the move. As Jiraiya left the room to give them privacy, Naruto and Fuu shared a moment, leaning in closer, but their moment was interrupted when Tsunade and Shizune entered with playful smiles. They quickly separated, flustered by the unexpected intrusion. Tsunade inquired about Naruto's condition, to which he replied that he was fine but regretted not being able to stop Sasuke. Fuu reassured him that it wasn't his fault. He had done his best and they would be stronger next time. They would bring Sasuke back. Tsunade and Shizune left the couple alone, allowing them to share a long-awaited kiss after days of longing for each other. The following day, 3 figures departed from Konoha. Naruto declared that they would return stronger than ever and bring Sasuke back. It was a peaceful day in the village of Konoha. The birds were singing, and the villagers were busy with their daily tasks. In the distance, 3 figures could be seen approaching the village. One of them remarked on how good it felt to be back. Another expressed a desire for a delicious bowl of ramen, while the third teased him for only thinking about food. The playful banter continued, with one of the figures calling out another for being overly focused on sweets. The 3 individuals were none other than Jiraiya, Naruto, and Fuu, who had just returned from their training journey. 3 years had passed since they set out, during which they had grown significantly stronger and learned to harness more chakra from their bijus. Kotetsu, one of the villagers, recognized them and exclaimed in excitement. Izumo confirmed their identities, celebrating the return of Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki, and Fuu Hanari. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl wandered through the village, lost in her thoughts. It had been 3 years since Sasuke left the village, and Naruto and Fuu embarked on their training. She reflected on how foolish she had been, realizing that Sasuke had never paid her any attention, often ignoring her because she was a nuisance. Even Hinata had surpassed her in medical ninjutsu. Learning that Naruto and Fuu were together made her feel a pang of sadness, seeing her crush with her best friend. However, she was genuinely happy for them, knowing she could never be with Naruto. Now, she was in a relationship with Kiba Inuzuka, who truly loved her, though she felt a bit strange when she was with Ino. Konohamaru greeted Sakura, who responded with a simple acknowledgement. He noted that it had been 3 years since Naruto and Fuu left Konoha, to which Sakura agreed. At that moment, a blonde figure climbed up a post and shouted with enthusiasm that Naruto Uzumaki had returned, stretching his arms toward the sky. Fuu, with a hint of annoyance, called out for him to come down. Sakura, hearing the voices, wondered if it could really be them. As Naruto descended from the post, he smiled widely at Sakura and Konohamaru, showcasing his trademark Uzumaki grin. Sakura couldn't help but think that Naruto had become more handsome over the years, wondering if he thought she looked pretty. Konohamaru, trying to impress, positioned himself in front of Naruto with a serious expression, attempting a playful jutsu that briefly conjured 2 attractive figures before dispelling it. He asked Naruto what he thought of the new appearance. Naruto, having matured, responded that he was no longer the silly kid he once was, leaving Sakura to reflect on how much he had grown. Please, Konohamaru, I will teach you my new technique. Here we go. Sakura watched as Fuu appeared from the sky and delivered a swift kick to Naruto's face, sending him flying several meters away. Fuu, visibly upset, scolded Naruto for his behavior in public. Naruto, rubbing his sore face, retorted that Fuu was the one who created the CC reverse jutsu. Sakura greeted Fuu, commenting that she hadn't changed at all, still as beautiful as ever. Fuu returned the greeting, and Konohamaru chimed in as well. Jiraiya suggested they head to Tsunade's office. Upon arrival, Tsunade inquired about their progress. Jiraiya noted that they had become quite strong, almost at his level, and had good control over their Biju chakra. Tsunade was surprised by their growth over the past 3 years and decided to test their abilities. Naruto eagerly asked if their opponent was Tsunade herself, but she informed them that their opponent was waiting outside. Curious, Naruto opened the window to see Kakashi reading an RDC novel. Kakashi greeted Naruto and Fuu, who had both grown taller since their last encounter. Naruto excitedly mentioned that he and Fuu had their own copy of the book, which they found quite good. Tsunade, furious, scolded Jiraiya for his influence on the students. Fuu defended herself, explaining that their curiosity got the better of them. Kakashi, amused, thanked them for understanding true literature and took the book, disappearing with it. Fu suggested they go for ramen, and Naruto joyfully agreed, leaping out the window with her following closely behind. At Ichira Ramen, Ayam greeted them, noting how much they had grown since their last visit. After enjoying their meal and discussing their training journey, they paid and prepared to head home. Tsunade had arranged for them to stay in a 4-story apartment until they got married, as they would be living in Naruto's parents' house until then. Fu reassured Naruto that Tsunade was just being considerate. Naruto expressed nostalgia for his parents' mansion, and Fu comforted him, promising that they would be a great family when the time was right. With that, they settled into bed, drifting off to sleep together. The next day, they arrived at training ground number 7, where Naruto and Fu lounged under a tree, reading Aika Aika Paradise while waiting for their sensei. Sakura watched them, sweat beading on her forehead. Kakashi entered the training ground, proud of his students who appreciated true literature. He was eager to see how strong they had become over the past 3 years. As they put away their books, Kakashi activated his Sharingan, ready for their training. He warned them not to expect him to hold back. Naruto quickly appeared behind Kakashi with a kunai, demonstrating his speed. A clone of Naruto appeared as well, and the original launched a wind jutsu at Kakashi, who skillfully jumped to avoid it. Kakashi retaliated with a fire jutsu, forcing Naruto and Fu to leap out of the way. Sakura, determined, struck the ground with her fist, creating a significant crack. Fu engaged in a taijutsu battle with Kakashi, landing a series of punches that forced him to draw his sword. Naruto unleashed wind bullets at Kakashi, who vanished in a puff of smoke. Fu took to the skies, searching for Kakashi, while Naruto prepared another wind jutsu. Kakashi dodged Fu's water jutsu with difficulty, and after a fierce exchange, they managed to remove the bells from Kakashi. Tsunade watched with pride as they demonstrated their growth. Tsunade praised them for their hard work over the past 3 years and officially promoted them to Jounin status, much to their joy. Meanwhile, 2 figures cloaked in black with red clouds traversed the desert. One of them, Sasori, expressed indifference about returning to his village, while Deidara noted the challenge of capturing the jinckuriki of the Ichibi. Sasori remained confident, believing it would be easy with his art. Deidara, however, preferred to take charge of the operation while Sasori set traps. As Deidara soared above the village on his clay bird, he unleashed clay spiders on the guards, causing explosions that eliminated them instantly. Gaara, sensing the disturbance, confronted the intruder, demanding to know what he was doing in his village. The red-haired ninja floated above a cloud of sand, staring intently at the Akatsuki member. Deidara acknowledged him, noting that he was the jinckuriki of the Ichibi. Gaara, determined and serious, declared that he would not be captured by the Akatsuki. He launched sand towards Deidara, who skillfully evaded the attack. In response, Deidara formed several clay birds that soared toward Gaara. A wall of sand rose up, shielding him from the explosive birds. The sand pursued Deidara, who unleashed his clay birds toward it. Deidara shouted, causing the clay birds to explode, creating an opportunity for him to escape the red-haired ninja's grasp. Gaara was relentless, vowing not to let Deidara get away. He attacked from multiple angles, forcing the Akatsuki member to dodge the onslaught of sand. Deidara knew he couldn't underestimate Gaara. As an Akatsuki member, he was aware of the dangers posed by the explosive clay. The red-haired ninja continued to launch more sand at Deidara, chasing him through the sky. Deidara decided to use his C2 technique, which involved stronger clay than his previous C1. Gaara protected himself with his sand, and the battle raged on, neither side willing to yield. Eventually, Deidara achieved his goal, leaving the jinckuriki of the Ichibi injured and unconscious. He carried Gaara away on his clay bird to where Sasori awaited. Sasori remarked on Deidara's delay, to which Deidara replied that the jinckuriki had proven to be tougher than he anticipated, even managing to injure his left arm. He reflected on the challenges Gaara had posed, having to sacrifice his arm to embed explosive clay within Gaara's sand, which ultimately led to Gaara's unconscious state. Meanwhile, Kankuro was on the trail of the Akatsuki members, determined to rescue his brother. He confronted them, demanding the return of Gaara. Drawing his puppets, he positioned himself defiantly in front of the Akatsuki. Sasori took charge, telling Deidara not to take too long. As Deidara carried Gaara to the Akatsuki hideout, Kenkuro's puppets attacked Sasori. However, Sasori skillfully dodged their strikes, targeting their weak points and causing them to collapse in ruins. Kenkuro was astonished, questioning how this was possible. Sasori calmly explained that he had constructed those puppets, making it easy for him to exploit their vulnerabilities. Kenkuro was left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. The tail of Sasori struck Kenkuro, causing him to fall to the ground, his vision blurring as Sasori approached him. Sasori informed him that his poison would take effect in 3 days, urging him to enjoy the time he had left. The Kazekage's brother managed to tear a piece from the Akatsuki cloak before losing consciousness due to the poison. In Konoha, Naruto expressed his frustration at being assigned to escort merchants, insisting that they were already jonin and should be given more challenging missions. Fuu scolded him, reminding him to show more respect to the Hokage. Just then, a nervous ninja burst into the Hokage's office, announcing that the Kazekage had been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. The room fell silent as the reality of Gaara's capture sank in. Naruto and Fuu, both Jinchuriki and friends of Gaara, were in disbelief. Tsunade quickly assigned them a new mission, to rescue the Kazekage. The pair left her office and hurried to their apartment to prepare for the mission. They met Hinata, Sakura, and Kakashi at the gate of Konoha, where they wasted no time and dashed out to save their friend. Temari, upon hearing the news, was alarmed and urged everyone to hurry, fearing for Gaara's safety. Sakura echoed the urgency, and together they set off at high speed, determined to reach Gaara before it was too late. As Naruto and Fuu raced ahead, Fuu flew as fast as she could, unwilling to let the Akatsuki take their friend. The others struggled to keep up. Sakura called out to them to slow down, but Naruto, fueled by anger, insisted they could not allow the Akatsuki to capture Gaara's Biju. Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, noticed the chakra of the Nine Tails overwhelming Naruto and feared he might lose control. Kakashi understood Naruto's rage and felt equally powerless, pushing himself to catch up with the two Jinchuriki. Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki appeared before them. Naruto, filled with fury, demanded they step aside. Itachi calmly stated they could not do that, while Kisame warned that this encounter would be different from the last. Fuu, determined to fight back, drew her katana and prepared for battle. Kisame charged at her with his sword, and they engaged in a fierce duel. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kakashi attacked Itachi, who skillfully dodged their strikes using his Sharingan. Kisame acknowledged Naruto's improvement but claimed it would take more than that to defeat him. Fuu landed a horizontal slash, which Kisame blocked, but she quickly followed up with a powerful strike that forced him to retreat slightly. Hinata and Sakura joined the fight, aiming to assist Fuu against Kisame. Naruto unleashed a wind technique, sending gusts toward Itachi, who evaded them effortlessly. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, attempting to cast jutsu at Itachi, but he too was easily dodged. Itachi then trapped Naruto in a genjutsu, prompting Naruto to demand what Itachi wanted this time. Itachi sought to discuss Naruto's willingness to go to any lengths to rescue Sasuke. Naruto declared that he would do whatever it took to bring Sasuke back, no matter the cost. As a black crow flew into Naruto's mouth, Kurama freed him from the genjutsu, allowing him to create a shadow clone and form an Odama Rasengan infused with Kurama's chakra. He charged at Itachi, shouting the name of his technique as he struck, sending Itachi flying and creating a crater upon impact. Fuu followed up with a water technique, summoning a massive wave to attack Kisame, who countered with the same jutsu, resulting in a large explosion of water. Hinata and Sakura attempted to strike Kisame but missed, allowing Fuu to land a Rasengan on him, sending him crashing away. They continued their journey until they reached the entrance of Sunagakure. A ninja informed Temari that Kankuro was in the hospital after an encounter with the Akatsuki and was poisoned. Hinata and Sakura rushed to help, identifying themselves as the medical ninjas sent from Konoha. They found Kankuro lying on a stretcher, and he weakly apologized to Temari for not being able to stop the attack. Temari urged him not to speak, But Kankuro revealed that Sasori had known the weakness of his puppets. Roha weakly displayed a piece of Akatsuki's cloak as Hinata and Sakura took it inside to begin the extraction of the poison, while an elderly woman attacked Kakashi. They set off toward the Akatsuki hideout. Sakura urged Naruto and Fuu to calm down, but Fuu shouted back that they couldn't allow those villains to take the Biju from Gaara. Chio questioned why they cared so much about a ninja from another village, especially a jinckuriki. Kakashi explained that Naruto, the jinckuriki of the Kyuubi, and Fuu, the jinckuriki of the Nanabi, understood pain and loneliness, regardless of their village. Naruto aspired to be Hokage, while Fuu aimed to be the best kunoichi in the world. As Team Guy advanced swiftly to reach Kakashi's team, Tsunade had sent them as reinforcements. 6 hours had passed, and they had rested little, but they needed to arrive in time to support Kakashi's team. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team moved quickly, with the Jinchurikis of Konoha leading the way faster than before. They had lost valuable time with Itachi and Kisame and prayed that Gaara was still alive. They arrived at one of the Akatsuki guards, where a large rock blocked their path, marked with a seal at its center. Naruto expressed frustration that the seal prevented their entry and mentioned that there must be 4 more seals within a 5-kilometer radius, but they didn't have time for that. Just then Team Guy arrived. Guy greeted Kakashi, who explained the situation to his eternal rival. After 5 minutes, they reached the seals protecting the Akatsuki hideout and removed them, causing identical clones of themselves to appear. Team Guy fought against these clones while Sakura gained speed to run toward the rock and destroy it with a single blow, revealing 2 Akatsuki members waiting for them. Deidara, the crazy bomber of Akatsuki, was sitting on Gaara's lifeless body, which filled Naruto with rage. Naruto shouted for them to return Gaara, filled with fury as Kurama's chakra began to take control of him. Hinata activated her Byakugan, sensing that Gaara's chakra was gone. They had arrived too late. Deidara taunted them, saying they were too late and that Gaara had been dead for a while, kicking the corpse to further provoke Naruto. Naruto, enraged, warned Deidara not to touch Gaara. With Kurama's power, he formed 2 red tails and charged at the Akatsuki members, forcing them to retreat. Sasori remarked on Naruto's anger, while Deidara claimed that Gaara's body was of no use to him since they had extracted the Ichibi. Naruto vowed to take revenge, and Fuu declared that Deidara was hers to fight. Naruto insisted that they should not interfere. This was their battle. Sasori challenged Naruto to show what he could do, revealing his puppet, Hirako, while Fuu engaged in a fierce battle with Deidara. Naruto roared that he would kill Sasori and transformed into a 4-legged stance, charging at him. Sasori attacked with his tail, but Naruto dodged with surprising speed. He opened his mouth to unleash poisoned senbon needles, which Naruto evaded, appearing in front of Hirako and delivering a powerful claw strike that shattered the puppet, revealing a young redhead inside. Chio recognized her grandson, Sasori, who had not changed in 20 years. He declared himself the Eternal Art. Naruto expressed disgust at Sasori's twisted nature, and Sasori revealed another puppet that Chio immediately recognized. She gasped, realizing it was the 3rd Kazekage, the best Kazekage they had ever had. Sasori warned Naruto that the iron sand could create weapons of all kinds and was very durable. Naruto dismissed the threat, determined to defeat Sasori. The iron sand attacked him, and he dodged with some difficulty, trying to strike the Kazekage puppet, but the iron sand blocked him, forcing him to jump back. Sasori taunted him to behold his eternal art. Naruto realized that the iron sand likely contained poison, and he drew more chakra from Kurama, forming a mantle of 3 tails. He charged at the Kazekage puppet, but a large amount of iron sand struck him back. He created a shadow clone to help him form a Rasengan infused with red chakra, launching it at the iron sand and creating a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, Naruto, cloaked in Kurama's chakra, appeared in front of the Kazekage puppet and shattered it in 2, sending Sasori crashing against the cave wall with an Odama Rasengan infused with red chakra. Sasori exclaimed that Naruto had destroyed his puppet, and Naruto vowed that it wouldn't be the only thing he would break. He appeared before Sasori, delivering a powerful punch to his face, but Sasori retaliated, sending him backward and revealing that he was a puppet himself. Sasori declared that he would go all out against Naruto, who promised to tear him apart. After the Jinchurikis defeated the Akatsuki members, Sasori informed them that he would meet Orochimaru on a bridge in 4 days. Team Guy rested, having exhausted all their power in the battle against the clones. Meanwhile, the rescue team, along with Chio, stood in the desert, gazing at Gaara's lifeless body. Naruto whispered Gaara's name, clenching his fists in rage. He felt he had failed. First, he couldn't bring Sasuke back, and now this one of his best friends, a Jinchuriki, had been captured by the Akatsuki, who dared to take him and his Biju. Chio looked at Naruto with sadness, understanding the pain he was experiencing as he had risked his life to save Gaara alongside the others. Chio urged Naruto to calm down, stating that there was nothing more they could do. But Naruto shouted back, blaming her for everything, questioning who they thought they were to seal the Ichibi in Gaara and to call them Jinchurikis. He cried out in fury, his body enveloped in Kurama's chakra, frightening everyone but Fuu, who understood his pain. Kakashi pleaded with Naruto to calm down, but Naruto refused to listen. "What's wrong with you? Am I scary?" Naruto shouted as Kurama's chakra enveloped him, forming 2 tails while he released all the anger he felt inside. Hinata watched him with concern, and Naruto continued to shout, demanding to know why they were afraid of him. Sakura urged him to calm down, but Naruto snapped back, accusing her of only caring about Sasuke. As he unleashed more of Kurama's power, forming 3 tails, everyone except Fuu slowly began to draw their weapons. If the 9 tails took control, things could turn very ugly. Fuu remained by Naruto's side, watching her boyfriend struggle. Naruto shouted for them to lower their weapons, insisting that he was still Naruto Uzumaki. He expressed his frustration, declaring that he was a demon, a cursed being responsible for the deaths of countless innocent people. Fuu pleaded with him to calm down, assuring him that she understood how he felt. Naruto's anger boiled over as he questioned who gave others the right to seal a Biju inside Gaara and label them as Jinchuriki. He raged against the Akatsuki, blaming them for Gaara's death and lamenting that they never chose to be Jinchuriki. As Naruto's fury escalated, he broke down in tears, causing Kurama's chakra to dissipate. Fuu embraced him tightly, allowing him to release all the rage, hatred, and helplessness he had bottled up inside. Chio, an elder, observed Naruto's pain and felt a deep sense of guilt for sealing the Ichibi inside Gaara. She realized it was time to make amends for her past mistakes. Kneeling beside Gaara, she summoned a powerful blue chakra from her hands, preparing to sacrifice herself for his future. Fuu, releasing her embrace with Naruto, asked what Chio was doing. Chio explained that she was giving her life to save Gaara, acknowledging her age and feeling like a burden. She entrusted the future of the world to Naruto and Fuu, believing they would accomplish great things together. Chio collapsed, lifeless, and Gaara opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by Suna ninjas and his friends. Naruto welcomed Gaara back, embracing him tightly. They took Gaara back to Suna, where he was greeted with joy, but the somber reality of Chio's death weighed heavily on them. The next day, they held a dignified funeral for her, honoring her wish to not be buried but ensuring she received the respect she deserved. Gaara thanked Naruto and Fuu, expressing his gratitude as he shook their hands. Naruto brushed off the thanks, and Gaara urged Fuu to take care of Naruto, recognizing how special he was. After returning to the village with their companions, Naruto and Fuu went to their apartment to rest. Naruto expressed his disbelief that they had managed to steal the Biju from Gaara, his fists clenched in anger. Fuu approached him, reminding him to calm down, at least Gaara was alive. Naruto acknowledged this but lamented that if they had arrived sooner, things might have been different. Fuu silenced him with a kiss, and Naruto responded, deepening the kiss as their tongues danced together. Minutes later, they pulled away, breathless and blushing. Fuu suggested they have some fun, her mischievous smile hinting at her intentions as she formed hand seals to activate a barrier around their home. Naruto, puzzled, wondered what she was up to. Fuu pushed him onto the bed, sitting on top of the blonde and starting to kiss her boyfriend. He didn't resist at all and began to kiss her back, letting his instincts take over. He opened the jacket of the blonde, admiring his well-formed chest. Even though it was still developing, and started to kiss every part of his abdomen, drawing soft sounds from him. Naruto, feeling playful, shifted positions to place himself above Fuu, kissing and savoring her exquisite skin, eliciting soft gasps from her. He smiled mischievously as he began to remove her clothing, revealing her beautiful form. She covered her chest with her arm, and he reassured her that her body was perfect just the way it was, not caring about anything else. As they continued, Naruto playfully explored, and Fuu responded with soft sounds of pleasure. After a while, feeling adventurous, he shifted his attention, and they both lost themselves in the moment, enjoying each other's presence. The next morning in the village of Konoha, Fuu opened her eyes and blushed at the memories of the previous night, which had been the best of her life. Naruto greeted her with a morning kiss, and she returned it with equal intensity. Fuu reminded him that they had something important to do, despite her desire to stay in the moment. She got out of bed and took a shower, letting the water cascade over her, revealing marks from the previous night. Chomei, her biju, teased her about the night's events, recalling her exclamations of pleasure. Fuu playfully scolded him before finishing her shower and wrapping herself in a towel to get dressed. Meanwhile, Naruto was in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. He called out that breakfast was ready, and Fuu thanked him, teasing him about making ramen again. After some playful banter, they sat down to eat together. Once they finished, they got dressed and stepped outside, where they encountered Hinata and Kiba, who were walking hand in hand. Naruto greeted them, and they exchanged pleasantries, discussing how much they had all grown stronger over the years. Kiba playfully called them idiots, which led to a light-hearted argument. Hinata tried to calm them down, and they eventually said their goodbyes, leaving Shino behind. Shikamaru approached them, mentioning that Tsunade had said they had returned and hoped they had become stronger. Chuji expressed his happiness at their growth, but suddenly, they were interrupted by an unexpected attack from an albino who was painting tigers on a scroll. Naruto quickly created shadow clones to deal with the ink tigers, and a mini-battle ensued. Fuu attempted to distract the albino, but he managed to evade her. She wondered who he was, and Naruto had a feeling they would encounter him again. Ino, passing by, greeted them enthusiastically, and Tsunade assigned Yamato to lead their next mission, which involved tracking down an informant for Orochimaru. Naruto was frustrated at the idea of working with Sai, but Tsunade insisted it was necessary. Fuu glared at the albino, already disliking him, and Tsunade sighed, knowing it would be a challenge for them to get along. Yamato introduced himself as the mission leader, and Naruto expressed his frustration at being assigned to someone he didn't trust. With that, they prepared to embark on their mission, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A sigh escaped Yamato as he addressed Naruto and Fuu, acknowledging their situation. He explained that due to his wood release abilities, he had been assigned as the mission leader to ensure they didn't lose control. Both jinckuriki exchanged glances, recognizing that Tsunade had chosen Yamato for this role to monitor them while they harnessed the powers of their beasts. With determination, Yamato declared it was time to move out. The team set off on their journey, with Naruto and Fuu chatting casually about trivial matters, seemingly ignoring their albino companion. Yamato contemplated the mission. According to Naruto, Sasori had instructed him to meet with a spy to gather information about Orochimaru. Sakura had informed him that Sasori used his puppet Hiriko, which reflected his character and demeanor. The rest of their journey to the hot springs was uneventful, aside from a few playful skirmishes with Sai regarding Sasuke. Yamato announced that they would spend the night at the hot springs and would reach the bridge the next day to meet the spy. The team responded in unison, affirming their captain's orders. Fuu joined Sakura at the hot springs with the other women, while Naruto, Sai, and Yamato occupied the men's area. Naruto submerged himself in the water, and Kurama, the Nine Tails, inquired about his plans for when he found Sasuke. Naruto, filled with resolve, expressed his intention to bring Sasuke back, having trained hard over the past 3 years to gain strength for this very purpose. Kurama posed a serious question about what Naruto would do if Sasuke refused to return and sought destruction instead. Naruto firmly stated that he would do whatever it took to bring Sasuke back, even if it meant breaking every bone in his body. Meanwhile, in the hot springs, Sakura remarked on how relaxing the water felt, to which Fuu agreed, reflecting on her hard work over the past 3 years to protect Naruto and bring back his friend. Sakura asked about Fuu's training with Jiraiya, and Fuu shared that it had been tough but worthwhile, as she had grown much stronger. After some time, they left the hot springs and headed to their hotel room. The next day, they arrived early at the bridge and devised a plan. Using his would-release jutsu, Yamato created a disguise resembling Sasori, and with Sakura's help, he managed to mimic Sasori perfectly. As the scene unfolded, a figure emerged, claiming to be Kabuto, who apologized for being late and presented what Orochimaru had requested. Orochimaru stepped out of the shadows, greeting Yamato with a sinister smile, clearly pleased to see him again. Naruto, filled with fury, demanded the return of Sasuke, his eyes glowing with determination. Orochimaru responded with a mocking laugh, revealing his intention to make Sasuke his new vessel, suggesting that Naruto would be powerless to stop him. This provoked a fierce reaction from Naruto, who charged at Orochimaru, only to be met with a swift counterattack. Yamato urged Naruto to remain calm, but Naruto insisted that he and Fuu would handle Orochimaru while Yamato, Sakura, and Sai dealt with Kabuto. Both Jinchuriki launched themselves at the snake Sannin, who taunted them to show their true capabilities. As they fought, Fuu and Naruto combined their efforts, but Orochimaru skillfully evaded their attacks. He landed blows on both of them, sending them back momentarily. Rising to his feet, Naruto prepared to strike again, unleashing a powerful wind attack. Orochimaru dodged, but Naruto quickly reappeared behind him, delivering a Rasengan that sent Orochimaru crashing into the trees. Orochimaru acknowledged Naruto's growth, impressed by the strength he had gained during his training. He noted that Jiraiya had taught them well, recognizing the potential of both Naruto and Fuu. Orochimaru, eager to see their skills, challenged them to demonstrate their abilities. In response, both Jinchuriki charged at him with their weapons drawn. Naruto unleashed a massive fireball, aimed directly at Orochimaru, who braced himself for the impact. Disappearing into the mud, Orochimaru reappeared behind them, only to be struck by a massive water dragon that sent him flying backward. He noticed 9 golden chains heading toward him and managed to dodge them just in time. Orochimaru thought to himself that his body was growing weaker with each passing moment. He needed to act quickly. The Sannin was in a vulnerable state, requiring a new body urgently, as his current power had diminished significantly after a long and intense battle with the Jinchuriki. He had managed to escape, but it was strange that Sai had vanished alongside Kabuto. This could not bode well. Sai was an Umbu of Danzo, and his mission involved delivering a folder filled with information on Konoha ninjas and other criminals from the Konoha bingo book. They continued on their path until they reached their destination. Meanwhile, a figure with dark hair walked through a cave. It was Sasuke Uchiha. 3 years had passed since he left Konoha in pursuit of revenge. He had trained rigorously to gain the strength needed to defeat Itachi and had mastered the power of the cursed mark. However, something changed within him upon encountering Karen Uzumaki, a striking redhead with captivating red eyes. She wore black glasses, a purple top that revealed her midriff, and knee-high black shinobi sandals. Karen had saved him during the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death from a bear. He was unsure what had drawn him to her. Perhaps it was her beautiful scarlet hair, which reminded him of his favorite food, tomatoes. She arrived shortly after Kabuto brought him back, expressing her gratitude for saving her from the bear. Sasuke, however, was uncertain about why he had acted to help her. Karen had a volatile personality, and when she got angry. In those 3 years, Orochimaru had trained him and the Uzumaki, as they made a good team. Sasuke had the Sharingan, and Karen possessed the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan, such as sensing chakra and using chakra chains that could heal wounds if bitten. Sasuke, feeling annoyed, wondered what Orochimaru wanted while he was spending time with his beautiful red-haired companion. Orochimaru introduced Kabuto, an albino, who mentioned that Sai, an Umbu from Root, was there. Sai greeted Naruto, who had been talking about him non-stop. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, trapping Sai in a genjutsu that filled him with fear before he retreated to his room. After a confrontation with the Sannin of the Serpents, the Jinchuriki of Konoha, Sakura and Yamato set out to find Sasuke and the troublesome Sai, who turned out to be an umbu from Danzo. They were determined to bring them back. Yamato, using his wood element, had placed a tracking seed in everyone's food, suspecting that Danzo had sent Sai for a specific purpose related to Orochimaru. He formed wooden pillars in his hand, pushing stones aside to create a passage, and they rushed inside. Naruto and Fuu went one way, while Yamato and Sakura took another. Meanwhile, the albino created several ink mice to search for the Uchiha. Danzo had recommended the mission to eliminate Sasuke Uchiha to acquire his Sharingan, but after meeting Naruto and Fuu, he changed his mind. A loud explosion echoed, drawing everyone to its source, revealing Sasuke. Naruto called out to him, noticing how much Sasuke had changed. Sasuke looked intently at Naruto, activating his Sharingan and acknowledging the power of the Kyuubi within him. Kurama, the Nine Tails, addressed Sasuke, expressing surprise at his audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Sasuke, undeterred, declared that he would not let Kurama stand in his way, returning his focus to his former teammates and Yamato. After a long battle, Orochimaru took Sasuke and the red-haired girl, while the Konoha ninjas returned home, having failed to bring Sasuke back. Naruto had fought Sasuke briefly and had grown strong enough to stand up to him. Sasuke, bearing the cursed mark, could match Naruto, but to gain the power he desired, he would need to eliminate Orochimaru and then seek out Itachi with Karin. Tsunade acknowledged their failure to retrieve Sasuke, and Naruto expressed how strong Sasuke had become. Fuu added that he was strong enough to defeat Orochimaru. After reporting back, the Jinchuriki couple decided to take a stroll through the village, where they encountered their perverted teacher, Jiraiya. He expressed his desire to see them, and Fuu playfully questioned his intentions. Jiraiya, slightly annoyed by the nickname, led his beloved students to a training field. Naruto, confused about their purpose there, asked what they were doing. Jiraiya remained silent, creating a blue Rasengan that transformed into a grayish tornado, crashing it into a tree and breaking it. He explained that he had spent 5 years developing 2 variations of the Rasengan using Senjutsu, which were more effective. He emphasized that while they had grown strong, they needed a more powerful technique to face Akatsuki. Combining these techniques with the power of their bijus and the Senjutsu they would learn later would give them the strength to defeat Akatsuki. Jiraiya created a reddish-orange Rasengan with a tail and struck it against a charred tree, instructing Yamato to come out from his hiding spot. The wood element user followed the Sannin's instructions and created a large waterfall. Naruto removed his jacket, exposing his chest, and created hundreds of clones to attempt to cut the waterfall in half, infusing them with wind chakra. Fuu, curious about her role, asked what she should do. Jiraiya reminded her that her affinity was water and suggested that with Komiai's help, she could use powders. A green larva appeared on her shoulder, and Chomei advised her on how to apply water chakra directly to the Rasengan. Fuu created 200 clones, with each pair trying to mix water with the Rasengan while Naruto attempted to split the waterfall. Jiraiya watched them with a smile, feeling proud of their progress. He thought about how he hoped to witness them fulfill their dreams and perhaps even marry one day. He had received information that the leader of Akatsuki was in Amigakure, the land of rain, where he had trained Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, who had tragically perished. He suspected that the masked figure who had controlled the Kyuubi 17 years ago was behind Akatsuki, manipulating its leader from the shadows. Naruto celebrated his success in splitting the waterfall in just 2 days, while Fuu struggled to incorporate water into her Rasengan. Jiraiya guided her step by step, and just as she was about to finish, it exploded in her face. Jiraiya then instructed Naruto to create 500 clones, organizing them into groups of 3 to add wind to the Rasengan. Naruto eagerly complied, and once he donned his jacket, he set to work, using Kurama's chakra. Jiraiya told Yamato he could take a break, observing how tired the wood element user had become after trying to keep everything under control. Yamato reassured Jiraiya that he was fine, but Jiraiya insisted that he was too exhausted to be there and should rest. After a few minutes, the Sannin convinced the brown-haired ninja to go to sleep while his clone kept watch over the students. When Kakashi arrived, Jiraiya inquired about what was wrong. Kakashi delivered the devastating news that Asuma Sarutobi had been killed by Akatsuki. Upon hearing of Asuma's death at the hands of Akatsuki, the Jinchuriki felt a wave of guilt wash over them. Asuma had sacrificed his life to protect them, and they couldn't shake the feeling that they had failed him. They all attended Asuma's funeral dressed in black to pay their respects to the son of the third Hokage. Days later, Team 10, along with Kakashi Hatake, stood before the two immortals of Akatsuki. They sought vengeance for their fallen. Shikamaru, having observed their abilities, devised a strategy to confront the two immortals. Kakuzu was particularly formidable, possessing 5 hearts that allowed him to utilize all 5 elements. Haiden, on the other hand, could curse his opponents with just a drop of their blood, marking his symbol on the ground to initiate his dark ritual. His skin turned black, revealing his skeletal structure as he inflicted wounds upon himself to defeat his foes before praying to his god, Jashin. Kakuzu taunted the young ninjas, recognizing Kakashi as the famous copy ninja. Haiden, eager for battle, declared that they would soon reunite with their sensei. As he brandished his scythe, Kakashi activated his Sharingan, aware that he needed to be cautious of Haiden. Even a minor scratch could prove fatal. He engaged in combat with Haiden using a kunai, while Kakuzu unleashed a fire jutsu against both Haiden and Kakashi. Emerging from the smoke with his Jonin vest torn, Kakashi thought about how dangerous these opponents were and the need for caution. As Kakashi fought alongside Ino and Chuji against Kakuzu, Shikamaru took on Haiden, luring him away to set a trap. He managed to incapacitate Haiden, burying him alive. Meanwhile, Kakuzu lost 1 heart due to Kakashi's efforts, while Ino attempted to seize control of Kakuzu's mind. Chuji launched expansion jutsus, but they were easily countered by the Akatsuki member. Naruto and Fuu, the Jinchuriki, arrived on the scene, combining their powers to unleash a great water tornado against Kakuzu. Kakuzu expressed his frustration at having to face them. Naruto vowed to make Kakuzu pay for what he had done to Asuma. Ino warned Naruto that Kakuzu still had 3 hearts left, emphasizing the need to eliminate them to defeat him. Naruto created 2 shadow clones, forming a 4-pointed Rasengan in his right hand, enveloped in a faint red chakra. Fuu mirrored him with a deep blue Rasengan, also covered in a light layer of red chakra. They charged at Kakuzu, but he dodged, only to be ensnared by golden chains that immobilized him. The Jinchuriki struck with their combined techniques, sending Kakuzu soaring into the sky. A massive dome of wind surrounded by water formed, creating a significant crater as their attacks combined wind and water, causing extensive damage. Both Jinchuriki landed safely on the ground, thanks to the chakra of their bijus, while Kakuzu was defeated. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto and Fuu found their hands less injured than expected, thanks to the chakra of their bijus. Kakuzu's body was thoroughly examined before being sent to the Ki, taking with it all its secrets. As newly appointed Jonins, Naruto and Fuu were eligible to take on students, but they still felt unprepared. Jiraiya expressed his pride in them, noting their successful completion of the Rasengan and how the chakra of their bijus had helped minimize their injuries. Fuu thanked him, acknowledging that using Komiai's chakra had been a wise decision. Jiraiya then introduced them to a collaborative jutsu, summoning a blue toad to demonstrate. The toad unleashed a torrent of water, destroying a nearby tree before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The Jinchuriki summoned Gamakichi and another yellow toad to practice the collaborative jutsu under Jiraiya's watchful eye. After hours of training, both ninjas were exhausted, resting in the shade of a tree, leaning against each other and enjoying ice cream as they dozed off. Jiraiya snapped a photo of them before leaving a note behind. Kurama, observing Jiraiya's peculiar behavior, felt uneasy about his intentions. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya discussed the situation over drinks. Tsunade insisted that Jiraiya needed to handle things alone, while Jiraiya revealed that he had received new information about Akatsuki and its leader, believed to be in Aim, the Land of Rain, where he had trained Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. The former leader of Aim, Hanzo the Salamander, had died under mysterious circumstances, and now the leader of the most dangerous criminal organization was hiding there. Jiraiya was determined to uncover the truth. Tsunade marveled at how much stronger Naruto and Fuu had become over the past 3 years, reminiscing about their childhood. They had grown into mature and powerful ninjas, and she was confident they would achieve great things in the future. Jiraiya agreed, reflecting on the remarkable progress they had all made during that time. During their training, 2 individuals had formed strong bonds with their bijus, helping each other grow even though they still had much to learn. Tsunade expressed her concern, reminding Jiraiya to be careful. Jiraiya promised to return to Konoha, and as he turned to leave, he raised his hand in farewell. Tsunade, holding back tears, realized she truly loved him and hoped he would come back alive to express her feelings. She had been foolish for too long, often hitting and insulting him, while he had always been there for her during her toughest times. Even when Orochimaru abandoned the village, Jiraiya never gave up on bringing him back. However, now that Orochimaru had committed many atrocities, Jiraiya was determined to stop him, though the slippery serpent was hard to catch. He was now on his way to confront the leader of Akatsuki in Amigakure. Orochimaru lay on a bed, his body at its limit, desperately needing a new vessel. Sasuke was the perfect candidate. Soon the Sharingan would be his. Kabuto left the room for a moment, but suddenly, a lightning spear pierced through his arms. Orochimaru, annoyed, turned to see Sasuke standing at the door, staring intently at him. Sasuke coldly declared Orochimaru pathetic, having waited for the right moment to strike. Orochimaru acknowledged Sasuke's intent to kill him, but he had hoped to be in better condition to make Sasuke his vessel. He unleashed a flurry of snakes, but Sasuke swiftly countered with lightning, cutting through them. Orochimaru attempted to reform, but Sasuke was relentless, using his mature Sharingan to dodge and slice through the snakes again. Frustrated, Sasuke trapped Orochimaru in a genjutsu, placing them in a dark realm surrounded by viscous purple substances. Orochimaru realized he was caught in Sasuke's illusion and struggled to escape. In the real world, Karin, witnessing Orochimaru's severed form, assumed he was defeated. Sasuke returned to reality, sheathing his katana. He asked Karin if she had followed his instructions, and she confirmed that all the prisoners were free. They decided to go after Suigetsu together. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a green-haired girl and a blonde boy were training hard to harness more power from their bijus. Naruto was on his 5th attempt, while Fuu was on her 6th, finding it easier due to Komiai's chakra being less intense than Kurama's. Captain Yamato monitored them, ready to absorb their chakra if they lost control. Once they stabilized, Yamato sighed in relief. Kakashi interrupted their training, informing them that Tsunade wanted to see them. Fuu responded eagerly, and they made their way to Tsunade's office. Upon arrival, Naruto jokingly called Tsunade Grandma, earning a frustrated look from her. She revealed that Orochimaru was dead, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Tsunade had seen a prophetic dream of a serpent, which often indicated bad omens. She expressed concern about Sasuke, who was out seeking revenge against Itachi. Naruto felt dejected, but Fuu encouraged him, assuring him they would bring Sasuke back. Naruto lifted his head, sharing a brief kiss with Fuu before turning to Tsunade with determination. He would do whatever it took to bring Sasuke home. Jiraiya stood before Amigakure, reminiscing about the past when Hanzo the Salamander had granted him, Tsunade, and Orochimaru the title of legendary Sen. The village had grown stricter since then, forbidding shinobi from other villages unless it was essential. He felt nostalgic, remembering training Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. His summoned frog questioned how he planned to enter the heavily guarded village. Jiraiya confidently reminded the frog of his skills as a spy and submerged into the water, disappearing in a puff of smoke. A mysterious figure with orange hair and piercings spoke, sensing a disturbance in the rain. Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, was approached by a beautiful woman with blue hair and amber eyes, also dressed in a dark cloak adorned with red clouds. Red clouds were painted across the sky. Pain noted that someone had infiltrated AIM. Konan understood the situation and decided to send shinobi to search for the intruder. Meanwhile, the Sannin of the Toads, disguised as a villager, was listening to the conversations of the townspeople about a god or an angel? This puzzled him, but he also noticed a sense of peace. There was no war, and he saw orphans around. He spotted a bar and entered, where a beautiful blonde woman dressed in a cow-patterned outfit greeted him. The woman asked him what he needed in a friendly tone and offered him a bottle of sake along with a glass. Jiraiya, still in his disguise, politely inquired about the talk of a god and an angel. Jiraiya observed the conversations around him, intrigued by the stories being shared. A woman explained that long ago, their former leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, had died under mysterious circumstances. Since then, a figure referred to as God had promised to lead the village and strive for peace. AIM had become a place free of hatred, pain, and suffering, all thanks to this unseen deity. The angel served as God's messenger, and the constant rain was attributed to God's control over the village. There were also strict security measures at the entrance. Jiraiya thanked the woman, still processing the unusual information. He felt compelled to meet this angel and God. Just then, two Chunin from AIM entered the bar, taking seats at the counter. Jiraiya listened closely to their conversation. One Chunin mentioned that someone had infiltrated the village, and the other expressed hope that the angel would catch the intruder soon. The first Chunin found the situation strange, questioning why they had to transport corpses to the northern tower. The second Chunin urged him to be quiet, fearing they might be overheard. As the bar closed, Jiraiya devised a plan to capture the two Chunin and transport them inside a giant toad that submerged in the water. He playfully tickled one Chunin while transforming the other into a toad. The Chunin revealed that they were indeed transporting corpses to the northern tower. Jiraiya then made his way to the tower, only to be ambushed by paper shurikens. He realized that he recognized this technique and dodged the shurikens, spotting a blue-haired figure wearing an Akatsuki cloak with paper wings. It was Konan, who greeted him with a smile, surprising Jiraiya, who had thought she was dead. He complimented her beauty but was confused about her survival and her association with Akatsuki. Konan dismissed his questions, and more paper projectiles flew toward Jiraiya, who countered by spitting out a type of brown mud that immobilized her. He inquired about Nagato and Yahiko, to which Konan sadly confirmed that Yahiko had died. Suddenly, Pain appeared, greeting Jiraiya in a monotone voice. Jiraiya was taken aback, recognizing the hair of Yahiko and the Rinnegan of Nagato, yet he realized this was neither. A giant chameleon with the Rinnegan then attacked Jiraiya with its long tongue. He jumped back and summoned a samurai toad named Gamakiri, who clumsily promised to help. Pain summoned a three-headed dog, also with the Rinnegan, which charged at the giant toad. Jiraiya encouraged Gamakiri to buy time while he entered Sage mode. As Jiraiya gathered natural energy, Gamakiri struggled to fend off the attacking creatures. Jiraiya managed to harden his hair and used it to strike back at Pain's summons. He devised a plan to corner the dogs in an alley, where Gamakiri trapped them with his hair. Jiraiya eliminated the chameleon, but a giant rhinoceros charged at him. He used his shield for protection while Gamakiri caught the rhinoceros with his trident. Jiraiya then launched spikes of hair at Pain's summons, but they evaded his attacks. As the battle intensified, Jiraiya activated Sage mode, his appearance transforming with red markings around his eyes. Pa and Ma, his toad companions, appeared on his shoulders, ready to assist. Jiraiya explained the situation in AIM, mentioning Konan's survival and Pain's connection to Nagato. With their support, they advanced and encountered three versions of Pain, all with orange hair and the Rinnegan. Jiraiya attempted to attack one, but it opened its head to release missiles, forcing him to dodge. Another Pain tried to absorb his chakra, but Jiraiya transformed into a toad to escape. Pa and Ma prepared to use their most powerful genjutsu to trap all the Pains, while Jiraiya realized they were connected through the Rinnegan. He then unleashed a massive attack, the Super Odama Rasengan, launching a gigantic sphere that obliterated two of the Pains. As he pressed forward, confusion filled his mind. How could the Pains he had defeated come back to life? It was 4 against Pain, and the two toads began to sing a genjutsu, trapping him in a sort of prison. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air. Pain unleashed a powerful force, pushing Jiraiya back and breaking through a wall. He fell into a body of water, submerging before surfacing to face the 5 pains. Jiraiya recognized one of them as Yahiko and pondered about the others. He dodged more missiles and noticed one of the pains approaching him with a strange black rod. The Sannin easily grabbed it, channeling natural energy to strike back. The pain retaliated by spitting a corrosive substance, but Jiraiya summoned a toad that swallowed the attacker, making him disappear. Pain remarked on Jiraiya's resilience, claiming to be a god. Jiraiya was taken aback, questioning why Pain was capturing the Jinchuriki. Pain explained that sacrifices were necessary for peace and that the Jinchuriki were key to achieving it. Jiraiya, recalling his teachings, insisted that they had once sought peace through non-violent means. Pain revealed his disillusionment, recounting Yahiko's death at the hands of Hanzo, which led him to believe that this was the only way to bring about peace. Jiraiya vowed to protect Naruto and Fuu, stating he would stop Pain, even if it meant fighting him. Pain boasted about having captured 6 of the 9 Biju, with only 3 remaining. He warned Jiraiya not to interfere. The Pain-wielding weapons attacked, but Jiraiya evaded them only to be struck by the Deva path, which drove a black rod into his stomach, causing him to cough up blood. The toads cried out for Jiraiya, who struggled to rise as 4 pains landed on him, embedding more rods into his body. Understanding Jiraiya's intent, one of the toads removed its cloak and positioned itself in front of him, allowing Jiraiya to channel chakra into his finger and begin riding on its back. Pain taunted Jiraiya about his ability to move. Just before the Deva path could strike down the toads, they vanished. The pains pierced Jiraiya again, dragging him further into the water. He reflected on his impending fate, realizing that this might be the end of his story. He thought about the title of his next novel, considering The Toad Who Crossed the River, or perhaps, The Story of Naruto Uzumaki and Fuu. He felt confident that they would be the children of the prophecy. Meanwhile, Sasuke's team was advancing through one of the Uchiha clan's monuments. His companions included Sujetsu, Yugo, and his teammate Karen Uzumaki, who stayed close to him. Sasuke didn't mind her proximity, in fact, he appreciated it. Kisame greeted Sasuke, instructing the others to stay behind as Itachi awaited him. Karen protested, but Sasuke reassured her that he would defeat Itachi and return, emphasizing that he could not die without restoring his clan. He smiled at Karen, who blushed, wondering if he intended to restore the clan with her by his side. Sasuke was unashamed of his declaration, even with his team and the Akatsuki present. He was determined to restore his clan with Karen. Turning away, he headed toward Itachi. Itachi, stoic as ever, sat on a stone throne, staring intently at his brother with his Sharingan activated. He acknowledged Sasuke's arrival, stating that he had come to kill him and end their conflict once and for all. Itachi, with a hint of mockery, questioned Sasuke's understanding of their clan's history. He explained that the Uchiha clan was one of the oldest, alongside the Senju and Uzumaki clans. He recounted the tale of Madara Uchiha, who had been a prodigy that awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, due to its excessive use, Madara went blind and took his younger brother's eyes to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the ultimate power of the Uchihas. Itachi revealed that he had left Sasuke alive to nurture his hatred, hoping that one day Sasuke would obtain the mature Sharingan for him to take. As Itachi laughed maniacally, Sasuke lunged at him with his katana, only for Itachi to vanish in a flurry of crows, revealing it to be a genjutsu. Itachi vowed to take Sasuke's eyes at any cost. Undeterred, Sasuke charged at Itachi, clashing their weapons in a fierce duel. They exchanged blows, showcasing their skills in taijutsu. Sasuke unleashed a fire technique, and Itachi countered with his own, resulting in a massive explosion of smoke. As the smoke cleared, they continued their fierce combat, with Itachi throwing Sasuke against a wall. He declared that at last, Sasuke's eyes would be his. In a swift motion, Itachi attempted to take Sasuke's right eye, causing him to cry out in pain. Sasuke retaliated with a kick, sending Itachi flying backward. Itachi then prepared to take Sasuke's other eye, but Sasuke activated his cursed mark, entering a more powerful state. Sasuke launched shurikens at Itachi, who skillfully dodged them. Sasuke then appeared before Itachi and struck him, sending him crashing through the ceiling. He unleashed another fire technique, but Itachi evaded it. Both brothers unleashed their fire techniques simultaneously, resulting in a fierce clash. Itachi activated his Amaterasu, engulfing Sasuke in black flames that caused him immense pain. However, Sasuke managed to dispel the cursed mark, causing the flames to vanish. Ascending to the top of a Uchiha monument, Sasuke called upon a powerful technique, summoning a dragon of lightning from the sky to strike at Itachi. As the smoke enveloped the area, Sasuke fell to the ground, clutching his neck. When the smoke cleared, Itachi stood before him, now without his Akatsuki cloak and surrounded by a red skeletal form. A sharp pain shot through Sasuke's neck as a three-headed white serpent emerged from him, revealing Orochimaru. Orochimaru expressed his delight at finally claiming Sasuke. Meanwhile, Itachi, encased in a red armor surrounding his Susanoo, prepared to confront Orochimaru and the giant serpents. Slowly he approached Sasuke, who was backed against the wall, fear evident in his eyes. Itachi dispelled the Susanoo and placed 2 fingers on Sasuke's forehead, expressing his sorrow and pride in his brother's strength, regardless of Sasuke's feelings towards him. With that, Itachi fell to the ground, leaving blood on Sasuke's face. Meanwhile, Naruto lay on his bed, contemplating Sasuke's revenge against Itachi. He wondered what Sasuke would do next. Kakashi entered through the window, his expression serious. Naruto greeted him, and Kakashi inquired about Fuu, to which Naruto replied that she had gone for a run. Kakashi informed Naruto that Tsunade wished to speak with him. Naruto and Fuu walked quietly to Tsunade's office, where they encountered Gamabunta and Gamakichi. Confused, Naruto asked what they were doing there. Gamabunta interrupted Gamakichi, who was about to explain. Upon entering Tsunade's office, they found a tense atmosphere. Tsunade, Sakura, and Sai were present, along with a small frog atop another blue frog. Naruto asked what was wrong, and Pa introduced himself as Jiraiya's master. Tsunade confirmed the grim news: Jiraiya had died in battle. Stunned, Naruto and Fuu struggled to process the information. Pa explained that Jiraiya had confronted Nagato, an old student of his who possessed the Rinnegan. Unfortunately, Nagato had proven too powerful for Jiraiya. Before his death, Jiraiya had left a code for them to decipher. Naruto, heartbroken, questioned Tsunade about allowing this to happen. Fuu, filled with anger and sorrow, expressed that Jiraiya had loved them and would never have permitted such a fate. Overcome with emotion, she ran out of the office, leaving Naruto to glare at Tsunade. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him, walking with his head down and hands in his pockets. Iruka approached him, suggesting they go for ramen, but Naruto coldly declined, leaving Iruka in shock. Fuu, with her green hair, sat on the ground, her arms wrapped around her knees as tears streamed down her face. Beside her lay a green-covered book titled, The Legend of the Fearless Kunoichi. She looked up at her teacher, Jiraiya, with suspicion in her eyes and asked what it was. Jiraiya, sensing her doubt, assured her that it was not an inappropriate novel. Fuu, still curious, glanced at the small package in her hands and questioned him further. With a smile, Jiraiya encouraged her to open it. As she did, she revealed the small green book, the same one with the intriguing title. Jiraiya explained that his greatest works were not his series of novels but these books that he had never published. He shared the story of a girl born in a small village who suffered greatly due to poverty and war. Determined to become stronger and find answers on how to achieve peace, she left her village. Along her journey, she encountered numerous obstacles and eventually met a man with a similar past and goal. They fell in love and found happiness together. He then asked her to guess who inspired him. Fuu turned to the first page of the book, where she found a summary, and on the last page, she saw the main character's name Fuu. There was also a photo of Jiraiya attached with a dedication to her. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at him. Jiraiya expressed his hope that she would like his birthday gift. Overwhelmed with emotion, Fuu embraced him, tears of joy streaming down her face as she exclaimed her gratitude. From a distance, Naruto watched them with a smile. He had read that book more than 100 times, and each time, the story only got better. Fuu, still in awe, called out to Jiraiya, her heart full of appreciation. The dark-haired girl cried even harder, rising from the ground and heading to the bathroom for a shower, letting the water wash over her as tears streamed down her face. Irika found Naruto sitting on a bench, wearing a double polo, silently weeping. He expressed his wish for the perverted sage to see him become Hokage. Irika reminded Naruto that Jiraiya always spoke of them with pride, viewing them as his grandchildren. Jiraiya wouldn't want to see him like this. He believed in his beloved students. Irika bent down, tearing the polos and handing one to Naruto, who thanked him. The next day, after deciphering the code that read, "The true one is not among them," they set off for the Sage Mountain to learn Senjutsu. The green toad welcomed them, and both jinckuriki were amazed by the home of the frogs. Gamakichi greeted Naruto and Fuu, expressing his happiness to see them there. Fuu returned the greeting, and Gamakichi asked what they were doing at Mount Mayaboku. Naruto explained that they had come to learn how to use natural energy. Gamakichi wished them luck, noting that it was difficult to handle natural energy but that they had a large amount of chakra. The elder toad pointed out that those who failed to master natural energy were present, with only 4 individuals having succeeded, including Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage. Kurama assured Naruto that with their help, mastering natural energy would be easier. The Biju expressed his anger towards the leader of Akatsuki for using his father's eyes to seal his brothers in the cursed statue known as Geto-Mazo. They went to eat at the home of Pa and Ma, where they were served insects, much to their dismay. Fuu managed to eat a salad, using the excuse that her Biju was a giant insect, while Naruto struggled to eat the insects and worms, trying not to GG. The training began with the goal of becoming one with nature. They needed to maintain balance on a board. Naruto removed his shirt, and Fuu took off her blouse, leaving only her sports bra. It was challenging and they kept falling. Fuu flew with her wings while Pa caught Naruto with his tongue. Afterward, they applied a special oil from the toads to absorb natural energy more quickly, using only 1 clone each to speed up the process. The toad would hit them with a black rod if they showed any frog-like traits. Once they mastered that part of the training, they accessed natural energy, making them stronger, faster, and more resilient. They then began practicing the toad-style taijutsu, which utilized the natural energy of the area to strike their opponents. Fuu had an idea and called Naruto over. They moved to a secluded spot away from Pa and Ma's house. Fuu recalled that the perverted sage had mentioned they could use their variations of Rasengan without harming themselves by utilizing natural energy. Naruto agreed, expressing gratitude to Fuu. He pulled her in for a passionate kiss, which she returned with equal intensity, her hands on his back. After a few moments, they separated due to the need for air. Naruto suggested they get to work. They created several clones to perfect their Rasengan variations and develop new ones. With Kurama's help, Naruto created a fire Rasengan, while Fuu developed an explosive Rasengan, unaware that Pa was watching them. After mastering their Rasengan variations, Naruto created 2 wind versions and 1 fire version, while Fuu created a water Rasengan and an explosive Rasengan. Pa shared that Jiraiya had used to sit on their shoulders to absorb natural energy faster. A puff of smoke appeared on Fu's shoulder, revealing a small green larva. Chomei offered to help her gather natural energy by sitting on her shoulder. Pa attempted to sit on Naruto's shoulder but was thrown off. He noted that Kibit didn't want to share his space with a toad but was willing to assist in gathering natural energy. Meanwhile, in Konoha, which had become a large crater, Pain was searching for the jinckuriki. He launched an attack toward Tsunade, but suddenly, 3 giant toads appeared, with Naruto and Fuu in sage mode, both wearing black cloaks with black flames. They jumped onto the path, breaking it with a punch. Pain acknowledged the jinckuriki of Nanabai and Kibit. Tsunade, weakly looking at the pair, called out to them. Naruto noted that he hadn't felt Kakashi's chakra for a while and asked if he was out on a mission. The silence from Tsunade confirmed his suspicion. She instructed them to take Katsuyu, who had split to heal other survivors, as she would be of great help. Naruto tucked the small Katsuyu into his cloak, and Gamakichi carried her away. Pain demanded the surrender of the jinckuriki of Nanabai and Kibit. Fuu declared they would never give in. Pain responded that they had asked for it. Two paths of pain charged at the jinckuriki. The animal path summoned a large rhinoceros that charged at Fuu. She stopped it with both hands, grabbing its horn and throwing it back. The animal path leaped up, summoning a large bird that dove to strike Fuu, who spread her wings and flew. Fuu unleashed her attack, calling out her technique as she descended from the sky, striking the animal path and the summoned creature with a massive Rasengan, creating a large crater. The summoned creature vanished in a puff of smoke, while the orange-eyed girl turned her attention to the other Pain, who had been revived and was preparing to launch missiles at her. She skillfully dodged the incoming projectiles. Naruto appeared in front of the path and attempted to land a punch. The path evaded the strike but was pushed back by the natural energy surrounding Naruto. He could attack the enemy without direct contact. In a powerful moment, Naruto entered Sage mode and summoned two clones to assist him in creating a massive Rasen Shuriken. He launched it toward the two paths of Pain, who leaped to avoid the attack. As Naruto clenched his fist, the sphere expanded, overwhelming the paths. Pain, the stoic leader of Akatsuki, observed with intrigue, noting the value of the jinckuriki. He was impressed by their strength, particularly by Naruto and Fuu, who had proven to be formidable opponents. Among all the jinckuriki he had faced, the one from Saiken had given him the toughest battle, eliminating his 5 paths. Naruto, filled with determination, expressed his anger, while Fuu, with a fierce glare directed at Pain, declared that they could not forgive him for the loss of their beloved mentor. Pain responded, reminding them that they were both students of Jiraiya and that his actions were aimed at achieving peace. Fuu, taken aback, questioned the mention of Jiraiya, her emotions swirling between anger and confusion. If you are a student of the wise sage, you must understand that he did not want this. Naruto, filled with rage, unleashed his Rasen Shuriken, shouting about peace. He hurled the technique at Pain, who skillfully dodged the attack. The human path revived the other paths, and 4 of them charged toward the jinckuriki, except for the animal that summoned the 3-headed dog. Gamabunta took care of the Cerberus, while one of the paths grabbed Naruto from behind to absorb his chakra. Gathering natural energy and more chakra from Kurama, Naruto turned the path to stone and shattered it. A massive toad swallowed 2 of the paths. Fuu, with determination, launched her own attack, wielding 2 Rasengans in her hands and destroying the paths. Naruto seized his katana and charged at the human path. The Deva path attempted to pull him in, but Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing behind the human path and defeating him. With only the Deva path remaining, Naruto engaged in a fierce taijutsu battle. Their Sage mode had run out, but clones from Mount Myaboku appeared in Sage mode. Pain unleashed Shinra Tensei, pulling Naruto in and slamming him to the ground, pinning him with black rods. Fuu, enraged, rushed in with the same result. Naruto, frustrated, cursed Pain, while Kurama warned him that he couldn't provide chakra due to the rods unless he embraced his anger. Pain stated that he wouldn't kill them, as they were valuable jinckuriki. Fuu, filled with rage, vowed to take revenge once she was free. Jiraiya tried to explain the situation, but Naruto interrupted, accusing Pain of destroying Konoha and questioning his notion of peace. Pain revealed that his parents had been killed by Konoha ninjas and that his best friend had died in front of him, suggesting they were not so different. Naruto lowered his head, and Fuu managed to free herself, attempting to kick Pain, but he countered with Shinra Tensei, slamming her back down with a rod in her stomach. Pain recounted how he had witnessed his parents die at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Seeing Fuu's blood paralyzed Naruto with shock, but then a massive explosion of chakra erupted, forming a dark red sphere as he glared at Pain. Pain questioned if Naruto hated him, to which Naruto's fury erupted, vowing to defeat him. With a surge of power, Naruto, now possessed by Kurama's chakra and sporting 6 tails, charged at Pain. Pain attempted to use Shinra Tensei again, lifting rocks from the ground to hurl at Naruto, who dodged swiftly and landed a punch on Pain's face, sending him back. Naruto combined red and blue chakra to form a purple sphere. As Pain activated Shinra Tensei, a large rock fell from the sky, crushing Naruto and causing the Bijidama to explode. Pain realized he needed time to recover from using Shinra Tensei again. Naruto roared in defiance, causing the rocks to explode as he charged at Pain, who fled from Konoha. Sakura urged Fuu to hold on while she used medical ninjutsu to remove the black rod from Fuu's stomach and heal her wound. Naruto continued to roar, trying to strike Pain, who evaded him and jumped back into a rocky area. Pain then activated Chibaku Tensei, causing rocks to rise and trap Naruto. In desperation, Naruto questioned what he should do, feeling overwhelmed by anger. His jacket tore open, releasing a surge of dark energy as his eyes shifted from blue to red. He stood up, walking toward Kurama. Kurama shouted for him to awaken, witnessing Naruto approach the seal with a vortex of water. Pain, astonished, remarked on the power of the Kyuubi reaching new heights as Chibaku Tensei broke apart, revealing an 8-tailed fox spewing fire. Kurama pleaded with Naruto not to proceed, but a figure with blonde hair rose from a rock, revealing blue eyes. Naruto was on the verge of breaking the seal when a hand grabbed him and pulled him to the ground, landing on his feet. Minato, the fourth Hokage, declared that he wouldn't let Pain harm his son. Kurama, annoyed, clarified that he was trying to save Naruto. Naruto, with tears in his eyes, asked if Minato was truly his father. Minato confirmed his identity, expecting a hug but receiving a punch to the stomach instead. Naruto expressed his anger, questioning why Minato had sealed Kurama inside him and lamenting the struggles he faced to be recognized. Feeling guilty for his son's suffering, Minato blocked Naruto's punch and embraced him, apologizing for everything. He explained that he had no choice but to seal half of Kurama to protect Konoha from destruction, hoping Naruto would be able to control the power. As they separated, Naruto wiped his tears, expressing his happiness to meet his father. Minato sensed Fuu's chakra and confirmed she was alive, bringing Naruto relief. Minato warned that he had to restore the seal, but Naruto interrupted, asking for the answer to the wise sage's question. Minato revealed that Jiraiya had sought the answer for a long time and now entrusted it to Naruto, believing he would find a way to end the cycle of hatred and achieve peace. With that, Minato restored the seal to its original state, leaving Naruto to ponder the weight of his father's words. Kurama entrusted his son to you, said the fourth Hokage before vanishing into reality. Naruto descended from the rock in sage mode, gazing at Pain. Pain, stoic and weary, remarked on Naruto's persistence, having exhausted a significant amount of chakra using Chibaku Tensei. His cloak was tattered, revealing part of his abdomen, and Naruto was in a similar state. Katsuyu informed Naruto that part of her was with Sakura, healing her. Naruto sighed and focused on Pain. He declared that Pain would fall today. With a Rasengan in hand, he charged at Pain, who countered with Shinra Tensei, sending Naruto backward. However, Naruto vanished in a flash of yellow and reappeared in front of Pain, unleashing his Rasengan. The blue sphere collided with Pain's abdomen, defeating him. Naruto then extracted a rod from Pain's shoulder and, in sage mode, sought out Nagato, rushing toward him. Fuu, disoriented, wondered where she was. Chome reminded her that Pain had stabbed her with a black rod in front of Naruto, who, upon witnessing the attack, unleashed 6 tails of Kurama and pursued Pain. Fuu, concerned for Naruto, asked if he was okay. Chome explained that Naruto had almost released Kurama, but the fourth Hokage had intervened to save him and was now speaking with Nagato. Determined to be with Naruto, Fuu insisted on going to him. Sakura warned her not to go, as she couldn't walk. Fuu, undeterred, sprouted 4 wings and flew to where Naruto was perched on a tree branch, breathing heavily. She landed beside him, expressing her concern that he had almost let Kurama out. Naruto lowered his head, and Fuu lifted his chin with her hands, sharing a passionate kiss. She suggested they talk to Nagato together. The 2 jinckuriki entered a paper tree, where Nagato welcomed them. After their discussion, the red-haired figure used his remaining energy to revive everyone he had killed in Konoha. He entrusted his Rinnegan to Naruto to prevent Madara from obtaining it. Naruto placed the revived souls in a mini pond filled with green liquid. Konan expressed her gratitude to Naruto and Fuu, stating she would take Nagato's body and lay it beside Yahiko. Fuu, worried for her new friend, cautioned that Mara would come after her and the Rinnegan. Naruto proposed that she join them in Konoha, where no one would recognize her, allowing her to start anew. Konan hesitated, fearing that if she abandoned aim, Madara would kill everyone. Naruto reassured her that they would be safe in Konoha. Grateful, Konan created paper flowers for Fuu to place on Jiraiya's grave before disappearing into papers. Naruto and Fuu then created a grave for Jiraiya and left for Konoha, exhausted and on the verge of collapse. They were caught by Kakashi and Iruka, who expressed their pride in them. Upon arriving in Konoha, the villagers gathered to rush toward the Jinchuriki, bombarding them with questions while being cautious of Fuu's recovery from her injury caused by pain. They cheered for the heroes of Konoha, celebrating their return. Days later, in the council chamber, the council convened to decide on the sixth Hokage, as Tsunade was in a coma. The daimyo initiated the meeting, asking who would be the next Hokage. Danzo proposed himself, determined to control Naruto and Fuu to further his ambitions. Shikaku, with respect, suggested Naruto Uzumaki as a qualified candidate, noting that he and Fuu had defeated Shikaku, brought back the fifth Hokage, and saved the village from pain. The daimyo smiled, recalling the two Jinchuriki from a humorous encounter after a meeting with Hiruzen. He had heard of their great deeds, making Naruto the best choice. Danzo protested, claiming that if Naruto became Hokage, his plans would be thwarted, as he intended to turn them into loyal weapons. Shikaku questioned Danzo's knowledge of the situation. Additionally, none of his umbu were seen evacuating the village during Pain's attack. Danzo remained frozen, sweating nervously. He had been caught. Koharu announced that Naruto Uzumaki was summoned. Kakashi had gone to find his blonde student, who was with Fuu, and called them to the council room. Naruto entered, confused about why he was called. The daimyo, Shikaku, and the advisors were present. The daimyo declared that Naruto Uzumaki would be the sixth Hokage. Shocked by the news, Naruto looked at the daimyo, who smiled back, as did Shikaku. Danzo glared at them, displeased, while the other advisors remained silent. Fuu congratulated Naruto with enthusiasm, giving him a warm kiss. Moments later, they separated, and Naruto announced that his first order as Hokage would be to execute Danzo Shimura and the advisors for their crimes against the village. Golden chains ensnared the advisors as Naruto confronted Danzo, severing his arm filled with Sharingan and taking the left eye he had stolen from Shursui. Fuu placed the Sharingan into a mini tank filled with green liquid. Naruto used the chains to eliminate the advisors instantly. The daimyo congratulated Naruto, expressing confidence that he would be a great Hokage, handing him the Hokage hat and cloak. Shikaku asked what Naruto's next order was. Naruto requested a report on the damage caused during the attack and instructed them to contact the Land of Waves for assistance in rebuilding Konoha, reminding Shikaku to just call him Naruto. Fuu jokingly asked what his next order was, to which Naruto replied that they should have some fun. With a bright flash, they disappeared, heading off to who knows where. After the intense battle between brothers, Madara revealed the truth about the Uchiha massacre and Itachi's sacrifice to protect Sasuke, explaining how Itachi had shielded Konoha from the shadows, even at the cost of being labeled a traitor by the village he loved. This revelation awakened Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan and fueled his hatred for Konoha for the suffering inflicted on his older brother. Madara, the masked Uchiha, appeared, drawing the attention of Team Taka. Sasuke coldly inquired about Madara's intentions. Zetsu emerged from a tree, informing them that Pain had failed and was defeated by the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the Nanabi. Madara acknowledged this and assigned Team Taka a mission, to capture the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, as he had a matter to resolve. He vanished into a black vortex, and Team Taka set off to capture the Hachibi, Killer Bee, who was the younger brother of the Raikage and was confined in his village for safety due to the Akatsuki's pursuit of all Jinchuriki. Sasuke confronted Killer Bee, who recognized him as the younger brother of Itachi Uchiha. Killer Bee drew his 8 swords and assumed a combat stance, charging at Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, attempting to predict Killer Bee's movements, but he was too fast, inflicting several cuts that forced Sasuke to retreat. Grabbing his katana, Sasuke rushed to clash with Killer Bee's weapons, but the Raikage brother easily dodged and struck Sasuke in the stomach, sending him flying. Killer Bee addressed Sasuke's teammates, prompting Yugo to activate his cursed mark and charge at him, laughing maniacally. Yugo attempted to attack but was swiftly evaded by Killer Bee, who countered with his katanas, landing several cuts on Yugo. Fueled by rage, Yugo elbowed Killer Bee in the face, pushing him against a wall. Sasuke reappeared and struck Killer Bee, forcing him into a genjutsu. Sasuke believed he had the upper hand, but Killer Bee retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Sasuke soaring. Killer Bee summoned a cloak of red chakra, forming 3 tails, and unleashed a punch that sent Sasuke crashing into a mountain. The jinckuriki, surrounded by lightning, moved at incredible speed, making it difficult for Sasuke to evade his attacks. Injured, Sasuke returned to his teammates. Karin urged him to bite her, and without hesitation, Sasuke bit her arm, restoring his energy. He knew he had to act quickly or face defeat. As Killer Bee charged at Sasuke, Suigetsu intervened with Zabuza's sword, buying time for Karin to escape. However, Killer Bee shattered the sword with a single blow, sending Suigetsu crashing into a wall. The Hachibi's chakra intensified, forming 4 tails that struck Sasuke, leaving a severe burn on his chest and damaging his muscles. Yugo appeared, plunging his hand into Sasuke's chest to heal his mortal wound, but it caused Yugo to shrink in size. Killer Bee declared it was time to finish them off, his chakra surging to form 8 tails. Karin felt the overwhelming power and wondered if this was the strength of a Biju. Suigetsu transformed into a water monster, attacking Killer Bee, who began to struggle. Karin and Yugo grabbed Sasuke to flee, using Suigetsu as a distraction. Killer Bee shouted that they wouldn't escape, charging a purple sphere in his mouth to unleash a devastating attack on Suigetsu, causing massive destruction. Sasuke activated Amaterasu, his left eye bleeding as black flames engulfed Killer Bee, who screamed in pain and fell into the water, trying to extinguish the flames. Unconscious and severely burned, Killer Bee was carried away by Yugo, who treated him like a sack of potatoes, and they vanished from Kumo, taking the Jinchuriki to Madara's cave. Konan hurried back to Aim, announcing the death of God, and how his last wish was for them to live in Konoha. Konoha ninjas escorted the villagers with the help of former shinobi as quickly as possible while Konan awaited Madara's return. Madara confronted Konan, accusing her of betrayal and declaring that she would pay for it. Konan glared at him with hatred, reminding him that he had turned Akatsuki into a criminal organization while they had sought peace. She accused him of manipulating Nagato for his selfish ambitions. Madara demanded to know the whereabouts of Nagato's Rinnegan, but Konan firmly refused to reveal anything. He declared that he would first defeat her before searching for the Rinnegan. Konan vowed to avenge the deaths of Yahiko and the others who had fallen due to Madara's reckless ambitions. As the rain began to fall in the land of rain, the battle commenced. Paper shurikens materialized around Konan and were launched at the masked figure. However, Madara became intangible, dodging the shurikens. He remained elusive thanks to his Sharingan, while Konan took to the skies, unfurling her paper wings. Madara unleashed a massive fireball toward her, but she transformed into paper, evading the attack. In response, paper projectiles rained down from above, targeting Madara. Despite his intangibility, he was struck by a blow from Konan that sent him staggering back. Konan quickly regained her composure, having figured out the trick behind Kamui. She realized her best strategy was to attack from a distance to avoid being absorbed by Madara. Madara acknowledged her growth, admitting she had become stronger, but insisted that it would all end there. Konan, filled with determination, echoed his sentiment, launching more paper projectiles at him. Madara dodged again, but the paper bombs exploded, creating a significant blast. Remaining still, Konan sensed Madara's presence behind her and transformed into paper once more to avoid being absorbed. This frustrated Madara. Defeating Konan was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated. She was no longer useful to him, and he needed to eliminate her to seize the Rinnegan. Having spent so much time with Nagato, Konan was well aware of the Rinnegan's abilities, and her survival posed a threat to his plans. Konan urged Madara to surrender, insisting he could not win. She remained stoic in the air, observing the masked figure who refused to back down. Having studied Madara's movements for a long time, she knew his tricks inside and out. Madara declared that he would obtain the Rinnegan and complete his Moon Eye plan, warning her not to stand in his way. Konan accepted his challenge, ready for whatever would come next. As the waterfall parted, revealing a multitude of paper bombs, Madara widened his visible eye. Before he could become intangible, the bombs detonated, resulting in a massive explosion that obliterated everything in its path. Konan fell to her knees, exhausted, her body partially transformed into paper. She had expended a significant amount of chakra in her attempt to defeat Madara. Blood dripped into the water as a wound appeared on her chest. Madara appeared behind her, missing his right arm and with part of his Akatsuki cloak destroyed. His mask was damaged, revealing his Sharingan eye. In his left hand, he held a black rod, which he moved into Konan's abdomen, causing her to cough up more blood. Madara remarked that her attack had nearly killed him, forcing him to sacrifice his left eye for survival. Konan, weak and bloodied, cursed him, realizing she had failed to defeat him. She could almost see Yahiko, Nagato, and Jiraiya again. Just as Madara prepared to deliver the final blow, a figure clad in green burst onto the scene, striking Madara and sending him flying away from Konan. Madogai had arrived, asking Konan if she was all right. Naruto had a bad feeling and sent his friends to check on her, and it seemed they arrived just in time. The copy ninja reached his eternal rival Kakashi and looked with concern at Konan's serious injury. Kakashi carefully lifted Konan onto his back, his focus shifting to Madara, who was rising with a furious expression. Madara declared that the pain he felt was significant and warned them to enjoy whatever time they had left. He proclaimed that he, Madara Uchiha, would obtain the Nanabi and the Kyuubi, executing his Moon Eye plan, for he was destined for greatness. The masked figure declared as he vanished into a black vortex. Both Jounins retreated, escorting an injured Konan along with the villagers and former AIM shinobi, witnessing the collapse of AIM as they arrived in Konoha. They rushed Konan to the hospital, where Sakura and other medical ninjas began to treat her. In the Raikage's office, the Raikage, a muscular man with blonde hair and a matching mustache, slammed his fist on the desk in frustration, startling his team. He announced his intention to convene a meeting of the 5 Kages and instructed Samui to inform the Hokage. Samui, Karui, and Omoi quickly left to prepare for their journey to Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Naruto stood at the head of the Hokage's office, dressed in his Hokage attire, overseeing the village's recovery from Pain's attack. He had declared himself the 6th Hokage, and no one opposed him. As Konan arrived, gravely injured, he used Kurama's chakra to heal her. Initially, the village was reluctant to accept the former shinobi and residents of AIM, but Naruto's impassioned speech convinced them. The villagers and former shinobi contributed to the reconstruction of Konoha, and even Tazuna and Inari from the Land of Waves were surprised to see Naruto as the Hokage. Tazuna swallowed his words as Naruto dismissed Danzo's Anbyu and began teaching them to develop emotions. Fuu greeted Naruto warmly, planting a passionate kiss on his lips, which he returned with equal intensity. He asked about Konan's condition, feeling more relaxed. Although she was improving, she remained in danger as Madara would not rest until she was eliminated. Guy and Kakashi were escorting her, while Fuu spent time with her as good friends. When Fuu mentioned Tsunade, Naruto sighed, knowing she had been asleep for 2 weeks and uncertain when she would awaken. An Anbu suddenly appeared and knelt before him, informing him that ninjas from Kumo, sent by the Raikage, wished to see him. Naruto dismissed the Anbu, and he and Fuu vanished in a flash of yellow. Upon entering Konoha, the Kumo ninjas were astonished to see the village in the midst of reconstruction and heard tales of its great heroes. The doors opened to reveal Naruto seated in the Hokage's chair, with Fuu beside him, her expression serious. Karui exclaimed in disbelief that he was the Hokage. Suddenly, the Kumo ninjas felt an overwhelming aura of killing intent, causing them to drop to the ground as Naruto's eyes shifted from blue to red. He asserted that while he may be young, he commanded respect as the Hokage, intensifying his killing intent. Fu found him even more attractive in that moment. Once the tension dissipated, Samui explained that they had come regarding Sasuke Uchiha, who had joined Akatsuki and captured their master, leaving the Jinchuriki in shock. Fu inquired if their master was a Jinchuriki, to which Samui confirmed. Naruto explained that he and Fu were also Jinchuriki, with him being the host of Kurama and Fu of the Nanabai. He noted that Akatsuki only captured Jinchuriki alive, so for now, Sasuke was still alive. The Kumo ninjas relaxed slightly. Samui continued, stating that the Raikage wanted Sasuke Uchiha placed in the bingo book and requested information about him. Naruto glanced at Fu, aware that Sasuke was his friend but now a criminal. As Hokage, his duty was to protect Konoha, and if that meant bringing Sasuke back as a criminal, he would do so. He agreed to place Sasuke in the bingo book and provide information. Fu asked if there was anything else, and Samui mentioned that the Raikage had called for a meeting of the 5 Kages. Fu took the scroll Samui handed her and presented it to Naruto, who read it carefully. He instructed them to inform the Raikage that he would attend. After the Kumo group departed, Naruto called for Guy, indicating they needed to leave for the meeting with the 5 Kages. Fu disappeared to gather the necessary preparations, and Naruto sighed as he continued to handle paperwork. As they set off from the village, accompanied by his bodyguards Fu, Hanari, and Mato Guy, the journey was peaceful until they were ambushed by ninjas seeking to eliminate Danzo. Naruto spared their lives, continuing on toward the Land of Iron. Mifune, the stoic leader of the Land of Iron, addressed the gathered Kages: Gaara, the Kazekage, Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, and Naruto Uzumaki, the 6th Hokage. He opened the meeting, stating that it was called to discuss a serious matter Akatsuki. The atmosphere grew tense as all Kages understood the gravity of the situation. Mei noted that Akatsuki had acquired 6 of the 9 Bijou, a troubling development, and emphasized the need to prevent them from obtaining the Nanabai, Hachibi, and Kyubi. She cast a flirtatious glance at Naruto, who remained focused on the discussion. Gaara shared his experience as a former Jinchuriki, revealing that Akatsuki had taken the Ichibi from him and expressed concern over their intentions. Inoki remarked that such losses could have been avoided if the Jinchuriki had been better controlled. Mifune urged the Raikage to remain calm, while Naruto pointed out the hypocrisy in Inoki's statement, recalling how Akatsuki had attempted to manipulate Gaara and Yagura, the 3rd Mizukage, for their own ends. He emphasized that keeping Jinchuriki confined had made them easy targets for Akatsuki and reminded Inoki of the past conflicts that had nearly destroyed his clan. As the discussion continued, it became clear that Naruto's points resonated with the other Kages, who reluctantly acknowledged the truth in his words. The meeting shifted focus to the issue of Sasuke Uchiha, with Naruto expressing his determination to bring his former teammate back, despite the circumstances. He vowed to provide all necessary information regarding Sasuke's actions and whereabouts. Sasuke Uchiha had been placed in the bingo book as an S-rank criminal. The serious blonde proposed an alliance among the 5 great nations to address the Akatsuki threat, and the others agreed. Mei, the Mizukage, asked who would lead the Shinobi Alliance. The Kages exchanged glances, contemplating the decision. The blonde stepped forward, suggesting himself as the leader, noting that no Akatsuki member belonged to his village. Mifune, the leader of the samurai, interjected with respect, stating that the Raikage was not the most suitable choice due to his impulsive nature. He pointed out that the Kazekage was young and inexperienced, and the Mizukage's village was still recovering from civil war, raising concerns about potential spies. He reminded them that the Tsuchikage had previously hired Akatsuki members, making him an unlikely candidate as well. Instead, he proposed the Hokage, who, while young, had faced Akatsuki and possessed significant knowledge about them. He also had control over the Kyubi, and his companion had a connection to the Nanabai, making him a strong candidate for leadership. Naruto, the Hokage, acknowledged his youth but promised to do his best to lead effectively and eliminate Akatsuki for good. Just then, a Zetsu emerged from the ground, announcing Sasuke Uchiha's presence. The Raikage swiftly approached the Zetsu, grabbing it by the neck and eliminating it. Sasuke had infiltrated the meeting of the 5 Kages. More Zetsus appeared in the room, and Naruto declared his intention to find Sasuke, determined to reach his friend. Meanwhile, Sasuke, surrounded by samurai, defeated them all before activating his Sharingan and locking eyes with Naruto. They exchanged intense gazes, each aware of the rivalry between them. Fuu left to gather Sasuke's allies, ensuring they would not interrupt the confrontation. Sasuke acknowledged Naruto, recognizing him as the Hokage, while Naruto responded with a cold stare, affirming his actions for justice regarding Itachi and the Uchiha clan. Sasuke expressed his gratitude to Naruto. "But I will fulfill my revenge against Konoha, no matter the cost." Naruto, as Hokage and a friend, was determined to stop Sasuke. The Uchiha grabbed his katana and charged at Naruto, who drew his own katana to block Sasuke's strike. They both stepped back, locking eyes. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and focused on the blonde. Naruto noticed Sasuke had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and prepared to give it his all. The Uzumaki rushed toward the dark-haired Uchiha, clashing weapons before delivering a powerful kick to Sasuke's abdomen, sending him crashing through walls. Sasuke grunted, feeling the pain, and acknowledged Naruto's strength as he rose, clutching his abdomen. Surrounding himself with purple chakra, he formed a skeletal Susanoo. Naruto created 3 shadow clones that charged at Sasuke. The Uchiha attempted to strike the clones with his Susanoo, but they easily dodged his attacks. Naruto unleashed a wind technique, while one clone executed a fire technique, creating a massive fireball. The combined jutsu intensified, striking Sasuke. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke's Susanoo was revealed, now clad in samurai armor, with a large purple bow in its left arm and blood trickling from its left eye. Sasuke declared that with his new power, he would not be defeated by Naruto. The Uzumaki reminded him that he was a jinckuriki. His body became enveloped in a red chakra cloak, forming 2 tails. Sasuke fired an arrow engulfed in black flames, but Naruto swiftly dodged on all 4s, appearing in front of Sasuke and delivering a fierce swipe that sent him back several meters. Sasuke retaliated, striking Naruto, who quickly recovered and dashed toward him again. Naruto circled around Sasuke, confusing him as he struggled to keep track of the blonde's speed. The Uzumaki finally landed a hit with a Rasengan, sending Sasuke crashing against a wall. Sasuke, frustrated, declared that Naruto had asked for this. His chakra surged, forming a much larger Susanoo, equipped with a bow and a sword. Naruto's chakra dissipated, and his eyes turned a fierce yellow, with a line crossing through the pupils. He charged at Sasuke, who attempted to strike back but found Naruto too fast to hit. Sasuke insisted they finish this, and Naruto agreed. The sky rumbled as dark clouds gathered, and an electric dragon descended to strike Naruto. With 2 clones, he formed a Rasen Shuriken. Sasuke unleashed his technique, Kirin, but to his surprise, Naruto's Rasen Shuriken cut through it. Sasuke tried to escape, but Naruto clenched his fist, transforming the Rasen Shuriken into a massive white dome of air that obliterated everything in its path. The 5 Kages, who had just dealt with the Zetsus and their bodyguards, were astonished by Naruto's technique. When the dome vanished, they saw Madara Uchiha standing against a wall, with a wounded Sasuke clutching his shoulder. Madara demanded the capture of the remaining Jinchuriki, the Nanabi, Hachibi, and Kyubi. One of the Kages firmly refused, stating they would never surrender. Madara revealed he had 6 of the 9 Biju under his control and an army of Zetsus, threatening that if they did not hand over the remaining Jinchuriki, no one would leave unscathed. Another Kage boldly declared they would face him. Naruto affirmed that the Shinobi Alliance would confront Madara, insisting he was the one who would lose. Madara, declaring the 4th Great Ninja War, vanished with the injured Sasuke in a black vortex. It was a peaceful day in Konoha, the village fully rebuilt after the recent chaos. While Naruto was away, Kakashi had taken over as Hokage. At that moment, Shizune stood beside Tsunade Senju, the 5th Hokage, who remained in a coma from Pain's attack, with no indication of when she would awaken. Shizune trembled as she saw Tsunade open her eyes, tears of joy streaming down her face as she embraced her. Tsunade expressed her happiness at seeing Shizune and inquired about what had happened. Shizune explained how Tsunade had protected everyone during Pain's attack, and then Naruto and Fuu had arrived, bringing back to life those who had fallen. After regaining her strength, Tsunade suddenly realized how long she had been unconscious and rushed to the Hokage's office. Kakashi greeted her, and she was astonished to see him as Hokage. Tsunade asked if he was truly the Hokage, to which Kakashi replied that he was merely substituting for the real Hokage. She then asked if Guy had taken the position, a thought that sent chills down her spine as she imagined Konoha's ninjas dressed in green spandex, shouting about the flames of youth. Kakashi reassured her that if Guy were Hokage, everyone would have likely fled. Just then, a familiar voice called out, and Tsunade turned to see Naruto, wearing the Hokage cloak and hat, smiling proudly beside Fuu and Mato Guy. Tsunade was in disbelief, realizing that the boy she had seen as a son was now the sixth Hokage. Naruto confirmed his new role and thanked Kakashi for holding down the fort during his absence. Kakashi humbly responded, and Naruto insisted he preferred to be called just Naruto. With a sigh, he took his seat as Hokage. Fuu suggested they call Izumo and Kotetsu, to which Naruto remarked that the two needed to learn not to fall asleep while on guard duty. He decided to impose a punishment to ensure they stayed awake. Izumo, confused, asked if they were really being punished. "What kind of punishment is this, Hoke-sama?" he asked, frightened by the smiles of both Jinchuriki. Naruto suggested that Guy should give them a green expander and teach Lee the power of the flames of youth. Izumo and Kotetsu turned paler than Orochimaru, while Tsunade, Kakashi, and Shizune broke into a cold sweat. It was a harsh punishment. Kotetsu pleaded, saying they would do anything, just not that. Izumo echoed his sentiments, begging on their knees at the entrance of Konoha. Guy, filled with enthusiasm, declared he would show them the wonders of the flames of youth, dragging the two of them out of Konoha. Tsunade questioned if Guy was being too harsh. Fuu, with a serious expression, reminded everyone that war was approaching and they needed to be at their best to protect the village. Naruto stated that Madara had instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War and that he was the leader of the Shinobi Alliance. He needed Tsunade to handle the war preparations while he and Fuu went to Kumo with Killer Bee to learn how to harness the power of their bijou. Tsunade agreed, assuring Naruto she would take care of it. However, before leaving, Naruto wanted to do something important. He rose from his seat, knelt in front of Fuu, and expressed how she had pulled him from unbearable loneliness. He shared how grateful he was to have her by his side through thick and thin, and how learning she was a Jinchuriki brought him immense joy, knowing she understood his pain. With determination, he asked Fuu if she would marry him, presenting a beautiful ring. Fuu, overwhelmed with happiness, cried and said yes. Naruto placed the ring on her finger and shared a heartfelt kiss, bringing joy to Tsunade, Shizune, and Kakashi. Tsunade inquired about the wedding plans, and Naruto revealed it would be an NTMT ceremony in a week, attended by only a few close friends and family. Meanwhile, the 5 great nations were preparing for the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Raikage had successfully brought back his younger brother after a fierce battle, and he was now mastering the power of the Hachibi on Turtle Island. He awaited the leader of the Shinobi Alliance and Fuu to help them harness their bijou powers. Back in Konoha, preparations for Naruto Uzumaki and Fuhinari's secret wedding were underway. With the war looming, they were uncertain of their fate, so they wanted to celebrate in a private setting. The guest list included Tsunade Senju, Shizune, Kakashi Hatake, clan leaders, advisors, Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, Mato Guy, and their friends from Naruto and Fuu's generation, along with Konan and Irika Yumino. Naruto, feeling the weight of the moment, expressed his nerves, wondering how he could not be anxious. He was about to marry the most wonderful woman in the shinobi world, the person who had always stood by his side, supporting him on his journey. Thanks to her, he had become who he was now. Irika felt a sense of pride as he stood beside Naruto on this important day. He had watched Naruto grow from a mischievous child into the man he was today, and now he was about to marry. Irika reassured him that it was normal to feel nervous and expressed his happiness to be there for Naruto. He had seen both Naruto and Fuu grow up, and despite their troublesome antics as students, they had something special, an unwavering determination to never give up. They had endured the village's disdain for being jinckuriki, but through all the hardships, they had found a light that saved them from the darkness of loneliness. Irika felt immense pride in their accomplishments and was thrilled to witness this significant moment in their lives. Shizen announced that the bride was arriving, and Naruto was captivated by Fuu's beauty as she approached him in a stunning jade green dress. She stood beside him, ready to be united in marriage by Tsunade. Tsunade addressed the gathered friends and comrades of Konoha, stating that they were there to unite Naruto Uzumaki and Fuu Hanari in holy matrimony. She asked Naruto if he accepted Fuu as his future and legitimate wife, to which he enthusiastically agreed. Then she turned to Fuu, asking if she accepted Naruto as her legitimate husband, and she also affirmed her commitment. With a smile, Tsunade declared that as the fifth Hokage, she was pleased to unite them in marriage, and Naruto leaned in to kiss Fuu, who returned the kiss with warmth. Afterward, Fuu excitedly announced her intention to throw the bouquet, which was caught by Konan. Later, Naruto and Fuu arrived at their destination, Turtle Island. Bee greeted them respectfully, and Naruto, feeling at ease, told him to just call him Naruto since there were no formalities among jinckuriki. Bee led them to the Truth Waterfall, where they marveled at the giant animals that inhabited the island and how Bee had befriended them. They stood in front of a magnificent waterfall. Bee explained that at this waterfall, they would confront their dark sides, and they needed to overcome them to progress to the next step. Naruto volunteered to go first, positioning himself in the center of the lake and closing his eyes. From the waterfall emerged a dark version of Naruto, with red, pupilless eyes. The dark Naruto taunted him, claiming he looked pathetic as Hokage and that no one cared about him in the village. Naruto, undeterred, responded that the dark version would need to say more to affect him. He charged at his dark counterpart, who blocked his punch and retaliated with a kick. Naruto countered with a Rasengan, and the dark Naruto mirrored him, resulting in a powerful explosion when their attacks collided. The dark Naruto insisted it was futile to fight, as they shared the same power. Naruto acknowledged that fighting was pointless, but he refused to give in. The dark version reminded him of their shared loneliness and the disdain they faced from Konoha, claiming that being Hokage wouldn't change their fate. Naruto countered, stating that he was not alone, as Fuu had always been by their side through thick and thin. This revelation caused the dark Naruto to freeze, remembering the light that Fuu brought into their life. Naruto affirmed that Fuu was their strength and the reason he had become who he was. Overwhelmed with emotion, the dark Naruto fell to his knees, expressing his fear of being alone again. Naruto felt a deep sense of loneliness and desperation. He didn't want to lose the one good thing in his life. He understood the weight of his feelings, and dark Naruto urged him to protect her, as she was everything to them. As the dark part faded away, Naruto returned to reality. Fuu stood determined, ready to confront her dark counterpart. Dark Fuu taunted her, claiming that everyone in their village despised her for being different. Fuu stood firm in her belief that Naruto loved her and would never abandon her. Dark Fuu acknowledged that while Naruto cared for them, Fuu feared losing him and not being enough. Fuu admitted her fear but declared her commitment to always stand by Naruto's side, showing her love with a ring on her finger. They had both faced loneliness and pain, being shunned for who they were. Fuu revealed that she was the jinckuriki of Chomei, while Naruto was the jinckuriki of Kurama. They had always supported each other, and now they were married, a testament to their love. Dark Fuu expressed her fear of being alone again, but Fuu reassured her that she would protect Naruto at all costs. Grateful, Dark Fuu smiled and vanished into black particles. With the confrontation over, Naruto and Fuu prepared for the next challenge. They entered a hidden chamber behind a waterfall, where they would not be heard from the outside. Fuu confidently stepped forward, ready to face Chomei. As she centered herself, she summoned Chomei, who warned her of the pain that would come when the seal broke. The seal opened, and Chomei roared in agony, charging at Fuu. She skillfully dodged and countered with a powerful water technique, striking Chomei with a Rasengan. The Biju retaliated, but Fuu activated her Sage mode, creating shadow clones to assist her. Together, they unleashed a barrage of Rasengan attacks, pushing Chomei back. As the battle intensified, Fuu absorbed Komiai's chakra, successfully weakening the Biju. Naruto cheered her on, and it was now his turn. He entered a meditative state, summoning Kurama. With a surge of chakra, he opened the seal, revealing a vision of his mother, Kushina. Overwhelmed with emotion, Naruto embraced her, finally reunited with the mother he had longed for. Kushina was proud of her son, seeing him as a leader with a beautiful wife. She shared her own story of sacrifice and love, reinforcing the bond they shared as a family. As Naruto remained enveloped in golden chakra, he sensed something sinister nearby. Kisame, hidden within the Samahata, was discovered. Naruto swiftly confronted him, pinning him against the wall. Fuu appeared, finishing the battle with a powerful Rasengan, ensuring their victory. With Chomei awakening, Fuu reminded the Biju of her intentions, having used her strongest technique to subdue her. Fuu transformed into Chomei, revealing a magnificent six-winged rhinoceros beetle. It was now Naruto's turn to act, as Kurama called out to him, ready for the next phase of their adventure. Due to the fact that Naruto's father possessed his other half, he could not access his full form, meaning he could not transform into complete Kurama but could take on a golden fox form. At that moment, Naruto could only use the golden cloak. Later, he would be able to access Kurama's Biju form. The blonde was surrounded by a golden chakra cloak, releasing a tremendous amount of chakra that surprised everyone. He expressed his admiration and instructed them on how to create a Bijidama, emphasizing the need for 30% blue chakra and 70% red chakra. As they attempted to create a Bijidama, Naruto used chakra arms to form one in his hands, while Fuu, in her Biju form, struggled to complete hers, resulting in an explosion that left her momentarily stunned. He reminded them again about the chakra proportions. The Hachibi, the Biju of the Eight Tails, observed Naruto's attempt and noted that it resembled the Rasengan, a clever technique created by the fourth Hokage, inspired by the most powerful technique of the Bijus. Hours passed as they worked to master the Bijidama creation phase. Once they succeeded, they moved on to using their techniques with the chakra of their Bijus. Naruto, in chakra mode, struggled to form a Rasengan, while Fuu, surrounded by a three-tailed cloak, managed it effortlessly. They then transitioned to using variations of their techniques. Suddenly, Naruto sensed Kurama's chakra outside the room. The fourth great ninja war had begun. Naruto and Fuu entered Sage mode to see what was happening outside and witnessed the chaos of the undead attacking the Shinobi Alliance. They used the Hiraishin no Jutsu to reach the five Kages. Tsunade noted their timely arrival. Before heading to Turtle Island with Fuu, Naruto left a shadow clone to lead the Shinobi Alliance. Initially, none of the shinobi from the five great nations were willing to cooperate due to past grudges. However, Gaara delivered a speech that encouraged them to set aside their hatred and work together for a common goal. The Akatsuki had already caused significant damage, and it was time to stop Madara once and for all. The war began, with the undead covering the battlefield, evoking old emotions. People struggled to face their loved ones who had died in the past but fought for the future of the shinobi world and for those they loved and wished to protect. Madara was pleased with his plan, having sent disguised Zetsus to confuse the enemy and attack the medical ninjas while his army of undead assaulted the shinobis. He skillfully played his cards, with his great ally Kabuto, who possessed the sage mode of the dragon, controlling the army of undead while having 5 jinckuriki under his command, along with a Sharingan and an artificial Rinnegan, as he lacked the power to wield 2 Rinnegan. He also had the former jinckuriki of the Hachibi and the Gold and Silver brothers, who had consumed the flesh of the Biju, gaining their power without informing the Akatsuki. The fallen Akatsuki members proved useful, as Deidara and Sasori wreaked havoc on the battlefield with their explosions and poison, while Kozu operated independently, taking lives and ripping out hearts. Nagato and Itachi were under Madara's control, unable to act on their own. Madara had taken control of the Gold and Silver brothers and placed them into the Geto Mazo. The squad led by Konan faced the undead, while Kakashi fought against Zabuza and Haku, shinobis who had perished in the battle on the bridge in the Land of Waves. Guy and Lee fought fiercely against the 6 swordsmen of the mist, while Konan confronted an old enemy, Hanzo of the Salamander, another puppet of Madara. Hanzo and his allies sought peace, but Danzo interfered, believing that Hanzo would be a threat to Konoha. Disguising his root Umbu as AIM ninjas, he blamed the Akatsuki, making it easier for Madara to manipulate them. He killed Yahiko's followers and then appeared before Nagato as Madara Uchiha, a ghost from the past with no real power, only able to become tangible or intangible. The appearance of the Jinchuriki turned the tide. Naruto used his shadow clones to eliminate the disguised Zetsus. One clone led the Shinobi Alliance while another assisted the Kages in defeating the revived former Kages, the old Reikage, Kazekage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage. Meanwhile, Naruto, Fuu, and B advanced through the forest, encountering Madara and the 5 revived Jinchuriki. It was a tough battle, 3 Jinchuriki against 5. However, Madara vanished along with the Jinchuriki he controlled. Nagato and Itachi confronted them, leading to an intense battle. Nagato, using his paths, proved difficult to defeat, and Itachi was even more formidable. In the end, Itachi used Shisui Uchiha's left eye, which he had placed within Naruto, to free himself from the genjutsu before destroying Shisui's eye. Sasuke Uchiha had implanted Itachi's eyes and escaped from Madara's lair with his team, capturing 5 Zetsus. Upon seeing his brother Itachi, Sasuke followed him in search of answers. With Sasuke's help, Itachi defeated Kabuto, using Izanagi to undo the Edo Tensei and reveal the truth to his younger brother, telling him that no matter what happened, he would always love him before disappearing in a flash of light. Madara, filled with disdain, noted that Itachi had undone the Edo Tensei, but he still had an ace up his sleeve. From the ground, a tomb emerged, revealing a legend in the shinobi world, the true Madara Uchiha. Naruto could hardly believe it. Kurama, filled with anger, recognized Madara Uchiha, the one who had controlled and used him as a weapon in his battle against Hashirama Senju, ultimately sealing him within Naruto Uzumaki. Madara expressed his desire to test something, placing his hand on the ground to perform a summoning jutsu. Naruto clutched his stomach and fell to his knees. Madara observed that they had yet to capture the Kyuubi. Tobi noted that the Nanabi, Hachibi, and Kyuubi were still missing. Madara acknowledged this and declared that he would take care of the Kages and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Fuu appeared beside Naruto, ready to face the 2 Uchihas. Madara took charge, instructing Tobi to prepare for the next phase. With a swirl of black energy, the legendary Uchiha appeared before the Shinobi Alliance, charging towards them. The shinobis rushed to confront Madara, who activated his Sharingan and swiftly incapacitated many of them. Temari led a long-range attack, using her fan, while other shinobis threw kunai embedded with explosive tags, but these efforts had little effect on Madara. Determined, Madara decided to unleash a technique. He placed his hand on the ground, causing roots to erupt and ensnare the shinobis, taking down numerous fighters. Naruto, in response, created hundreds of clones. He prepared a powerful attack, unleashing a massive Rasengan. To his shock, Madara absorbed the technique, revealing his Rinnegan. Frustrated, Naruto charged at Madara, initiating a fierce taijutsu battle. The 2 exchanged blows, with Naruto landing a kick that pushed Madara back. Madara retaliated by forming hand signs and unleashing a massive fireball. Naruto evaded, disappearing in a puff of smoke, only to have golden chains ensnare Madara. However, Madara broke free, releasing a powerful blue aura and forming a giant skeletal structure, shattering the chains. He then dashed towards Naruto, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into a rock. Madara expressed his desire to continue the fight but noted that the Jubi had revived, signaling the start of the 3rd phase of his plan, the Moon Eye. He vanished, while Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Fuu, who was observing a massive red barrier surrounding the Jubi. Madara and Tobi watched. The remaining Shinobi Alliance members, with Madara inquiring about the barrier's duration. Tobi replied that it would take about 10 minutes for the Jubi to be ready. Madara then declared their intention to capture the Nanabi, Hachibi, and Kyuubi. Meanwhile, Sasuke observed Anko, who bore the cursed seal. He placed his hand on her seal, and Orochimaru emerged, covered in a strange liquid. Karen, shocked to see Orochimaru alive, expressed her disbelief. Orochimaru greeted her and turned to Sasuke, who requested his assistance. Orochimaru noted that the war had already begun and urged Sasuke to gather reinforcements. He glanced at Kabuto, who was engaged in an Izanagi technique, and prepared to recover his chakra before departing with Sasuke and his team. Sasuke, serious and focused, asked Orochimaru where they were headed. Orochimaru revealed the significance of the Uzumakis, explaining that Sasuke's girlfriend was a pure-blooded Uzumaki. He elaborated on their unique abilities, emphasizing that they were the only ones capable of containing the Kyuubi due to their immense chakra reserves. He noted that even the first Hokage struggled against the Kyuubi when Madara controlled it, as he had suppressed part of its power during their battle. Orochimaru led Sasuke to a secret Uzumaki chamber filled with masks. He selected one resembling the Shinigami and arranged 4 Zetsu in a circle, with Suigetsu holding one. Orochimaru performed a sealing technique, summoning the Shinigami, who cut through him, allowing Orochimaru to regain his arms by switching bodies with a Zetsu. He then initiated the Edo Tensei technique, causing the Zetsu to glow and take the forms of 4 legendary figures: the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju; the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju; the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi; and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Hashirama looked around, confused, and asked where they were. Tobirama expressed his frustration, reminding Hashirama that his actions had led to numerous problems. He pointed out that Hashirama had distributed the bijus among the 5 great villages in the name of peace, but instead, it had only fueled more hatred, greed, and death, resulting in 3 great ninja wars. Hashirama, feeling the weight of his past mistakes, acknowledged that the bijus were powerful beings of chakra. Humans viewed them as weapons, overlooking their wisdom, emotions, and feelings. Tobirama lamented that all his brother had done was provide these beings with weapons to fight each other, creating jinckuriki who bore the brunt of the suffering, enduring hatred, disdain, pain, and unbearable loneliness from which few could escape. It was surprising to see a jinckuriki maintain their sanity after all they had endured due to their villages. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, questioned Orochimaru about his intentions for reviving them. Minato, the fourth Hokage, greeted Hashirama, who was surprised to learn there was a 4th Hokage. Minato confirmed his position and introduced himself as Mori. Hashirama was curious about the current Hokage, and Orochimaru revealed that Tsunade Senju was the 5th Hokage, while Naruto Uzumaki held the title of 6th Hokage, shocking the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokages. Minato felt immense pride for his son. Sasuke explained that they had been revived to assist in the 4th Great Ninja War, revealing that Madara Uchiha had returned and was behind the chaos. This revelation angered Tobirama, who had always viewed Madara as a dangerous adversary, a product of the Uchiha's curse of hatred. Without hesitation, they set off to aid the Shinobi Alliance. As the battle raged on, Naruto noticed a Bijidama being launched and was being healed by Sakura. The others quickly acted earthen walls, while B, in his Biju form, attempted to stop the attack. Just then, a tri-pronged kunai appeared on the ground, signaling Minato's arrival. He warned everyone to brace for the explosion. A massive blast echoed in the distance as the other Hokages arrived. Hashirama called out to Madara, insisting he needed to stop the Jubi first. The revived Hokages were welcomed by the alliance. Minato greeted Naruto, acknowledging him as the Hokage, to which Naruto proudly declared he was also the leader of the Shinobi Alliance. Fuu introduced herself as Fu Hanari, Naruto's wife, and Minato expressed his pleasure in meeting her. As Naruto stood up, Sasuke landed beside him, and father and son entered Kurama mode while the Hokages contained the Jubi with a powerful barrier. The team's 7 members, along with their summons, observed the creatures the Jubi was creating. Naruto exclaimed that Team 7 was finally reunited. Minato Namikaze had been recognized as a prodigy from a young age, surpassing even Itachi Uchiha. He became a Genin early and showcased his strength and bravery in the Chunin exams, earning the rank of Chunin. He won the heart of Kushina Uzumaki, the most beautiful woman in Konoha, and was later promoted to Jounin. His team consisted of Kakashi Hatake, a serious prodigy obsessed with rules, Rin Noera, a cheerful girl with a bright smile, and Obito Uchiha, the black sheep of his clan, who was clumsy but always eager to help others. Obito had a dream of becoming Hokage, but during the Third Great Ninja War, he tragically lost his life, crushed by a rock. He also lost Rin when Naruto was born, and the masked figure who released and controlled the Kyuubi was revealed to be Obito. Minato regretted not realizing it sooner, believing things might have turned out differently. As Minato prepared to confront his former student, Team 7 summoned their allies to combat the Kyuubi's clones. Naruto, Sasuke, Fuu, and Sakura fought fiercely to break through the Kyuubi's defenses with their most powerful techniques. Madara, watching from a distance, seemed uninterested in battling mere clones and awaited a true confrontation with Hashirama. Minato called out to Obito, who lay injured on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. Madara attempted to control Obito, but with sheer willpower, Obito absorbed the Kyuubi's power, becoming the new Rikudo Sannin. Fu expressed disbelief, while Chomei lamented their dire situation. They observed the transformed Obito, who lacked the appearance of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, wielding only a crescent moon, indicating he was incomplete yet still formidable. Madara, bored, engaged with his eternal rival while the others focused on Obito. Naruto questioned what was happening as Kurama explained that Obito had created the Shinju tree, a massive structure that absorbed chakra from anyone it touched. A red chakra mantle began to envelop all the Shinobi Alliance members, rendering their attacks ineffective against Obito, who, as the jinckuriki of the Kyuubi, was immune to ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Kurama observed closely, realizing that only natural chakra could affect Obito, as it transcended the other forms of chakra. Naruto and Minato entered Kurama mode to charge massive Rasengan spheres infused with natural chakra, while Fu, in her Biju form, prepared a Bijidama with Komiai's assistance. They launched their combined attack at Obito, who attempted to shield himself with Gudadamas, but their power pierced through his defenses. Sasuke and Naruto, without exchanging words, fist-bumped, summoning a colossal golden nine-tailed fox, clad in purple armor and wielding two katanas. Obito, armed with a legendary sword, clashed with the jinckuriki of the Kyuubi, forcing him to retreat. The 9 Rasengan spheres charged with natural chakra struck Obito, causing significant damage, alongside Fu's Bijidama. Minato, using chakra from the 6 Bijus, freed them from Obito's control, leaving him exhausted on the ground. Kakashi and Minato engaged in conversation with Obito, while Naruto, Fu, and Sasuke worked to dismantle the Shinju tree. Meanwhile, Madara defeated Hashirama, pinning him down with black rods, and used Zetsu to resurrect Obito. Madara finally reveled in his restored life, feeling the blood coursing through him. Madara Uchiha was regarded as a shinobi god since the time of the first Hokage. He and Hashirama were remarkable prodigies who met in a rather curious way during their childhood. Over time, they formed a strong friendship, becoming friends and rivals. They only knew each other's names, as it was a time of war and safety was paramount. One day, they discovered they were from enemy clans, Uchiha and Senju, sworn enemies. Despite this revelation, Hashirama did not abandon his best friend. After a significant battle, he managed to bring Madara back, even though Madara harbored resentment towards his younger brother, Izuna Uchiha. Together, Hashirama and Madara founded the village of Konoha. Gradually, the hatred and resentment towards the village began to shift towards the Uchihas. The only one who noticed this change was Madara. He tried to convince his clan, but they turned their backs on him. Madara abandoned Konoha and eventually returned to confront his best friend. He had gained control of the Kyuubi. After a long battle, Madara was thought to have been defeated, but he survived by using Izanagi. He lived in the shadows for many years, manipulating Obito to do his bidding, orchestrating the Akatsuki's efforts to capture the Bijus. Just before they could seal him, Black Zetsu took control of Obito, reviving Madara instead of all those who had fallen in the war. Although he lost his sight, he did not need it to hunt down all the Bijus and become the new Rikudo Sannin. As the 6 Bijus and the 3 Jinchurikis transformed into their Biju forms, they launched an attack on Madara. He gracefully evaded all their strikes. The 9 of them devised a plan to defeat him. Shikaku used his sand to trap Madara while the others worked to seal him. However, Madara broke free, striking down all the bijus. A white Zetsu handed Madara a right Rinnegan eye and his right arm called forth the Gedo Mazo. Chains wrapped around the necks of the bijus and the jinckurikis. Naruto urged Fuu to hold on, while Kurama shouted for everyone to resist and not give up. The bijus struggled against the chains, but their resistance only made the chains tighten, pulling them with great force. In the end, all 9 bijus were sealed. Fuu, and Naruto fell, while Gaara trapped them in a cloud of sand, leaving B alive due to his years with Yuki, which allowed him to retain some of his chakra. He left Fuu with Karen. Karen urged Fuu to hang on, feeling her chakra weakening. She rolled up her sleeve and placed her arm in Fuu's mouth, allowing her to bite down. Gradually, Fuu's chakra began to restore, thanks to Karen's Uzumaki lineage, which allowed her to transfer a significant portion of her chakra. Madara left Sasuke Uchiha gravely injured, declaring himself the new Rikudo-sen. Inevitable. Madara Uchiha, the new sage of 6 paths, was very different from Obito. Gaara had left Naruto with Minato. Gaara urged the 4th Hokage to give his chakra to Naruto. The Uchiha struggled to rise, resisting the control of Black Zetsu. Using Kamui, he transported Naruto, Sakura, and Minato to his pocket dimension. With a swift motion, the 4th Hokage placed his hand on his son's chest, transferring a portion of Kurama's chakra. Meanwhile, Madara forcibly removed Naruto's left eye and used it to enter the Kamui dimension, preventing Sakura from destroying Obito's Rinnegan. He pulled her out of the pocket dimension. Obito, filled with rage, cursed Madara, who taunted him about being a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Madara then took Obito's Rinnegan, returning to the real world with Obito's Sharingan eyes. Madogai, using the 8 gates, fought fiercely against Madara, pushing him to the brink of defeat. In a heroic sacrifice, Madogai gave his life in the battle. Madara declared the beginning of a new world. Everything was dark, and Fuu had lost track of time and place. She was convinced she and Naruto were dead. The Gedo Mazo had extracted Chomei and Kurama from them. In her despair, she cried out, overwhelmed by the situation. Suddenly, she heard a gentle voice calling her, "My little one." Confused, she looked into the darkness and saw 2 figures emerging. With tears in her eyes, Fuu recognized them as her parents and rushed to embrace them. They returned her hug. She asked if she was dead, to which her mother reassured her that she was alive. Fuu questioned how this was possible since the Gedo Mazo had taken Chomei from her. Her father explained that they had come to see her, proud of the woman she had become, and mentioned that Naruto was fighting for her life. Her mother added that a red-haired girl was doing everything she could to keep Fuu alive. Realizing that the girl was Sasuke's companion, Fuu felt a surge of hope. Her father explained that the Uzumaki, with pure blood, was using her special ability to heal her, while the orange-haired boy was helping her as well. Her mother urged her to hold on to hope, reminding her that not all was lost and that they believed in her and Naruto. As they expressed their love, Fuu smiled sadly before fading away. Naruto awoke in a dimly lit space, reminiscent of his old mental realm shared with Kurama. He stood up, confused about his surroundings. A voice introduced itself as Hagoromo Otsutsuki, leaving Naruto in shock. This was the figure Kurama had spoken of his father. Naruto acknowledged Hagoromo, who noted that he was aware of why Naruto was there. He revealed that Fuu was alive and that Naruto was the reincarnation of his son, Ashura, feeling Ashura's chakra within him. Hagoromo shared the story of his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had 2 sons, himself and his twin brother, Himura. He recounted how they had to confront her when she began using humans to feed the Shinju tree. After a long battle, they managed to seal her on the moon, but the tree transformed into the Jubi. To defeat it, Hagoromo divided the Jubi into 9 beings of chakra: Shikata, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chomei, Gyuki, and Kurama. He spoke of his marriage and the birth of his sons, Indra and Ashura. While Indra was a prodigy, Ashura was pure-hearted. Over time, Indra grew distant and cold, manipulated by Zetsu and his Sharingan. This led to an eternal conflict between brothers, with their reincarnations continuing the cycle of battle. The last reincarnations were Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, who spread their children across the 5 great nations, igniting 3 great ninja wars. Madara survived the Valley of the End battle but became obsessed with power, surpassing Indra's reincarnation. Hagoromo urged Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura, and Sasuke Uchiha, the reincarnation of Indra, to prevent his mother from being freed. Determined, Naruto vowed not to let that happen and to seal her again if necessary. From the ground, the figures of the 9 Bijuu emerged, surprising Naruto. Hagoromo reminded him that he carried the other half of his son Kurama and a portion of the other Bijuu's chakra. Hagoromo then turned to Sasuke, asking what he would do next. Sasuke remained silent, contemplating his next move. To protect Konoha and build a family with Karin, Uchiha and Uzumaki placed their hands alongside Hagoromo, who granted them the power of his children. Madara began to speak but was interrupted when someone struck him, sending him flying. He saw Naruto transformed, just like Sasuke, who now possessed a Rinne in his left eye. Fuu stood up from the ground, looking at Madara, while Sakura activated her Byakugan. Naruto was determined to defeat Madara once and for all. The battle between Team 7 and Madara Uchiha was epic, a sight never before witnessed. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, Fuhanari and Sakura Haruno, faced Madara. Ultimately, Madara was betrayed by Black Zetsu, who revealed that he was merely a pawn in the plans to resurrect his beloved mother. Kurama urged Naruto to focus, reminding him that Kagaya was incredibly powerful and that he needed to work alongside the Uchiha to seal her away again. Naruto sighed heavily, knowing sealing Kagaya would be a challenge, but he was determined to free everyone from the infinite Tsukuyomi. With a rallying cry, he led the charge. The battle was long and arduous. Kagaya, a goddess with millions of years of life, was immensely powerful and intelligent. When she arrived on Earth, she fell in love with a human and was happy by his side. However, when he betrayed her, she felt shattered. After the death of her friend, she consumed the fruit of the Shinju tree, gaining immense power and deciding to create a world in her image. She was worshipped by humans as the all-powerful rabbit goddess and bore 2 sons, Hagoromo and Himura. Her greatest desire was to create another fruit from the Shinju tree, which required human souls. Periodically, she would take groups of people to the Shinju tree to extract their souls. However, one day, her sons discovered the truth and confronted her. Their battle lasted years, but they ultimately sealed her away on the moon. Hagoromo divided the Bijuu into 9 parts, giving rise to the Bijuus, and chakra spread throughout the shinobi world, which humans used as weapons against one another, something he would not tolerate. Naruto used a unique jutsu that transformed his shadow clones into strikingly handsome men, leaving Kagaya momentarily mesmerized. The original Naruto seized the opportunity to punch her, sending her flying. They attempted to seal her, but she escaped, sending them to her ice dimension. Naruto and Sasuke, working in tandem, were formidable. Kagaya separated them, sending Sasuke to another dimension while she dealt with Naruto personally. The Uzumaki had the other half of Kurama, which she desired. Naruto was a tough opponent, and his shadow clones were a nuisance. Meanwhile, Sakura, Karin, and Fuu helped Obito open a portal to bring Sasuke back. After some struggle, they succeeded, but Kagaya transported them to her dimension, where everyone except her was a burden. Obito sacrificed himself to save Kakashi, who used his Sharingan to help defeat Kagaya. After sealing her away again, the 9 Bijuus were released and returned to the shinobi world. Naruto and Sasuke leaped forward, palms extended to touch Kagaya and seal her. The rabbit goddess soared upward, but Fuu and Sakura appeared above her, striking her down just as Naruto and Sasuke made contact. They unleashed a powerful technique, encasing Kagaya in a massive sphere of rock. Black Zetsu cried out in despair, but Naruto declared that if he couldn't live without her, he should join her. He grabbed Black Zetsu and hurled him into the Chibaku Tensei, trapping him alongside his mother. From the ground emerged the 9 Bijuus. Fuu joyfully called out to Chomei, who responded with happiness at seeing her again. Kurama, however, expressed his displeasure at being separated from his other half. After a brief argument, Hagoromo brought them back. Hagoromo thanked Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha for sealing his mother once more. Naruto humbly brushed it off. Fuu then asked Hagoromo for a favor, surprising him. She wished for the Jinchuriki who had died at the hands of Akatsuki to be revived. Understanding the hardships they faced, Hagoromo agreed and instructed them to join hands. In a dark space, they repeated the incantation together. 6 souls descended from the sky, revealing the 6 Jinchuriki who had perished. Yujito awoke, confused, while Bi joyfully embraced her, astonished that she was alive again. Matatabi welcomed her back, and Yujito reciprocated the sentiment. Hagoromo stated that his children would decide whether to return with their Jinchuriki. Shikaku reluctantly admitted he had grown fond of Gaara, while Matatabi expressed her desire to return to her daughter. Yugura, acknowledging their past differences, suggested they try to get along. Sanbai agreed, provided Yugura didn't spend all his time buried in paperwork. Son Goku reminisced about their long friendship, while Rashi encouraged him to return home, expressing disdain for the village and its elders. Kokuo and Han agreed to stick together, and Saiken happily chose to return with Utakata, teasing him about his romantic escapades. Chome declared that Fuu was like his daughter and he wouldn't abandon her. Fuu echoed the sentiment. Gyuki warned Bi not to sing his awful rap if he wanted to return. Kurama reminded Naruto that he was sealed within him, but he preferred not to be free with only half his power. Naruto assured Kurama of his loyalty. Hagoromo observed that his children had chosen to stay with their Jinchuriki and wished them happiness. Minato reassured Naruto that he would explain everything to his mother. Fuu then asked Sasuke what he planned to do next, to which he replied he had been thinking of starting a revolution, but Naruto wanted to start a family with Karen, so he decided to return to Konoha. The resurrected souls vanished into light, returning to their homes, while Rashi, Utakata, Hataru, and Yugura ventured to an unknown place to begin anew. The Bijus returned to their Jinchuriki. Naruto stood before the graves of the Konoha ninjas who had perished in the 4th Great Ninja War. Fuu appeared beside him, knowing he would be there. Together, they gazed at the tombstones of fallen comrades. Hinata Hyuga had died protecting Naruto from an attack by the Jubi, and Madogai had lost his life facing Madara in his Sage of 6 Paths form. Naruto reflected on the fallen ninjas, having declared Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Madogai, Hinata Hyuga, and others as heroes who sacrificed their lives in the war. He had cleared the Uchiha clan's name and set the record straight about the events of October 10th, 18 years ago. Fuu suggested they go on their honeymoon, and Naruto agreed, already having their belongings ready. He kissed her before they headed to their new home, the mansion of his parents. After notifying Tsunade about their honeymoon, she assured them she would protect Konoha in their absence. As they entered Taki, Fuu felt a wave of nostalgia. 4 years earlier, they had been on a mission to escort Shinbiki to the village and protect the hero's water. Upon their arrival, Naruto noticed the hostile glances and whispers directed at Fuu, who kept her head down. However, Naruto's reassuring smile lifted her spirits. They soon faced some former Taki shinobi who sought to seize the hero's water. In the end, they triumphed using a bit of their Biju's chakra, earning the respect and admiration of Taki's residents. Naruto recalled their previous mission, and the villagers who had once looked at Fuu with disdain now regarded her with respect, having heard of her great deeds. Fuu reminisced about the elderly man who had saved her life and always welcomed her into his shop for dango. The old man, Rob, was delighted to see Fuu again and complimented her on how beautiful she had become. She introduced him to Naruto, who expressed his gratitude for the care Rob had given Fuu during her childhood. Rob shared how he had simply done what was right, allowing her to eat and providing for her when others had not. He was proud to see her starting anew in Konoha. 15 long years had passed since the 4th Great Ninja War ended. Naruto Uzumaki, the 6th Hokage and leader of the Shinobi Alliance, had cleared Sasuke Uchiha's name. The Jinchuriki, who had suffered greatly at the hands of Akatsuki, had mostly chosen to start fresh elsewhere, but Naruto kept in touch with them, ready to help if needed. One day, Naruto, in a fit of anger, chased after Itachi Uchiha, the son of Sasuke and Karin. The young boy, only 15, bore a striking resemblance to his father. Naruto, furious, declared that he would not allow anyone to harm his daughter, Kushina, who was trying to protect her boyfriend from her father's wrath. Kushina, a spirited 15-year-old with green hair and orange eyes, protested against her father's threats. Naruto, in his protective father mode, insisted that no one, especially not an Uchiha, would take his princess away from him. Kushina argued that her brother, Jiraiya, had a girlfriend and received no such treatment. Jiraiya, Naruto and Fuu's youngest child, entered the house looking exhausted and dirty. Fuu asked if Sasuke had tried to attack him again, as he was known for being overly protective. Jiraiya confirmed that Itachi had saved him from a close call. After dinner, the children of the Jinchuriki headed to training field number 7, ready to continue their journey as young ninjas. They had arranged to meet their sensei for a mission. Fuu felt a sense of excitement as they found themselves alone. The dark-haired woman shared a passionate kiss with her husband, who eagerly returned the gesture. He lifted her in a playful manner, carrying her to their matrimonial bed. Chome, feeling the energy in the air, suggested they have some fun. Kurama smiled at the idea, transforming into his human form, ready to take his girlfriend to an unknown destination. Naruto's adventures continued to unfold, with new stories on the horizon. The tale of Utakata and a female version of Naruto was set to follow this narrative. After the conclusion of Naruto's journey with the Sharingan, a story featuring Naruto Uchiha and a female Gaara would emerge. Additionally, a romance between Naruto and Pakura was planned to be released after the story of Naruto and Rin, focusing on the love between Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki's story, titled The Desperation of the Shinobi World, would be published once the dark path of Naruto was completed. For now, these were the future stories that had come to mind.